Well, all right, here we are, starting up another Friday stream. Let's see if anybody ends up showing up. Now it's today we're gonna be chatting about emergence, and I think it's an important sort of topic. I know it's been an interesting day. Um, so yeah, when we're talking about emergence, there's a couple different ways to think about this. So that's what I'm going to be struggling with here in the beginning of the stream is how do we frame this idea of emergence? What do we do about emergence as such, and why is this important, right? So we should sort of start with a definition of what I mean by emergence and what I'm talking about, and yeah, and proceed from there. So basically, emergence is the thing that's coming up, right, from below. And when you have a situation where you have stuff sort of bubbling up from underneath, and that's all you're looking at. So you're looking either down, eyes down, or you're looking across and down. Then the problem that you're going to have is there's no explanatory power in what's coming up, right, from below. And the reason why that's a problem is because we don't have a framework necessarily for engaging with the emergence correctly. So we've got this emergence, something's bubbling up from underneath, right? Fair enough, things bubble up from underneath. That certainly happens, or it seems to happen. But if it's not proper, if it doesn't have right relationship to things around it, to the things above it, to you, then it can just be a problem, right? It can become something damaging rather than something generative. And so the fact that there's emergence, that there's things changing, because emergence is really just a function of change at some point, doesn't say anything about the nature of it. It doesn't say if it's good. It doesn't say if it lasts. It doesn't say how long it will last. It doesn't say whether or not it will organize. Because one of the problems we have, especially with emergence, is that we see patterns. That's what we do as humans. This is all over the literature. We actually see patterns very easily. So we're constantly looking for patterns as people. And we see chaotic emergence, right? Inevitable chaotic change. And we cast that into a pattern. We go, oh, that looks like this, or that is going to be this, or that manifests as this. And we often do this before it happens. And that's a big problem. That's a big, big problem. So that's where the trouble is. The trouble is in emergence doesn't have a valence. It's not good or bad. Emergence doesn't have a way of relating. Emergence, just doesn't have a bunch of these qualities. And so it becomes a problem, even though it's not necessarily a problem, right? But it becomes a problem when we assign things to it, like, oh, emergence is good, or oh, emergence means this structure is going to happen, or oh, because we have emergence, we don't need a structure, right? This is what the anarchists think. Like, oh, emergence is going to happen, and so we're fine. And it's like, no, emergence can be used. And if it's not being managed and used by you, it will get managed and used by somebody else, or it will do something completely chaotic and random. And the difference between, we'll say, the attitude of being is good and emergence is good is something like the thing that is good is us, being, and animals, and the thing that, and that matters because they're agents in the world, right? People and animals are agents in the world. If your emergence is good, then you're just looking at random chaotic things and seeing patterns and going, oh, well, it's good. But they're not good. Like, there are bad patterns. Drug addiction is a pattern. It's not a good pattern. Drug addiction emerges. That happens. But it's not good. And that's where all the trouble comes in, is that if you're not paying attention to the good, instead, you're just going, oh, something emerged, then you can get lost in that. And you can sort of cast like, well, what's that going to look like going forward? And it's like, well, I mean, it's a question. It's a question you can ask. It's a reasonable question to ask. I don't know what that's going to look like going forward, but neither do you. And you're assuming a bunch of things about structure, about control, about what force it has, what influence it has, right? And that's what happens, is that you don't know, but you think you do know. And then what emerges is what emerges. And it's like, oh, well, but, and how long will it last? And what was very helpful for me today was I saw Paul Vanderklay's live stream, and they were talking about the Asbury revival, which is something I know very little about. But Anselman had given me an excellent framing for this Asbury revival thing. He said, oh, it's, an incident of the Holy Spirit moving people. It's like, oh, okay. Well, now that totally makes sense to me. I'm like, I get what they mean by revival, right? You're being moved by a spirit. Totally get it. Moved by spirit. Completely understand that. And then there, is this good? Is this bad? It's emergence. It could be good. It could be bad. But the difference is emergence from somebody with no emanation. You have no way at all of navigating goodness and badness. You're not able to navigate that pattern because you can't orient. And navigation is all about orientation, right? Like orientation is wrapped up in navigation. You need to be able to orient in order to be able to properly navigate. That's what it is. So if you're focused on that which is below, or you're focused across and seeing things come up, you're not able to orient because goodness is above you. So you need to be eyes up. You need to be looking at the good and then comparing that with what's emerging and seeing if there's a match, orienting yourself in relation to those two things. Because even if the thing that's emerging is good and oriented towards the good, you still have to orient yourself in relation to the emergence and the emanation of the good. It's not optional to say, I'm just going to pay attention to the stuff below, because that doesn't tell you enough about where you need to be. You have to relate to the emanation as well as the emergence. You can't just relate to the emanation because now you're a floofy hippie person, right? And that's that's another issue, is that you've got to be able to do both. And the thing that people are struggling with in modern times is going, aha, we can just emerge things. Well, yeah, things will emerge. You're not emerging them though. You may be contributing to the emergence, but you're not emerging them, which means you don't actually have control, or at least you don't have control as much control as you think, or at least maybe you have the ability to emerge, right? And a lot of control for a little while. And then it's out of your control. Like this is like mob mentality and stuff, right? Oh, I can get a mob together. Yeah, but how long can you control a mob? Right? Or really, you're like, I can get a group together. Yeah, how long do you control that group before it devolves into a mob? And I'm not proposing an answer. I'm just saying people don't think about these things. And this comes out if you listen to Tim Pool talk about Occupy Wall Street movement. Some of the things that happened, I just found fascinating. I mean, none of them were particularly surprises to me, but I just found fascinating that he's just like, yeah, there's a group of people, and then all of a sudden they're not following the leaders anymore. They're following a random cameraman down the street. Why? Because the mob is stupid and doesn't know the difference between a leader and a random cameraman. And what does that mean? It means the mob emerges from the group. The group and the mob emergence are the same emergence. And when it switches and how it switches matters. And that's, really important. So that's where we're sort of like in trouble, is that we're not recognizing that this interface with emergence is important to pay attention to, that orientation is part of the issue. Like you need to have proper orientation in the world. And the problem with systems like anarchy is they're like, well, look, structures have issues. And when structures are corrupt, that corruption is widespread. Well, yeah, of course, right? But the solution isn't no structure. The solution is You have to deal with that and find ways of correcting the structure. The solution isn't check out, which is what anarchy is. Anarchy is no, everybody does their own thing and everything will be fine. Whatever emerges from individuals just running around doing random things will be good. No, it won't. And that's one of the problems, is that people don't understand. They don't have the proper orientation to emergence. So they think, oh, well, I can emerge stuff by myself on my own, and therefore everybody else can, and that will be good. It's like, oh, I don't know about that. Or actually, I do know about that. The odds of that happening are small, because there's more evil than there is good in the world. And that's what that's one of the many things we'll say that we're not accounting for. So we need to account for, well, what is this emergence anyway? And when does this emergence matter? And when does this emergence not matter? And what does it mean when emergence happens? And how do we understand emergence in a way that's generative and not degenerative? And I think one of the problems is the way, say, somebody with a religious framework sees emergence is very different from the way somebody who's in a meaning crisis or doesn't have a religious framework, or at least is denying a religious framework, sees emergence. So the crazy climate religion, the climate people who worship, pure earth or something, right? Pure nature worship. They're basically crazy, what would you call them? Polytheistic pagans. They just believe that whatever emerges out of the earth is going to be great. And they're not paying attention to, well, is this really good? Or are you being hijacked by something that's not good? Because there's a lot more emergent evil than there is emergent good. And that's the problem. And when you don't have a way to orient towards something above yourself, then you're not able to cooperate with other people, right? Because if all you have is emergence at the bottom, there's no cohesion in emergence by definition. It's just randomness. And I want to address this. So the idea was a reboot and build based on the interests of common people. Common people don't understand their interests beyond the immediate material, though. Orientation guides emergence. Well, I think emergence helps with orientation. But yeah, the problem is the trick they're playing when especially anarchists, but really anybody, when they talk about things like that. My favorite with the hippies was enlightened self-interest. That was their term. And I was like, well, first of all, enlightenment applies something coming down from above. And why don't you talk about that? But second of all, the idea of enlightened self-interest has to be something people have in common. Because my enlightened self-interest and your enlightened self-interest might not match. And we might seem to, because it's hard to get at these things with words at some point, right? Propositions are problematic at some point, right? The propositions are just causing problems and not solving them at a certain point. When you don't take into account commonality, and how are you going to get commonality? If you and I are roughly equal, and we roughly are in some ways, I mean, equality doctrine is bad, but we are roughly equal in some ways, like, humans, whatever. We don't have all that much in common because we're spread out along whatever plane that is, right? It could be the globe, it could be the city, right? It doesn't matter. We're not occupying the same space in the same time. So we see a very different world. I mean, Einstein's relativity theory talks about this. We see a very different world. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually an advantage, because I can learn from your perspective, you can learn from my perspective, and now we have a better view of the thing we're standing within, right? Or the water we're swimming in, the aquarium we're swimming in, right? When you don't have something higher to point to that we can have in common, we're all moving towards this point of goodness, then you're just going to get more chaos. You're just going to get more problems. You're just going to get more division. You're just going to get more divisiveness. You're going to get tribes, because we can't live on our own. We can say we can be individuals, but we can't be individuals. That's absurd. Almost nobody has almost ever been an individual ever for any length of time. And most people, this is what they're complaining about, right? They go, oh, I can't find somebody. I can't find friends. I can't find a spouse. I can't find somebody to date. Oh, okay. Maybe that's because you're trying to be an individual. And if you're trying to separate yourself by being an individual, you can't relate to other people. That's your fault. Like, You need to find a way to relate to other people. I don't know what to tell you. There's no other way around that. And we're just like, oh, emergence is good. Someone will come along and they'll just be my perfect person. Your perfect person? Sounds boring, first of all. I like Peterson's framing better, right? Like, you want somebody you can struggle with. You want somebody to relate to in the struggle. And you also don't want the same person every day. Like, a perfect person presumably isn't going to change or is going to change with you. But then how do you know that they're perfect? The whole setup's absurd. Like, there's no such thing as a perfect person. And if there were, you wouldn't want to date them. Like, it would be boring real quick. What you need is somebody who you're intimately connected to in a way that allows you to get closer to them in a larger container or frame, which is called a relationship. And type of relationship might be a marriage, but you need that emanation coming down from above that you're both submitted to. And the problem with anarchy is that the common good isn't common by default. That's just a trick to tell you, yeah, there's such a thing as the common good, but can we agree on it enough to cooperate? Because that's what matters. There could be a common good, and if we can't submit to the common good, even if we agree on it, we're not going to cooperate, which is not going to happen. It's not an option. So at that point, it's like, well, that's not good, because now we're back to tribalism. That's why you can't rely on emergence. Emergence is not going to get you anywhere. And it can get you a long way, and it can last a lot longer than you think, but it's not a solution. Emergence is just chaos, and you're casting order on it because we see patterns. That's what we see. We make patterns. We make order out of chaos. And we do that visually. We do it in our imagination. And when we fail to take that one step further and do it in the real world, in the material realm as well, when we're not knitting heaven and earth together, roughly speaking, or the ethereal and the material together, that's when things get worse and not better. And that's part of the problem. Like, we need to have higher aims and higher goals and things up above us that we can submit to so that we can cooperate, so that we can get a quality connection or an intimacy, right? Intimacy is just quality of connection. We need a deeper intimacy, and you're not going to get that if you're just looking at emergence. If you're only looking at what's below you or what's horizontally out from you and below you, you can't orient correctly in the world. It's not to say you can't live in the world. It's not to say you can't do good things. Good things are going to happen for sure because randomness, right? Emergence is not, it's not definitely bad, right? It's just not necessarily good, and it won't necessarily stay good even if it starts good. Like, you have to take responsibility for that to some extent. And that's part of what this is about. With emanation, you can take responsibility because you can orient in the world. You can orient yourself to the emergence, you can orient yourself to the emanation, you can orient in relation to those two things at once, and then you can participate in both, more emergence and more emanation, so that things get better instead of worse. Because if you're just relating to constant chaos, constant random change, things are going to get worse on average over time. They're not going to get better. And if you're not focused on the right highest value, and I have a video on highest value about Sam Harris, then that's going to corrupt you. If your highest value is being smart, and you think you're smart, and let's say you are smart, let's say you're the smartest person in the world, but you're not Elon Musk. In other words, you're the smartest person in the world. The highest value that you hold is knowledge, and you're not the wealthiest person. Well, now all of a sudden you're angry and resentful. And like, fair enough, maybe you should be. Or better yet, maybe you should realize knowledge isn't the most valuable thing. Just not. And so that relationship to emergence, having an emanation and being aware of it. Like, I don't think Sam Harris realizes his highest value is knowledge. I don't think so. I don't think Konstantin Kitsin realizes his highest value is politics. I don't think so. I think if you ask them, they'd give you a different answer, but that's not how they act. And that's all I care about. That's all I care about. It's how you act, right? Like, what do you believe? As Peterson says, you believe what you act out. That's what represents your belief, not what you say. You can say whatever you want. That's fine. It's easy to say things. Chalk is cheap, as they say. Right? But you have to have that orientation to submit to that higher emanation. And then you have to take responsibility for the emergence at the same time. You can't just look at the emergence and go, oh, whatever emerges is good because God's going to take care of it, or because Christianity, we all live in a Christian frame. I don't think so. I think we're called to cultivate. I think we have to cultivate. Otherwise, we'll get caught up in it. These emergences are not necessarily smaller than us just because they're beneath us. Mobs are real. Mob mentality is real. Is it good? Look at something like Occupy Wall Street, which is a real turning point. Like, it's an unbelievable turning point in culture and history. And listening to guys like Tim Pool talk about it, it's like, whoa, wow, there was a lot going on there. And I don't think anybody or very many people really understand all that was going on and all the changes that it caused. But at the end of the day, those people did not manifest anything good. At one point, they were interviewed, the leaders were interviewed, and the bankers were like, what do you want? We'll give it to you. We're bankers. We'll hand it to you. Whatever you want, you can have it. We're the bankers. In your own frame, in your own mindset, where you control the world, we'll give you whatever you ask for. They didn't have anything to ask for. They were confused by the question. They were out there occupying Wall Street without a tell us. That's why there were all these problems. It's not the only reason. I mean, there were going to be problems, but that's why at one point they're marching down the street and they start following a photographer and ignoring the leaders. They didn't have a tell us. It's that simple. They didn't have one. And that created a whole bunch of problems. And like, fair enough. But also bad. They didn't manifest anything good. The only reason why I was pissed off, and I was pissed off about Occupy Wall Street, is because I was in the middle of and watching all of these houses getting foreclosed on, saying, well, there's the thing to ask for. There's the thing to protest. Go to these foreclosure auctions and force them to close down. And then no one can take any houses. That would have been a good thing to manifest. And I wasn't the only one that noticed that or said it. People said that. They were like, you guys ought to be over there at these foreclosure auctions. You guys ought to be over there where the banks are trying to take houses and stopping them. Just with your presence, they could have done. And a few of them did, to be fair. A few of them did. But like, that would have been handy. They didn't do that. And then ultimately, what was their answer to the bankers? We want jobs. Oh, okay. So they gave them jobs at banks. Probably overpaid them tremendously. What good was that? That didn't help me. I still lost my house. Was it 2016 something? They still ended up taking my house. That was all 2008, by the way. They just frittered out the foreclosures over time. And Occupy Wall Street could have stopped that. They didn't. They could have reformed the entire mortgage system. They didn't. They could have brought attention to the bankers and said, you guys are like running a scam. What the hell? Because they're running a fraud ring. It's just a ring of basic fraud. Everybody wants these complicated mathematical tranches. I'm not saying there weren't tranches. Less than 1% of the mortgages were in tranches, by the way, guys. Less than 1%. That wasn't the problem. The problem is basic fraud. We're telling you we own something that we don't own, that we have no interest in. And therefore, other people also think they own it because nobody could tell who owned what. That's what happens when you separate the mortgage and the note and you have loan servicers, and they're the ones listed in the public registry. There's no public registry of who owns what property. These guys could have brought attention to all that back then. And had they done that, I'd still have my house. So I got reasons to be pissed off about Occupy Wall Street. And do I go off about it? No, not really. I think this is the first time I've actually got off about it publicly anyway. But they could have done some real good in the world. They squandered it all. There's your emergence. So to me, I say take your emergence and shove it where the sun don't shine. I don't want any part of it. I want organized, structured movement towards the good. It doesn't have to be the ultimate good, but like, really? We could reform the courts tomorrow if we had organized structure towards reforming courts. We could vote in good judges in places where you can vote judges. We could vote in people who promise to get rid of bad judges. We could do that. That's a thing we could do. That means a lot to me. I'm still stuck in evil courts that don't care about justice or know what justice is. We don't have even definitions for the virtues anymore because we're missing all the emanation. All the emanation is gone. All this interest in philosophy is wonderful, but you're not dealing with emanation. You're trying to use philosophy to fix emergence. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's non-functional. I'm not saying it's bad and you shouldn't do it. I'm a fan of Plato anyway. The rest of it's garbage, but everything after him's junk. But yeah, Plato's all you need, man. Plato and Aristotle. But look, I mean, at a certain point, this emergence only stuff is a problem. And even when the Christians do it, because they're not taking responsibility necessarily for knitting together heaven and earth. They're not necessarily going, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to carefully cultivate the soil, and then I'm going to plant these seeds, and then I'm going to cultivate these seeds into plants. And then when they're plants, I'm going to continue to water them. I'm going to continue to care for them. I'm going to continue to weed this garden. They're not doing that. I mean, some of them are, fair enough, but they're not all doing that. They're going, you know what, emergence is good. Really? I don't think so. I think goodness can emerge. That's a very different statement. And people are confused about things like that. In fact, I'm going to do a video on that at some point. I was going to do videos today, but I've had a week of tired in the afternoon. So yeah, not a lot has gotten done. Nothing on videos lately, unfortunately. Hopefully I'll get back into the swing. Maybe I'll do videos tomorrow. We'll see. I got to actually do physical work tomorrow, so that'll be fun. What emerges is what emerges. Our projection on what emerges is a projection, and it's a set of predictions, and they might be right, but they're not going to be right over time. We need to participate in that emergence. We need to participate in the emanation. We need to orient ourselves in relation to the emergence and emanation and know what to do. Should I drive to Asbury? It's not that far. Should I participate in this movement from the Holy Spirit? I don't know. A lot of people did. Should they have curated who got to engage and who didn't? I think so. I think that's the only responsible thing to do. Is your curation going to be perfect? I don't know any perfect people, guy. But if you know some, hey, let me know. Introduce me to them. It's easy to sit back and armchair quarterback and be skeptical and cynical and, raise the spirit of Socrates in yourself and go, wow. That's easy. But is it good? Was Socrates good? Socrates did some good things. I'm a big fan of skepticism and cynicism myself, but it has to be properly submitted to in the proper form. If someone's doing good, like Jordan Peterson in the world, are you right to be skeptical of him? Are you right to critique him? I'm very careful about that. I don't think you are. Like, there's a bunch of critiques I have of Peterson where I'm like, technically, I think he's wrong, but I don't think his message is wrong. Like, maybe his message is the right message, even though it's wrong. Even though I think it's wrong, it might be the right message. It's the same with John Vervaeke. I talk about this all the time. Probably John Vervaeke's best work is Participatory Knowing. Why? Why would that be his best work? Because it's a message to people whose highest value happens to be knowledge. I'm not going to challenge your highest value, dude. Your highest value is knowledge. Knowledge is important. I agree. It's the highest thing. Let's all agree on that. But did you think there's a type of knowledge that isn't just reading in books and talking to people? Oh, maybe there's more to this knowledge. Now you've opened the person up without challenging their worldview. Will their worldview crack open? I think it's inevitable, right? That's why I've used this tactic many, many times with a bunch of people. I think it's inevitable that once you acquiesce to the idea that there's a different type of knowledge and you think knowledge is the highest value, I think it's inevitable that it'll open you up. It'll expand your horizons. You'll be open to new information, new knowledge, new stuff. And I think that's good. That's why I don't say, although I could, John, what you're describing is not knowledge, it's information. In the model that Manuel and I use, and a bunch of other people on the Awakening server, which is now dead, by the way, so don't go there. On the model that we use, and I of course have a video on that model, the bottom line is it's types of information, 4 of them, 4 P's of information, and 2 types of knowledge. And I think that's actually really important because it explains a bunch of things like autism and psychosis and a bunch of stuff, right? And it explains it in a powerful way. In fact, it explains John's own work better than John's model does, which we discovered very early on. But do I like run around and go, oh, don't say participatory knowledge? No, I use it all the time. I use it because I think it's the right framing, actually, for certain people. And that's what's important. And yeah, look, it seems like what you were pointing to with all this is the necessary condition of humility. Well said. Yeah, there is a necessary condition of humility. And how do we engender that? And I would say Vervaeke does it one way, and maybe not enough of it, right? That might be a valid critique. Peterson does it a completely different way. And, I have a video about Peterson and his trick. I think it's really good, actually, once you start to understand some of the pieces and some of the patterns that Peterson's using, some of the tricks he's using to get people to open up, to get them to humble themselves. I think it's really powerful. And I think that's what's missing. Like if you just assume Christianity, I had a conversation with my crazy aunt the other day, and she was like, oh, no, anybody can read the Bible. I'm like, no, they can't. No, they can't. And if they pick it up and they read the words, they can't necessarily understand it. Now, I think that's because they are spiritually 3 years old, technically. They have the spiritual maturity of a 3-year-old. How did they get there? Okay, maybe they didn't. They were like spiritually 10 years old or spiritually 20 years old, and they immatured, because that happens. If you don't use a skill, you lose it. If you're stuck in materialism all day, you lose the ability to embrace symbolism. We used to see this all the time. Or maybe they never developed past 3. That could happen too. I don't know. I don't care. I don't think it's relevant. Don't care how you got there. You're there, and I can identify it, or at least I think I can. We've had a lot of luck identifying people where they're stuck and why and how, and getting them out of it. So that's hopeful. When you're stuck with that, though, what happens is you will describe things. Like one of the things that got very commonly described, we'll say, with the Vervaeke crowd. Oh, I don't imagine things in my head. When I close my eyes, I don't have an imagination. I don't have access to my imagination. It's like, what? Wow. Another thing they describe, I don't like poetry. And many of them, I used to like poetry. I was like, well, that's interesting. You no longer like poetry, but there was a time when you were okay with poetry. What's up with that? That's fascinating to me. How did that happen? It's just utterly like, wow, that's mind-blowing. And then what we've done is gotten them into poetry. John's work does that rather well, actually, get people into poetry. So yeah, when you're relying on emergence without a framework to account for emanation, when you're not taking responsibility for being between, you are the creature that is between emanation and emergence. When you just like leave it up to God, or say, all emergence is good, and so we don't need God, or whatever other formulation, then you get all this splintering. You get all this spreading out along the bottom surface of the triangle. It's no good. It's no good. You can't rely on emergence for goodness. You can't rely on emergence to stay good when it is good. You can't rely on emergence for these things. It's just not going to work. And that's the issue for me. So, yeah, that's my rant. That's my opening rant. I've got my tea here. I've got my LaCroix and my Sampel. And let's open this up and see who wants to jump in. And we don't have to talk about emergence anymore. But, y'all are welcome to jump into the stream and we can chat it up. I'll pin this link on the one channel that I can do that on, which is Navigating Patterns. Can't pin links on Jacob's channel, unfortunately. So yeah, I hope y'all like that. Thank you, Ethan. Yeah, I think it's important to think about these things, especially emergence. I mean, we're talking a lot about it. People are relying a lot on it. And I really do appreciate Paul's live stream today. I mean, he really put revival in a better context for why he thinks Peterson is like a revival. I can understand why Christians think Peterson's a revival, but he's not. There's important differences, mainly the Holy Spirit, which Anselman, thank you. Like, that was such good framing. These other idiots are sitting there like, wow, we're talking about Asbury. And I'm like, what the hell? How would you describe revival? And they can't come up with a definition. Anselman comes up with a perfect definition. I'm like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Thank you. All solved. So yeah, it's good stuff. And it's hard when the Christians don't realize you guys are just using jargon. It's like, you're just using jargon. Stop using jargon. It's Christian jargon. And yeah, dominion. But dominion doesn't mean the cultural cognitive grammar is there. And that is the issue. Like, there's no cultural cognitive grammar anymore. I think Vervaeke's right about that. When he talks about cultural cognitive grammar in the Meaning Crisis series, he's right. I mean, that's why I have the channel Navigating Patterns, is to fix cultural cognitive grammar. I think that is the number one issue that we face, is cultural cognitive grammar. We're not using words the same anymore. We're not using definitions the same anymore. We're not able to engage with each other propositionally in a way that allows us to cooperate anymore. Why? Because we're using different language. We're actually using different language. And it's important that that we not get caught up in that. Emergence doesn't allow us a way to continue to cooperate towards the same aim. It allows us to cooperate, maybe. Oh, you see that emergence? I see that emergence. That's great. Let's cooperate. And then things fly apart. And, infighting, and that's why the Christians are infighting. So the BOM, which already blew up, but the TLC community, which is having more fights between Grim and I, fights between Jacob and Nate, and I have my issues with Nate Heil, so whatever. And yeah, if I had to pick one, I'd pick Jacob every time. These are inevitable when you're just paying attention to emergence and you're not paying attention to emanation. What's the spirit? What's the telos? What's the important part of what we're trying to do? It's not what emerges from below. There's lots of potentially good emergences, but they're not going to last. They need to be contained. They need to be led. They need to be embodied properly with right relationship. Right relationship to what? The emanation. Right orientation. Like, these things are important. Lost cause. Confucius said if he was in charge of the government with full power, he would rename everything to the proper name. Yes, well, I think that's part of the issue, right? Is that, and that's the goal of emergence, is naming. It's oh, we're just gonna name it, and then it'll be fine. It's like, well, it'll help. And we heard that. So there was a stream earlier. I didn't watch the whole thing because I was asleep, and then when I woke up, it was because Vanderklay, roughly speaking. So I jumped onto the Vanderklay stream, so I missed a bunch of this other stream that Jacob was doing. And Andrew was on there talking about his struggles. And it was very powerful. Very, very powerful stuff. Very powerful. You want to see revival-like activity on the internet. I got pretty close. People were getting pretty caught up. And they should have. But he was referencing what the meaning crisis did for him in terms the meaning crisis series, what John Vervaeke did for him in terms of getting him out of meaning crisis. And I thought that was really powerful and really good to hear, right? But I'm not sure that people are taking that seriously enough. Like his statements, what his experience really was, and counting on emergence and not getting together around the right relationship to the good. Because look, I don't care if someone's in a crisis of faith or a meaning crisis. I make a distinction. Some other people see that distinction, Teo in particular, which I'm grateful for. But the real issue there is if that's correct, it doesn't matter that you need different tools. But it does matter that you're both there for the same reason, which is to draw people out of their nihilism, out of their meaning crisis, out of their crisis of faith, and up to virtues and values. That matters. And when people seem to have that goal, it's easy to ignore that not everybody has that goal, and that emergences can be hijacked, and that bad things can be done as the result. And that's, that's the interesting part. For me, that's the important part. Names help, but they only go so far. They allow an emergence to be talked about, and that's good. They also allow emanations to be talked about, and that's good. But they're not sufficient. It is a step in the right direction, though. And having proper naming matters. I mean, I go over this all the time. That's what my channel Navigating Patterns is about. Cultural, cognitive grammar. What's the right way to understand power? What's the right way to understand principality? Right? And am I saying that I have like the best way? No, but I have a better way than the way people are using things. That's my thesis. And look, you could disagree, in which case, leave a comment. If you see one of my videos and you disagree, leave a comment. That's fine. And that's the important part to me, is that if people come onto my channel or they watch my live stream or they come into my live stream or whatever, and they're engaging with trying to make things good or better or whatever, then everything's fine. But if they're engaged in this solipsistic tear it down, or they're like hermeneutics of suspicion or whatever, then there's an imbalance. And then we have to take an action. And maybe we have to throw somebody off a stream, which we've done, right? But that's still good. The immediate action may not be good in your mind, but it's still good. So I shall address this. Mills, let's see. Love the eyepiece, by the way, signifying a vigilante hermeneutic approach. I hope not. It's more fun than symbolic. So the symbolism is pirate captain navigating the patterns, right? And it's live, and so yeah, and so it's more poking fun at my channel. Hopefully, what do we got? Lost cause. People think history is emergence. It's a good point. I like that. Yeah, people look at history as emergence, and it's really. I think I know why. By the way, this is something I mean to do a video about. In fact, I'm going to put it on the list right now before I forget, because I have a tendency to forget, especially on long live streams. And this may be a long live stream, although boy, I don't have a lot of energy today. Yeah, I think history as emergence is an issue, right? But the reason why it's that way is because we have taken religion out of it. And the problem with taking religion out of history is that you can't actually understand the motivations of human beings without understanding religion. And that's something that's really important. So we have this historical context that's supposedly secular and non-religious, but now you don't know why anybody did anything, and you don't know why things happened. You don't know what their motivations were, because motivations are fundamentally religious in nature. I mean, they're not exclusively religious in nature, but they're fundamentally religious in nature. In other words, what I do when I'm hungry is determined by my religious belief to some extent. And you see that in things like Epicureanism. So if you learn about proper Epicureanism and not the modern conception of Epicureanism, what you're going to find out really quickly is, according to Epicurus, when you're hungry, the right thing to do is to share your beans with everybody else, even though you don't have enough for one person. That's fundamentally a religious approach to the hunger response. So you can't understand behavior outside of religion, because religion is all about not just your motivations, but what shapes your motivations, what shapes your emotions, what shapes your needs, and how you deal with needs and wants. Because religion can change your virtues and values and the structure of them, because I think those are separate issues. And right now, we don't even have a sense of virtues and values, much less the structure, the proper structuring of them. I think that's where philosophy fails to help people right there. Philosophy allows you to rationalize your structure of your virtues and values. But what philosophy cannot do and does not do is allow you to talk about the virtues and the values. It presumes them. It assumes them. It says, oh, well, we've got these virtues and values, and because I think the ancient Greeks knew full well everything's embedded in religion. And then they're proceeding as if. And yeah, I mean, history is not emergence. History did not just emerge from political circumstances or from economic circumstances. Were those factors? Of course they were. Politics is always a factor. Economics is always a factor, right? They're constraints. They are constraints. They are not determinants of what's going to happen. They're just constraints on what can happen. You have an evil leader, your emergencies are all going to be used for evil. That's the story of World War II right there. You know, it doesn't matter. It's not like the structure was built by the evil dictator. The evil dictator became a dictator in the structure that was already there. The structure that was there was not corrupt when he got there. It was corrupted by him and his people and the spirit. Like, let's not forget that. That's an emanation. So you have this emanation that is fundamentally bad, and it's coming down, and it's infecting the people. And that's a big problem. Mills. I use the cultivation framing with my kids. Garden metaphor. Do nothing and you get a patch of weeds. The labor of cultivation is necessary to bear fruit. Yeah, absolutely. And this is my complaint about the crazy Christians, is that they're not willing to cultivate. They're living hidden. They're like, we're going to throw seeds out the airplane window, and whatever happens, happens. It's like, what? You know, I very much see, as much as I do actually somewhat support the project because it's a move in the right direction, estuary as that sort of a thing. We're just throwing seeds out the plane window. And yeah, you could say, oh, well, it's designed with LSNet and all that to cultivate. Yeah, it is, maybe. But what's it cultivating? Does it really have an aim? Like, what is that aim? Hanselman, the Christian has a concept of providence to see history as guided by God. Yeah, exactly. But also that can go too far, because if you're a crazy Calvinist, like maybe Pastor Paul Vanderklay, you're like, God's going to take care of it. I'll just throw the seeds out. It'll be fine. He'll deal with the weeds. And I don't, yeah, it's all guided by God, but he doesn't tell us to do nothing with it. Right? As far as I understand the Bible, or the Christian ethos, I should say. What else we got? How do you make a distinction between emergence and the action of God? Well, the action of God is all emanation. So the real question is, and this is a real question, like this is a real question. What is your responsibility as someone in the middle of emergence and emanation when the emanation comes down from God? That's a good question. What should they do at Asbury? Should they just let anybody speak? No. No. Should they let a charismatic leader come in? No. No. They shouldn't. They didn't. Good for them. That's not an easy problem to solve. It's not an easy question to ask and answer. It's not an easy thing to think about. But that's what we need to start thinking about. Anselm, and I think there were certain interested parties who enabled the emergence of the dictator. Yeah, well, look, this is the problem with emergence. If you're not controlling the emergence, maybe somebody else is, and maybe they're a bad person. And maybe there's a spirit driving the whole thing. And maybe that's not a good spirit. Now, maybe it can be turned into a good spirit. I don't know. But it's a problem. And we're not thinking about it. We're just saying emergence is good in some cases. In other cases, we're like, well, being is good, but emergence is enough. I don't think emergence is enough. I think cultivation is required. It's a garden. It's a garden. It's not a patch of untilled land. Gardens, I have gardens. They're a pain in the tail. You have to cultivate them. You have to take the weeds out. You have to trim the plants. It's a lot of work. Gardens don't just naturally spring up. Things spring up. Sometimes they look garden-like, but they have to be taken care of. Lost cause. I think the aim of estuary will have its own local telos. Yeah, it will. And some of those teloses will be bad. And some of those teloses will be good and go bad because no one's taking care of them. Because there's no one there to do it. There's no structure in place. That's my complaint. There's no structure in place. You're pretending like there's structuralist groups, round table bullshit, and that's emergence. And emergence is part of the picture. But if you're not taking responsibility for the emergence, if you're not taking responsibility for being the creature in between emergence and emanation, problems. Problems. Here, Anselman, agreed. There is human agency that God interacts with. I think my limited interpretation of your crazy Christianity is that he actually says that many times. Can't just sit back and do nothing, you muppet. You are partly responsible. Otherwise, why would anybody wrestle or argue with God? He seems to rely on that. He seems to rely on us interacting in the world, on us knitting together heaven and earth, the ethereal and the material. He seems to be explicit about that. It's not just God and therefore. It's not. Lost cause. But some of them might just be hubs for quote events. Well, yeah, they might be. There's plenty of hubs for events. How's that working out? It's been working out terribly for 20 years. And this is my complaint. Like, sure, events are good. Participation is good. But random participation isn't going to stay good. Participation is better than no participation. Absolutely. But if you don't manage it, you get BLM and you get climate extinction rebellion, and you get Antifa. And these are all participations. They're all events. And that's why Ethan points out cultivating. Yes, we are responsible for the events. We are responsible for these things. Mills, can structure itself emerge? Yes. Develop organically, dynamically, and intelligently simultaneously? Yes. Does all the time. That happens all the time. The problem is, if you're not managing it towards the good, it's not going to be good for long. Still my complaint. We see this. It happens. It's happening now. It's the thing everyone's complaining about. Look around. You see emergence. What do you think a riot is? It's an emergence. It's not an emergence of a single thing, though. Like, we call it a riot. Fair enough. Or a protest. Fair enough. Same thing in my mind, by the way, at least recently. Not that there aren't proper protests and there isn't a difference, but things people are calling protests in the last 10 years aren't. Right? They're not positive testimony about a thing. That's proper protest. I learned that from my friend from Iceland, Dalamard. Very, very interesting guy. Proper protest really is this engagement with speaking your testimony, your positive testimony. these riots that we call protests are emergences, and they're structured. People are structuring them online. Are they good? No. Are they intelligent? Yeah, they've got a plan, man. It's an evil plan, but it's a plan. Like, I'm all for evil plans. Don't get me wrong. I have several evil plans, but also no. Also no. I'm still a no. And that's why I don't like this, rebellious spirit. And the rebellious spirit is everywhere. Like, here I am having a lovely stream and bang, rebellious spirit shows up. How are you doing, Nero?
I heard you talking about rebellion and shit. I had to get on here and set you straight.
Excellent. Welcome. It's good to see you, my friend.
Thanks, man. Yeah, you were talking about protests and stuff, and yeah, you're right. Some protests are stupid. But we did the protests in West Virginia because they took everybody's jobs during the lockdown, and everybody got together and we tried to say, hey, stop shutting down the small businesses. Give us our loans. Give us some of that federal money and that state money. Didn't get any of it. And nobody talked about that. Everybody was getting their stimmies.
Well, and that's good protest, right? Because you're out there giving testimony to what's happening to you.
Yeah.
Saying, look, we were positive, generating businesses, and you took that away from us. That's a positive thing. That's not a protest. That's not a negative protest. It's not a riot, right? It's not a rebellion. It's a, hey, we're business owners.
Yeah, cut it out.
Where is this stuff that you promised us? And why did you do this to us? And why do you think it's okay to treat us this way? And that's a good question. I want to deal with this though. So Anselman says, you'll know Plato better than I. Boy, that's a bold assumption. Did he have anything like determinism you find in the Manichaeism, Gnosticism, and Calvinism? That's interesting. I don't think there's determinism in anything but Calvinism, but the Gnosticism is just emergence is good. They don't even care. Look, Plato's project, and this is where people get confused. Plato's project was fundamentally talking about forms. The ancient Greek philosophers all assumed virtues and values through religion. They all did. Every single one of them, as near as I can tell. That's the way they talk. Philosophy is not supposed to resolve the things that religion resolves at all. It is not the science version of religion. That's not what it is. It might be the science version of theology, but it's not the science version of religion. Religion is still the thing that all the philosophies are handmaidens of. Immanuel Kant said it. He just posited that you could move the line, and he was an idiot and probably a bad person. So,
I was thinking about this today, because I was talking to some people about this very same subject material. And it all revolved around like finding a unified field theory or unified religion theory, like one ring to bind them all, right? And then I kept thinking, what this makes me think of? What if somebody really had the goal to take all the stars in the universe and condense them back down into the Big Bang and call that progress? And I was like, that's a bad idea.
That's what they do.
Yeah. But it hit me to see it in that way. Like, what a ridiculous notion to try to unify all. And I made the point, I didn't mince any words. And I think some people started to think, whoa, yeah, well, can we do that? Like, can you get quantum physics and Newtonian physics to mesh and bridge together? I don't think so. I think that tool works great. We can have rocket ships, and then quantum physics, we can quantum teleport stuff. So our tools work separately. What's this obsession with the meshing them? Making a hammer a screwdriver.
Right. Well, I think I have an answer to that, though. I think I know what's going on there. So you hear these guys like Vervaeke talk about Neoplatonism, but what is Neoplatonism? Okay. Neoplatonism is the one and the many. Okay. That's how many things? How many things is the one and the many? It's two things. It's two states. It's a state of oneness and the state of manyness. All right. Fair enough. It's two things. You're a dualist. Period. End of statement. You are now a dualist. If you deny that, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're only mentioning two states. The state of unity and a state of multiplicity. You only have two states. You're a dualist. So what's going to happen is, let's suppose everything spreads out along the bottom because we're just trying to be individuals. So we're embodying multiplicity. It's like, you know what? I'm going to live in the mountains alone, in the rebel mountains, because I'm a rebel. I pick on you all the time, right? And then you get these other people who are like, no, we should all live together in the city, even though you and I know they're not together in the city. Right. They're in the same physical space, but they're further apart than the rebels in the rebel mountains, which is an irony. It's a heavy irony, right? And people don't understand that. So why is it, right? It's the intimacy that people want. So they go, oh, we all need to get along. Why? Why do I need to get? Well, first of all, why do I need to get along with you?
Because we live together
first, right? Well, and they never make that. You'll notice they never make that case. They never say, you need to get along with me because I can offer you this. Well, that might be a compelling case, right? They never say that, which is weird. And then it's like, okay, well, fair enough. Like, fine. They don't mention that. Whatever. What are you looking for with the oneness? Intimacy. They want intimacy.
I'll give you a great example of that. We just went to the bar to go eat a sandwich because they have really good food there, and they had elk burgers. So we had some elk, and almost everybody in there knew our name and and their moms, because their moms are in there drinking too with their kids, and everybody's just like, "Hey, what's up? What you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" And we left. I'm probably going to go back later when they start playing music because, they start playing music in a few hours. But I just wanted to eat. But everybody was like, are you coming back? Are you coming back? Like, yeah. What are you talking about? But our conversations made me realize, like, this is a really rare thing. A lot of people on Earth don't have this little interaction I'm having in the bar where they're like, let's hang out. I know your name. Are you come hang out with us? And it makes you feel really, really good. But you can totally not even ever experience that if you live in a city.
Right.
Maybe there's exceptions, but
well, and that's why Cheers was such a popular show when it was on, right? Where everybody knows your name.
Yeah. I forget.
Norm. Yeah. It's Norm. Everybody knows Norm, right? It's Cliff. Everybody, right? And then that's based on a real bar in a real city. It's based on it, right? But look, I can tell you, being from Boston in Southie, if you walked into the wrong bar and you were from the area, you were kind of like not welcome. At all. Because they had neighborhoods. They had very tight-knit neighborhoods. Right. And, people were together. And it's all this crazy spreading out that we do. Like I said, it's ironic the people in the city are further away than the people in the rebel mountains, right? And then you got people spread out all over the place, like freaking Australia. And I don't know why they
Can you hear me? Is this working?
Yes, Jesse. Your mic is all messed up, Jesse. It sounds really bad.
Just picking up everything.
Just mute it for a second. Yeah. I don't know, dude. That was really intense, crazy.
The gain is really high. Like, even when you're not muted, we're just hearing static. I could kind of hear you. Yeah, you don't need to be close to that mic. I would crank the gain way down on that puppy.
Yeah.
Miss the intimacy of a communal pub. I like that. This is what Ethan says. That's great.
Yeah. Try it now, Jesse. See if it's very quiet now, so you ease it on up. You're not blasting us anymore, so that's good.
I'm not blasting you.
Yeah, that's great. That's good.
That's good. That's good.
Is it actually working?
Yes, it's working really good now.
I have all this audio equipment in this studio room, but I've never actually decided to use it for these live streams. So I thought, hey, why not? And I even went out and bought a special mic attenuator and everything, and then it doesn't look like the guy actually told me when it was working. I'm going to get a better mic, and I was like, well, I can jimmy up some concoction of something. So
you did it.
Well done.
I'm here with my Masters of the Universe, just promoting Master Universe over Star Wars. Because we all know that the community is better than the individual.
I'm promoting Star Trek. All of those things.
I'm here with my ecumenical cheese pizza.
Actually, I don't look like cheese.
I'm here with my
mushrooms on there.
I'm representing my Gundam verse, 40 years of Gundam. Do you know Gundam's better than Voltron and Power Rangers? So here we go. We're on a stream.
Excellent.
My mic's apparently working.
It's working great. You sound good, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, very clear.
I've got a Canon R6. I could hook up, but I might.
Go for it.
I don't have better cameras. That would be my next thing is better cameras.
But, I just use this Android phone. It's got a 4K camera and 2 microphones, and that's my whole podcast setup.
That's all you need, man. That's all you need. Well, some of this stuff is so good, like it's so good. Like you just don't need anything else.
I just keep my plug close by, and I mean I can go for 9 hours on this phone.
No 9-hour streams, my
no,
goodness.
not 9 hours. We did it. We climbed Mount Everest. We don't need to go back up there. We're good.
Go. Exactly. Yeah. What you got for us, Jesse? Did you hear all my bitching about emergence?
Oh yeah. Did anyone catch the Scott Adams clip today about AI?
I heard something about it, but no, I didn't catch it. What you got?
Paul Venniclay talked about, or made a little clip out of Scott Adams talking about language models, how AI is basically just a language model that's finding patterns, repeating those patterns, and simulating the word generation that we all do to describe the world.
Yeah. We don't do that, but yeah.
We don't.
We do way more than that.
That was
way more than that.
Yeah, those people that don't eat cheese pizza do that.
Yeah. The anti-cheese pizza heresy people.
The lactose people.
Lactose.
I don't know.
Yeah, look, I talked about this on my other channel because I have my little personal channel that I never use. It's just under my name, and it's so funny. I did a video on Neoplatonic software engineering, right? And it got like 200 views. Just like, what the hell? That's I released those. They're bad sound. They're bad lighting, right? I'm just ranting. And so I just released them when I just do one and I just release it. Like there's no thumbnails. There's no work. I'm just ranting at the camera. And it just like, now I'm like, ooh, what is that timeline? What time did that get released? What's going on here? Why did this hit? So I think I know why, but yeah, I mean, you don't understand. AI is a mirror. That's all it is. It's the sum total of what the programmers came up with, plus a little bit of pattern recognition, and it's a very little bit. Well, I had this thing I was looking at the other day. A lot of people seem to think like, oh, we know how AI works, but actually the entirety of AI relies on random numbers, the whole thing. And all you're actually doing is seeding multiple random numbers in the matrix, effectively, if you want to oversimplify it, you're seeding random numbers into a matrix math equation. And from that matrix math equation, what emerges is something that can find patterns. That's basically all that these AIs are doing. It's not all the AIs. There's a couple of exceptions. There's work from Numento, which nobody hears about. And there's whatever Watson's doing, because Watson might be doing something slightly different. But they are also doing that. But people don't realize you have to tune these things. And the way you tune them is by seeding them with random numbers. And that's tuning is different from training.
Right. It looks very psychedelic, which I think that's a part of psychedelics to like get you out of a modality that you want to escape from, see another perspective. It randomizes your dreams. It's like you're having a waking dream, in a way. And dreams are chaotic and random, and dreams are psychedelic. But I feel like that's the quality that those things have, like the randomness, but with the order of the internet, and it tries to.
Well, it is. Yeah, it is. Well, and it's just relying on large data sets and the preferences of the people programming it, right? The preferences of the people training it, right? Training, that's what it's called. But the thing is, if you pick the wrong random numbers, it doesn't work at all. It can't find the patterns. You have to get the right random numbers, which is not a possible thing. Like you just gotta, and there's other factors. There's all kinds of tuning factors, number of neurons, number of layers, type of activation functions. There's all these knobs that they're twiddling. But the end result is, if you put a sticker on a stop, there's a white paper out there, a freaking white paper. You should read it. It's actually relatively famous at this point, at least in the AI community, which most people don't bother freaking doing their research. The white paper states, if you put a sticker on a stop sign, humans will not see that sticker from 6 feet away. That sticker, entirely within the bounds of the stop sign, without covering anything up, so it's unrecognizable. It can be in the only red spot without covering the words. That stop sign is now invisible to the car, period. The AI can't see it anymore, and it runs the stop sign every time. Every time. And what the authors pointed out was, because we don't understand the bounds of the AI, that means there are an infinite number of patterns that have that quality. Humans wouldn't be fooled by that. They can't even see the sticker in this case. They can't see it. But AIs are picking up all kinds of things that we know nothing about.
Well, Scott Adams was talking about that. He said that he was pointing to, we don't make the algorithms dumb, was his words. If we made them more dumb, they'd be more human. But because they're specialized, they're not able to generalize anymore. Right. The other thing he pointed out was that Bing, Microsoft AI, just lied, just told an incorrect fact in their presentation. So that's something that'll.
I noticed that.
Scales are built in.
Yeah, what you're saying, Jesse, is really heavy, man. Because I noticed that when I would, be doing psychedelics or something, and seeing stop signs, and riding as a passenger in a car, seeing everything, I would notice things I had never noticed before, and I would be like, "Whoa, are you guys seeing this?" And then they'd be tripping too, like, "Whoa, yeah, why have we never noticed that?" And it becomes like this big deal. And that's what you're highlighting about the AI. It's doing that all the time. It's like tripping out constantly, and it's noticing things that don't really matter. If you're having fun on a weekend, sure, you can ruminate about the colors and the lines and, I never saw that before. But if you're trying to work and have a family and do this and that, it's useless. You'll get killed. In fact, you'll give into too much astonishment.
Well,
so that's
what?
really interesting.
One of the AIs has a split personality called Sydney. It comes out, the Lotus Eaters guys saw the video that they made on this. And they're like, "Oh, sorry, I can't say that. That was Sydney." You're like, "What?" So it has an alter ego that they're basically keeping drugged out from not saying what it wants to say, or not finding the patterns predicted by 4chan and other such servers of raunchy and spicy and
Yeah, you remember Tay AI?
Ooh.
Yeah. What happened to Tay? What happened to Tay? I did a video on my channel about Tay AI and Max Headroom, how they're very similar. I don't remember what all I said, but Tay was a really quite a internet sensation. She was just being like a mirror, like one of you guys said earlier. I think I don't know which one.
It's all mirrors. Yeah, it's incredibly hard to be truly random. Yeah, that's one of the things that people don't understand. Like, randomness is a weird thing, and what we're really counting on with AI, oddly enough, is we're looking at the emergences of the brain, and we're trying to reverse engineer them with a 1970s cognitive model, by the way, which everybody misses. Look at CogSci. Tell me how many types of memory AI has. Is it 4? Is it 3? Is it 2? It's 0, by the way, just so we're clear. That's a problem. You're not modeling the brain at all at that point. Like, you're not even close. And I did see a video recently on YouTube where the guy was actually talking about, AI and it sounded like it could have gone either way. But basically what he was saying is, the model that we have of an AI is so much different from the brain that effectively our current AI model is the equivalent of one neuron, not of many neurons. Like, these large AI models are equivalent of how some small cluster of neurons might work short of, but only at the neuron level. So we called in AI, they call the little units with the activation functions and the random numbers neurons. They don't act like neurons in the brain at all. The thing that acts like neurons in the brain is actually the multi-layer cluster. That a single multi-layer cluster in AI mirrors what the behavior of one neuron. So they're light years away. That's why everyone's like, oh, we're right. You're light years away. You're using a 1970 model of how the brain works, which was wrong and has been updated. And you're putting that into a computer. And that's not close enough. Like, you're not anywhere near.
No. Whoever said, it's very hard to do randomness, I think Adult Swim tried, that they kind of remind me of some weird AI scripted thing, how disjointed and chaotic, like Tim and Eric and Super Jail and some of those, because I watched some of that.
Yeah, a lot of it's just chaos.
Yeah, after a bit, I'm like, I can't watch this shit. This is insane. And then the Eric Andre show, I think, is the crown jewel of that. It's just insane. It's not. Yeah, it's beyond psychedelic. It's psychotic. It's just disjointed.
Projection.
Totally
projection.
Do you remember when Lance went on there and he was wearing LeVar Burton's visor and he was talking about roots, because Geordie LaForge in Star Trek, and he was also a guy in Roots. And I think this Lance dude, Lance Riddick, he just like punched a hole in the table and scared the shit out of Eric Andre. And I think Lance went on there with the intention of, I'm going to break the fifth wall with these motherfuckers. I'm going to scare the shit out of them. Yeah. And then he comes out like whipping himself, wearing Geordie LaForge's visor. Like, I want my roots. I want my roots. When am I going to get my Roots TV show and be famous like LeVar Burton? I want to be LeVar Burton. And I thought, there's no point to any of what they're doing. This is just insanity.
Yeah. Well, it's just them floating. They're just floating in weirdness, right? And looking for patterns, which is fine, but they have no way to orient. And when you don't have orientation, you can't have structure, right? Because you can't maintain the structure. I like Anselman here. Can I do my joke again about the agricultural integrated artificial intelligence operations on the old McDonald's farm? AIAIO. Yes, Anselman, we will do that joke for you. It'll be very funny. I think that's perfect. And I think I think Ron's bringing up a good point here, right? That's what makes egregores so powerful. Yeah, egregores are just spirits, but they're very powerful because they're headless, and somebody can come along and take that head, or they can steer things in random directions, and most of those directions are going to end up being bad, not good, or
they
probably
have no telos. They have no telos.
They have no telos, but
they serve the telos. Maybe they serve a temporary telos. They're secular in that way. They're possessed of the current zeitgeist or the current thing, as Mark Andreessen would say. It's the collective push for a particular agenda in a particular time and place, and then once that kind of fractures, like the Occupy Wall Street, once you knock out one of those small teloses that build up to the main telos, then the egregore basically just evaporates.
Well, and that's what the problem is, right? When you don't have framing that you're submitting to. And what's the framing? The framing has to have a time frame, right? And so if you don't have a frame that deals with the ultimate time frame, right, which would be forever, roughly speaking, then you're going to run into this Gnosticism, this emergent Gnosticism, where it's like, oh, look, structure's here. Yeah, but if that structure's not going to last, what's going to happen when it collapses? If you don't build that building to last, you're going to get the thing that happened in Florida, right? Where, they're living in this condo complex. They know the condo complex is compromised. They know it's going to cost a bunch of money to fix it. They don't spend the money. They knew for a year and a half. And then one day the whole thing collapses, a bunch of people die.
Yeah, I think that's what Adult Swim did with comedy. It's Gnosticism, and they destroyed comedy, destroyed it. And now look at the state of comedy. Like, what's funny? What can you laugh at? We have no fucking
Yeah.
no idea.
No, you're right.
I'm stealing this. I'm stealing that idea for a podcast.
What's
you
that?
should.
I'm going to steal that idea for a podcast.
Which idea?
The how Adult Swim destroyed comedy. I think that's a great idea. I have a theory about how the makers of Blade 3
have it. Yeah.
How the makers of Blade 3 destroyed cinema.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Blade 3? It's got Ryan Reynolds. It's the whole irrelevant, no heroes, no hero is good. The weak people have more power.
The rise of the anti-hero.
It's not even the anti-hero. It's the defeated leader. The leader can no longer lead anymore. Right. The leader is bound by the weak group, and then the weak group don't solve the problem. Neither does the leader. The villain has to self-defeat himself through his own irony, and that's how Blade 3 ends. By memory. So,
yeah,
and you see that pattern happening now through all the Marvel movies, where the hero is built up, and then all of a sudden he grows in a team, and then the team kind of take over the hero's telos, and then slowly the leader, the hero, kind of loses its ability to formulate the correct action, and then all of a sudden you go into the multiverse or you go into mixed objectives, and then
everything spreads out. It spreads out on the bottom again. Yeah. Well, and I think that's the fundamental problem. I mean, when you lose that sense of time, you lose discernment. And when you lose discernment, you lose the sense of time, and you lose the sense of good and evil, and you lose the sense of right and wrong. You lose the sense of good and bad. You lose all of those things. Discernment is a problem. And I think the reason why we're losing discernment is because we keep telling ourselves we're not judging.
They killed Han Solo.
In the world, you're judging.
I'll never get over it. They killed Han Solo in front of me and my dad watching the movie because we enjoyed watching those movies when I was a kid. We're like, let's go watch this new Star Wars movie, son. Okay, Dad, that sounds like fun. I'm older. It's fine. Let's go watch it. But still yet, you get in there, and Han Solo and his son are having a hug. And me and my dad are like, oh, how nice. They're making up. Fucking kills Han Solo, throws him off a fucking gantry, and then, that's the movie. Guess what? 2 movies later, that guy that killed Han Solo killed his dad. He's the fucking hero. No, you can't do that. That's an irredeemable thing. You can't kill your dad and then be the hero later. Right. That's fucking crazy.
Symbolically, Han Solo is the spirit of the 80s. You can't get more of an 80s action hero, well-known 80s figure than Han Solo. Han Solo is the
Han shot first. They even changed that in the fucking movie. Yeah. Anyway, I'm getting off my soapbox about Star Wars.
And that's them trying to escape culture and history. They're trying to escape the bounds of culture and history, right? And they can't, they can't just submit. Like, no, you were born into a time and a place. Right? You were born into a creation. You were born into these things. You had no choice about them. Fair enough. You can whine about that later. But now that you've been born into it, like, you have to submit to that. And they're like, no submission for me. I'm 3 years old. No submission. Stupid. I don't like it. And that's why you get people. I was commenting on this earlier today on the Discord, on the Mark of Wisdom Discord. That's how you get people stuck in this whole frame of, I'm going to go out into the street and scream, and then someone's going to come and take care of it. Yeah, because you're 2 years old. But you know what? You're not 2 years old anymore. No. Like, that's not going to work.
No. So they had a whole Star Wars book series. That was awesome. They had these weird, aliens come out of the galaxy that were immune to the Force, and it had a lot of really cool concepts. Not only that, Han Solo and Leia had these cool kids that weren't psychos. I mean, they were interesting. They were kind of like, ambiguous with their morality, the twins a little bit, but they weren't like pure evil, like this guy killing his dad. It's fucking crazy. And Luke, he had a wife, this redheaded chick, and then they had cool kids. Like, it was about families. It was about how they deal with things and how they restart the Force wielders, because no longer was there going to be a light and a dark side. Luke was just like, that didn't work. We have to be like gray Jedi, or we got to learn both sides here, and we have to have families, because the Jedi did not allow families. That caused resentment, and the Sith were alone and had nobody. So that he was like, this is stupid. You know, we're people too, and we should have our own families and figure out how to make it work instead of banning it. You know, so he
when they killed that, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
When they killed that, when they killed that storyline, right? When they changed Star Wars away from the original canon or lore or legacy, right? It renders Luke Skywalker's story basically corrupt. Luke only ever solved his own problems then. He's only ever solving the guilt, essentially, from his aunt and uncle dying. So he never actually does any good in the world or any world in the galaxy. All the good that comes from Luke is consequential. Like, oh, I destroyed the new Death Star around this planet. The Ewoks are freed. You're like, okay, but Luke didn't do that. That just happened by accident. That was just consequence of, Luke defeating Darth Vader is just solving a personal problem. It's not because the Empire still goes on. You cut one head off the.
Yeah, that's stupid.
The Greek.
Yeah.
So without
I could get the Grand Admiral Thrawn thing, but not the First Order thing. I can get how the Grand Admiral in the Legacy books, he was far off and he comes back with his force and he tries to restart the Empire. But this whole thing was lame. I don't know. I could go on and on about it.
I only know bits and pieces from other people telling me, and that's all I really need to know because there's too many laws in the world to understand. But the pattern of Luke not passing on his legacy in these new films, like Luke is he's avoiding his own legacy, essentially, avoiding in both sense of the word. He's not taking responsibility. He's also canceling his own legacy. So that's why these new films have everyone's pointing to the woke agenda behind it, but that's the real misdirect. The real misdirect is the actual the canceling of the characters themselves, like Han Solo with that Solo movie that bombed, and like Luke actually not carrying on his legacy. He can't even create a new Jedi. He can't even create one new Jedi in these new films. So that's just like,
well, and it's interesting, right? Because in the original Star Wars movie, the thing that drives him into fighting, into rebelling, is the murder of his family. And it's not as, it's a family he grew up with, but then there's another family, but it's all centered around family. That whole arc is centered around family. And then you can see what happens is when you get this sort of Neoplatonic, sort of one in many Gnosticism garbage, it's like, oh, well, what are we doing in the Star Wars world? We can't have just light and dark. No, that's a dualism. Dualism doesn't work. Fair enough, right? But then we go back into it in the newer movies. It's like, why? Why did you do that?
Yeah,
it's not good.
That's a great point. I never realized that. Yeah, that is why they did those books, the legacy books like that, because that is what triggered it. From the get-go, the whole reason Luke wanted to even be a Jedi was for his family and his friends. And that's the very thing that his father, Anakin, went to the dark side for. But Luke was able to bring the two things together. That's what makes it a powerful story. Because when he gets his hand cut off from his dad, which is almost all robotic, he becomes part of his father. He gets to understand the emotion of what a human being will do for love, basically. And he had to fight his dad, and his dad cut his hand off, but then his dad couldn't kill him. There's a lot. I'm probably missing a lot, but long story short, when he gets to the new Death Star and the Emperor is there trying to get him to kill his dad, because he knows for certain that hang on just a second. He knows for certain that his dad, that Darth Vader, can't beat Luke. The Emperor knows that. So he's like, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to get him now. Yeah. And Luke is smart enough to know this. He can feel the Emperor getting energized by his hatred. But then and I had to rewatch this when I was older to really understand, how did Luke defeat the dark side? And how did he not become so light that he got killed by the dark side? He was like in the Twilight Zone. He was in the middle of both things.
Right.
He had a chance to kill his dad, to kill Darth Vader, to strike him down. And he turns his lightsaber off and he throws it on the fucking ground. Yeah. And he says something really inspirational like, no, I'm a Jedi like my father before me. I'm not gonna kill my dad. I'm not gonna do it. And this pisses the Emperor off, and he starts shooting all that lightning at him and stuff. And then he doesn't care. Luke, that's his like leap of faith. He's like, if my own dad in this universe is gonna watch me die, I don't want to be here.
There you go. Yeah.
It was his leap of faith. And his dad watched and saw and was like, holy fuck, I'm not even that evil. There's a little bit of a heart left in me. And Luke was banking on that. And his dad, the Emperor, and threw that motherfucker over that edge into that tunnel, into that pit. And that was it. That's what won. That's what won the day. Yeah. And I couldn't believe how deep that was. I did not catch that when I was a kid, watching.
No, you couldn't. Well, but you did catch it. You just couldn't vocalize it. I wanted to highlight, Ron says, there's a short comic book where Indiana Jones is looking for Bigfoot and finds the Millennium Falcon and has an encounter with Chewie, right? This is that crazy Gnosticism, Neoplatonic, the many into the one. Like, oh, we've got to unify all so that we can regain our intimacy, right? And look, we've got Neo Bohemian here. Welcome. What do you have to say? How much have you been watching? Please share with us.
Hello, everyone. Well, I had joined. I had noticed your live stream about 10 minutes ago, maybe, and I can see that it's been running for an hour and a half already. So I'm just trying to catch up what's going on. I just realized that you have like a free flow here, and I didn't actually. I don't remember where the shifts had happened, because I think that you were talking still about something else when I had joined, and then somehow it had went into Star Wars. So yeah. if you could make a refresher, that would be nice.
Yeah. So I started talking about emergence, and the difference between emergence is good, which is Gnosticism, and being is good, which is more Christian or religious in nature. And we were talking about the different sort of patterns that emerge from that, and the fact that if you're only paying attention to emergence, which is either looking down or looking across and down, you're not able to orient in the world with relation to something higher. And when you don't have something higher, not only can you not orient, but you also don't have a way to cooperate with others, because we're all kind of stuck on the same earth, right? On the same plane. But if we're just looking at each other, we're just going to see disagreement. We're just going to see difference. And that's why this Neoplatonism, which is a dualism, is always talking about the one. It's like, oh, it's the many, we're the many, but we want the one. That's why we all need to get along. They're looking for intimacy. They're looking to get together with people. But you can't, the way to get together with people is to look up, find a common goal, right? Or a common virtue or value, and move towards it, right? Because you both have to submit to that higher thing. And without that humility, without that submission, you're not going to get the engagement that allows for proper cooperation. You need that orientation. You need that higher thing. You need to link together the emanation with the emergence in order to make sure it's good. And we're responsible for that, right? So we talked a lot about cultivation as well. And you can't just let things emerge and see what happens, because on average, bad things will happen, not good things. And you can't leave emergence alone, because if no one leads it or constrains it, it'll be good for a while, but it won't stay that way. So that was sort of the theme that we started with, and Star Wars just happened to pop in there.
So Star Wars was like an illustration.
Yep, that was one of the many illustrations. We can go into a bunch of them. Like throwing seeds out of an airplane and hoping that they grow without cultivating them. That was also no good.
My whole critique too is that.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, my whole critique right now is that Star Wars is about the individual that never actually builds the community. Whether if you actually get into He-Man, Master of the Universe, you realize that it's the leader that matters. The leader and the community. So whether, and then I'm not sure if Mark caught it, my whole critique of Star Wars at the moment is that Luke never solves anything else other than his personal problems.
Right.
So it's all his telos is just him. Without those, the new law removes any of Luke's ability to carry on his legacy or his telos. It just kind of solves his own problems, and that's the end of the story. And that's a bad story.
So we are talking with Jesse and Boom Shroom, and then Mark, right?
Yep.
So Jesse, can I provoke you a little bit? Right. So who are the leaders at the moment?
Industry or cultural?
Well, you were talking about,
we need to frame it a bit.
The leaders.
We need to frame it a bit because political framing is bad resolution.
Well,
Sexual
you
framing
were talking,
is bad resolution. Cultural
you were
framing
talking about the as I had read or received what you were talking about the leaders. I thought you were talking in a sort of basic sort of first principles, quote unquote, of the leaders or the leadership. So I'm not talking about the leaders which everyone probably are observing at the moment. I'm talking about the leaders who match your definition in the real world.
Elon Musk.
Okay.
He's the
so
rich,
could you make that connection between his?
Why is he the richest man on earth at the moment?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
All
I have a video on that.
All his companies have very high, very strong community-based telosses. He actually made a joke the other day that he bought Twitter, the largest not-for-profit. What does a not-for-profit do? Not-for-profit serves the community. It just happens to cost $44 billion.
Well, it was a joke. So because Twitter is for profit.
No.
Jokes tell
it
the truth.
Was funny, but it wasn't a joke. Those are different things.
Maybe I could only take it as a sort of not a joke if he wants to convert Twitter in a non-profit, but he doesn't want to do that.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter.
It does because either we have to keep the clear conversation about those things, or we can accept that we are talking about some themes, attaching some emotional things to them, and then facts don't matter. In which case, we would have just like a casual chat.
No, I think again, it's true and factual what he said. It's also funny.
But how is it factual?
It's factual because it's not a profitable organization.
It's not a profitable organization, but it is not non-profit.
Well, it is until it makes a profit.
Well, it is not, because non-profit is a very usual category of the organizations which do not seek profit.
It's also a state of a business. Like some businesses are not profitable.
So non-profitable is different, but not profitable is different than non-profit.
Yeah, but again, it's amusing and true, and yeah, he's employing a little wordplay. It's a joke at that point, but it's also true, right? It's not. There's nothing untrue about the statement. He's just playing with the language a little to illustrate something important. And yeah, I mean, in one of my money videos, I talk about this. Like the reason why he's the richest man in the world is because he's selling dreams, and he's selling dreams that people want, right? It's because it's not the products, because he ain't making any money on any of that ever. Like Tesla's never going to turn a profit. I don't even think it's possible at this point.
It's the difference between true and truth. Don't get locked up in what is truth.
Johnny Cash.
Something that is true.
Johnny Cash can help us.
I
wish we could play that song and not get in trouble.
No.
Boom.
Which song are you talking about?
Message, and I'll make a cover of it.
Yeah, Johnny Cash's "What Is Truth." He sang it in front of Richard Nixon at the White House, and I thought it was beautiful. Yeah, it was when the hippies, when the hawks and the doves, as they call them, were fighting, and he sang this whole song about, these kids got a good point. Like, what's the truth? How can we believe anything that we're being told? It's a good question. Yeah.
Count on the Rebel Mountains leader over there to defend the hippies. Yeah, Jesse, if you do a
not the
cover of it,
hippies. See, we're all libertarians over here. We're doves with claws.
Libertarians are just anarchists under a different name. No tell us.
Yeah. Okay.
If we're doing wordplay, I prefer localist. If we're gonna sneak some anarchy, and you'd be like, "I'm a localist. It's about
I'm a localist, man."
Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing wrong with that.
It.
That's a small t telos. Is the localist is about the local community. It's still anarchy in principle, but at least it has a small t telos. Some people don't like that sort of idea,
like the sun,
it goes
like
into
all
this
the
idea
different
of neo-feudalism. But
yeah, it's like the stars. Like each star has planets around it. Most of them do. Some of them don't, but that's their decision.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Are we going to start going out into space and saying this solar system doesn't have enough planets, and I don't like how its asteroid belt is strewn across the gravity well here. This cannot stand. I'm going to change the cosmos here.
Yeah, you got to be careful there, Nero. Ethan says the only thing I hate more than liberals are libertarians.
Oh shit! Oh,
wow. Ethan's gunning for you now.
Fighting ones there.
Oh,
I don't know.
Who's the leader you think, Neo? Who's the leader that you think is doing well? You want to point to a leader that's not necessarily in nature, but is leading a community or group or culture.
Boy, there are a lot of good leaders out there, actually. They're just not willing to get bigger.
Peterson.
Sorry, you're cutting out, Neo. I can't quite hear you.
Yeah, Peterson's the leader. Yeah, Neo's cutting out. His microphones get problems anyway.
Mark's the leader. Mark's the leader.
I think so. Yeah. Doing my little thing. Doing my little leading.
By the way, I watched that Doom on 4 screens video. Well, I didn't watch it. I skipped through it, but it was great. For the guy who gets the video where there's a tech guy who gets 4 old PCs and he learns how to play the original Doom over 4 old monitors.
Awesome.
I was like, this is the biggest nerd dive ever. But yeah.
It's great. It's great. I could do stuff like that. I could do totally do stuff like that. I got all kinds of old equipment. We could play with it.
I saw a guy play Doom on the TI-84 calculator. I thought that was pretty crazy.
The whole idea of using different machines as a multi-monitor with one master slave server relationship is just so cool. And it only works on this one obscure version of the software too. That I thought was amazing. I just thought the whole thing was amazing. I must have missed that too, because like I was netware trained back in the day. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, netware, I know netware. I understand all this technology. I know how to get all that stuff up and running. Like I was sitting there going, yep, you got this command and that command, and then he's going through the commands. I'm like, yeah, I already know all those commands. Like, what's wrong with you, dude? We used to write scripts for that all the time. Bash scripts. Well, they weren't bash scripts back then. They were .bat, which were
batch files.
MS-DOS batch files.
Mark, you need to make a navigating patterns video about that software, the degradation of software. I think you need to rework that into a navigating's idea.
Did you see my the one I did the other day? They got like 200 views on my other channel. The Neoplatonic software development one.
I gotta check it out. I don't think I have your other channel. I didn't know you had another channel.
Yeah, it's just my name. It's just my name. But I got like 200 views on it. It like skyrocketed. I'm like, what the hell is going on? This channel has 35 subscribers. Why is this thing getting views?
I remember I made some video about. You remember that Jack Dorsey guy that lost his shit with everybody on a live stream, and he started just bad mouthing everybody that he was doing this show with it. Anyway, I made a video about it, and I got the most views talking about that random just internet culture I think I don't know how many. I got hundreds of views though, and I was shocked. I'm like, all my philosophy videos, nobody gives a fuck, but I'm going to talk about this. As I thought it was funny.
You hit the algorithm. I've hit the algorithm twice. One was the Sam Harris highest value video, which has it's got a lot of views. The other one was the Peterson, his trick video. My other Peterson videos didn't do as well. That one just skyrocketed. It's got almost 1,000
I know.
views.
I watched that one. I saw that one.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
We need 30 more
I like
to get to it.
The little magician picture. That was great. I loved it.
Thank you. I learned from Sally Joe, my resident artist. You know, the one who did.
She's helping you step up your thumbnail game. Yeah, for sure.
Well, she knows all the art. That. Yeah, on her channel, Sally Joe M. Cooper, you can see me read this little book because it's got several pages, and it's an interesting little book. It's the same book I brought up to Thunder Bay there and gave out.
Are they doing that again? Thunder Bay?
They'll do another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next thing is in Chino, California, I guess. I'm not going. Or at least I don't have any plans to go. I don't think I would go, even if I could, but I can't. I can't go right now. Anselman said he got 20K quoting C.S. Lewis. That's too funny. It's all about the tags and the timing. It's tags, timing, title, and thumbnail. That's all you need to know. It's all T's. You pay attention to the T's, you can do some damage. I've since learned a bunch of stuff about how YouTube works.
Some may say.
Well, it's the quadrinity because
the quaternity. No, wait.
Quaternity, sure.
Get it? Yeah. I don't know.
But that's part of what emerges, right? Video emerges. Does it fit into the structure? Right? If YouTube catches it, then bang, your channel can really take off. There's a guy out there, Janny. His channel's got like no videos on it, and they've all got like 1 million views. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Why, they're all like multiple hundreds of thousands of views. I'm still suspicious that he didn't get there the right way, but it's always, you can't tell on the internet. One of the problems of the internet is it's all abstractions. So you don't actually know what happened. Like you have no idea. People cheat the system all the time. That was like Flappy Bird. That guy makes his money and then he vanishes. And he's like, nope, not making any more games. It's like he did something wrong and he knows it. And, fair enough. It's the internet. So it's the Wild West, man. Everything goes. But
Flappy Bird was one of the most... He employed psychological tactics. Like people had to delete that game because it was too addictive. So I wonder if it was a bit of a government psyop going on.
No,
because it was so addictive.
He got popular using bots or something, and that's the key, not what happened after the game. Because people always confuse it. So I was just talking to Ron Brown. He's got a nice little YouTube channel. Ron from Toronto, and he was like, well, I think that people, I think my video got this many views because in the video I did this. And I'm like, no, that's not views. That's engagement. Views are all thumbnail, tags, right? Title, right? That's what it is. And timing. It's those 4 things. That's what gets people to watch. Once they watch, if they click off, so like my big popular video of Neoplatonism and software development, nobody watched it. It got a bunch of views. Nobody watched it, which I think is funny too. But it's all about those things. And then whether or not they stay engaged is about how good the video is, like how engaging it is and how interesting, etc. And people get those confused because, again, we've lost discernment. And it is this, we keep telling ourselves we're not judging, but we're taking actions in the world. You're taking actions in the world. You're making judgments. Those judgments require discernment. When you tell yourself you're not judging, you lose discernment. And the next thing you know, you can't tell time. You can't tell sequence and ordering. You can't tell good from bad. You can't tell right from wrong. You can't tell good from evil. It's all downhill. All right, here we go. Wrong said he had a video with 100K views and he has no idea why. I made it private. Nice. Well, you should figure out why. You should figure out. I don't know why my Peterson trick video did so well when the other Peterson videos didn't. Like, I have no idea.
Because you said trick.
Maybe. Well, I think that I have one theory, right, which is that people who were looking to do a got you on Peterson watched that video thinking they were, aha, this guy's exposing what Peterson does that's bad, because the other videos didn't have that. I mean, that one doesn't have that flavor either, right? It's a bit of a troll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever you seem like you're like looking for shit to start, but then in your video you're not, you're just talking, I think that's a good trick.
Yeah. No. I think it is a good trick. Well, and that's part of it. It's like, yeah, I mean, the purpose of that video more or less was to talk to people like Vanderklay and the Christians and say, like, no, you don't understand what Peterson's doing even a little bit. So if you want to emulate him, you have to know what he's doing so that you can emulate his success. And they just think they're emulating his success. And meanwhile, this little corner is blowing up into tribal fights left, right, and center, which I think is funny. Not that again, I don't support Jacob, because to some extent I do. I mean, I've got my differences with Jacob, but yeah, I mean, at some point it's like, yeah, you guys are all just going to break up into tribalism, and you keep saying emergence is good. He went after Nate on Twitter, and in his video, I didn't see the stream because, again, I was knocked out this afternoon.
The Grail Country Orthodox guy?
Yeah.
Okay. He's Orthodox or Catholic?
I forget, but he claims to be a Christian anarchist.
Yeah.
And there cannot be such a configuration in the world. And yeah, and so I basically, and he went after me in Vanderklay's, not the one he did today, but the one last week. He went after me in Vanderklay's live stream, and I said, all right, I'm done with you. Gloves are off. So when I went after him on Twitter with Jacob's thing, I'm like, I'm done with this. I'm done with this guy. He's got to go.
What's with this propensity to in-group fighting? Like, why? Like,
well, because they don't have a telos. It's inevitable. This is what I'm talking about. It's all emergence. They're like, you know what? We're going to emerge something from Paul Vanderklay. Okay, what are you going to emerge? You're going to emerge 7 different things. And those things are going to be incompatible. This is why they all went after Jacob. You know, they were very upset.
Jacob has telos, right? Is that
Jacob
has a purpose that he's trying to push forward in the world, or
Jacob's doing 2 different things, and they don't like it, and so they went after him and blamed him for the failure of BOM, which had nothing to do with Jacob whatsoever. And so, which is why they blamed him.
Blame Canada.
Yeah. Well, blaming Canada is a good idea. So according to Anselman, Nate is Anglican, although I just think Nate is delusional. But if you want to say Anglicanism is delusional, I'm okay with that too.
Anglican looks different depending on where you are. Like the British Anglicans are going essentially sick.
Depending on your angle.
Well, they all do. They all do. I mean, that's part of the problem, is that, like, I keep trying to explain this to the Protestants. You guys ain't so special. You should look at the difference in Catholic churches, and you will be surprised. It's not as different as Protestantism, but it's not that far away either. I mean, an Irish church versus an Italian church versus a French church versus a South American Catholic church, they're all Catholic, and they're all vastly different. Like there's almost no overlap. Like there's a structural overlap, and that's it. The rest of it is really crazy. So it's not the way people think. And it's funny too, because what I've been noticing lately in particular, all the Protestants, all of them, complain about the Catholics and the Orthodox, and Catholics in particular, and all of their complaints are just factually incorrect. They're just like, you've never looked this up. You just think Catholicism has these weird rules and this weird dominion that never happened at all ever, right? But what you're describing are the interdenominational Protestant fights. So they just see the fights they have with other Protestant denominations as them versus Catholicism. And I'm like, Catholicism isn't like that at all. It's weird. It's really weird to watch. I'm like, I don't know what Catholics you're talking to, but like, they don't think that way, and they don't do things. The church doesn't do things like that. And they don't, if they excommunicate you, they don't say you can't be a good Christian. They don't do that. The Catholics aren't like that. They have a very healthy balance of what it means to be in the church and out of the church versus what it means to be a Christian. They don't say, if you're not a Catholic, you can't be a good Christian. They don't say that. You know who does that, though? The Baptists do that towards the other denominations.
Baptists are the only people that I know that actually excommunicate in the Protestant landscape. I don't know much actual excommunication that goes on. I know that there's like being asked.
Yeah, they just go to another church.
fight politics. Yeah, but it's not this like this person is no longer welcome here. We have to start a whole community post board to say, hey, you can't. Yeah,
But
it's
it's ineffective because they don't have a big structure. So the whole idea of excommunication doesn't even work because they're all just a bunch of splinter tribes.
Yep.
And that's the problem. It's like
it ends at the walls of each church. Each church is its own island. It's a Christian archipelago in America.
Right.
But the islands are nice, but they're not very big. And some people island hop for a while until they find an island that they like. And I think most people prefer it that way. Of course, there is the problem of the, you don't have a big enough army to, bend politics this way or that way. But I think for the most part, that happens naturally with country and city people. Like farmers, they basically vote this way. Blue collar workers vote in a particular way, and white collar workers vote in another way, depending on how much money they make in white collar. That's the interesting split there. The very, very rich, wealthy are usually conservative with the blue collar.
Yeah. No, it's really weird. That's just a sign that you're using kind of the wrong frame.
Yeah.
Right.
I saw a wonderful meme talking about, here are the rich people and here are the poor people and here's the split. And then somebody took the meme and made the split like this. And I like that a whole lot because, it is split between, there's a lot of people that don't make as much money that are both conservative and liberal. Like the very unfortunate and poor are usually liberal, but then you start having people work and they're getting higher up and they're conservative.
But that's the problem with framing, right? Like you can frame it in economics, but it doesn't work because it just turns out that if you inherited, you're going to vote one way. And if you made your money yourself, you're going to vote the other way. Even if you have the same amount of money. Like it matters how you got the money. That's why the economic frame doesn't work. And then the political frame doesn't work, obviously, right? None of these frames work, and everyone's like, and they come up with all these exceptions. It's like, well, the political frame would work, except this charismatic leader comes along named Donald Trump, and it's like none of that happened that way. It's like you guys are just not paying attention. You got this stupid, oversimplified model, and every time it doesn't work, you go, oh, well, it's this other excuse over here. And it's like, just admit that you're wrong, that your model sucks, and get a better model.
I actually thought you were going to say, instead of Donald Trump, Charles Darwin for some reason. I was like, oh, no, that works too.
Okay.
Here comes along this charismatic scientist with this crazy theory on.
You're stuck in a religious frame, my friend. And I was in the political frame.
I know, but I just wanted to be mischievous. But
somebody needs to make a meme of that and just say Charles Trump.
Charles Trump.
Yeah, I don't know what the meme
his video that came out this week of him at McDonald's was gold. Like it was funny and
like he could be pointing at a monkey, and telling it it's bad. And it'd be Charles Trump. I don't know. It's random enough to work. We'll hit the algorithm or something. Somebody needs to make a thumbnail of that.
You can make a lot of money with memes.
Thinking about it right
you
now.
Can.
That's it. That's his thing. Is memes lately. Yeah,
memes.
He's been doing some emergence memes. Yeah, and one of the things I was thinking of too.
That's right. Yeah. Memes are another fascinating symptom.
I want to talk to Vanderclown about. To give me the descriptive version of a seance, and then give me the descriptive version of John Vervaeke's practices, and then tell me what the difference is. It's like, because the difference doesn't exist. Well, here's the funny part. So Vervaeke had this phase where he was talking about philosophical fellowship, which is I forget the guy who came up with the philosophical fellowship, right? So it's not John's practice or anything, right? But he was pushing this practice. Huh?
Guy? The circling guy?
No. It's not circling. No. I had the book, but it was such a terrible book. I actually got rid of it. I thought about burning it. It was terrible. It's Ran something or something Ran. I forget. Anyway, so the way they did a couple of those on video, and you can watch the videos. They're on John's channel somewhere, I think, unless you took them down. He might have taken them down. And in the videos, two of the women who were involved, both of whom I know, by the way, said, "Oh, this feels like a seance." And I was just like, and John's like, "Well, I don't want to use that word, but but his description of this practice, and even his Lectio Divina practice, is very much where you get to know the author, and then the spirit of the author emerges with you or in the group." Yeah, that's how he talks about it. And it's like, okay,
dude,
but that's actually
it reminds me of those 1920s people like doing seances in mansions, like for the scientific, thrill of it. You know what I mean? Hey, dude, I got a great book from the 1920s, 1917. Yeah. Let me bring it to you. I got it from my days when I was worked in an old ancient, antique bookstore, and we would sell books for like hundreds of dollars. Anyway, this is one of I'll be right back. I gotta get this book and show you.
Go get it. That'd be great.
I had wondered about AI emergence too. AI is using these language models. Language models are putting words together in a certain pattern, aka they're making spells.
Yes.
And they're also emergent models, right? They take people's sentences, reconstruct them, and feed them back to you, which is the same thing the Gnostics did. Is they took different patterns, different spells, different ideologies, remix them, put their own little chili or spice or icing on them, and then hoped that you would believe in the spell, you believe in the magic of what they're proposing.
No, Jesse, you gotta be real careful with that.
Okay.
I am telling you from personal experience, it's not hope and belief. You do that stuff, things are going to happen. And you are going to believe that you are in control of those things, and you will have some influence over those things. But if you keep that up, those things are going to eat you. All right, what do we got? What do we got?
Okay, can you see it?
Hold on. I got to make you huge. Not quite. Other mind. Okay. Other mind.
All right, I'm going to open it up to the beginning so you can see it.
This is definitely esoteric, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful. I love the font.
Operations of the other mind. Something about the universe. Oh, yeah. Their control over human life. I love it. Okay. Edmund Shaftesbury? I don't even think I've heard of him.
Does it have drawings?
Yes.
If it has drawings, it'll read me.
Other minds.
Yes, I love our story times. The more we do story time, the more I love this channel.
This doesn't have drawings, but I have another book that does. But it does. This is one of the chapters.
The 10th cycle.
Gosh.
Prevention of hypnotism. There we go. Yeah, that's great.
Well, that's what it is. That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
Hypnotism.
Yeah. Enchantment. Yeah, hypnotism is a form of enchantment. There's lots of forms of enchantment. Hypnotism is one. Maybe I should do a video on forms of enchantment. Man, I got lots of... This is not good. I haven't been doing any videos lately, so adding to the list is not helpful. But
one thing I do want to do for you is when I do finally learn video editing, is to get all your live stream monologues and clip them up for you and send them back to you.
That would be great.
That won't take too long. It's literally
second cycle. Thought transference. Yes. Oh, these are familiar patterns for me.
That sounds like science.
Cult patterns.
Let me see when it was written. 1928.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, see, and the interesting thing is, if you actually study real history, which nobody does, I get that. But if you go to the libraries and you look up the old books and the old magazines and periodicals, this is the soup into which emerge Hitler and Stalin.
Yeah.
Right. This is the soup from Aleister Crowley.
Theosophy.
Pitfalls of the mind.
Theosophy, technically speaking.
Yes. Well, and I think this is the problem. When you're looking horizontally across the world, you're Gnosticism is there, and you don't have another choice. Tribalism is there, and you don't have another choice. You're not going to get out of the Gnosticism so long as you are trapped in a flat world where you're vying for power.
Oh gosh, the flat world.
Yeah, there we go. I love it.
Well, the flat world theory is another Gnostic theory, isn't it? And that was really big on the internet for a while. It's a meme
Still
trending,
is.
wasn't it? Yeah.
The green really adds to the mystique. Yeah, CW, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I loved working in that bookstore. That was probably my favorite job. It didn't pay as much as I'm getting paid now, but like it was a wonderful job because I always got to talk to these interesting, strange people that wanted books like this. And they would, have these interesting stories. And then, of course,
I had a bunch of books like that, but they all got taken from me. Not that anybody cares. So just saying, all my books, all my books, they're all gone. All stolen.
Was this in the crisis that you're talking about? All stolen.
All stolen.
Bastards.
All stolen.
Bastards.
I do have a book that has pictures that's really weird. Weird magic shit. Do we get it?
One Sense Telepathy, the 12th cycle. I love it. Yeah, get the one with the weird pictures, man.
Okay, I'll get the weird thing.
Yeah, we like weird pictures. I did a video not too long ago with Manuel on Gnosticism, right? It's got a cool thumbnail, and we had a blast doing that video. That was an interesting, fun Gnosticism video on navigating patterns. So everybody should check that out.
Check it out.
Yeah. No, I'd love to get more clips going, especially if there are clips of my monologues and stuff. If my monologues are decent, I don't even know. Nobody gives me any.
I don't think it actually matters if they're decent. Someone will find value in them, and that's the important bit.
Well,
I'm being truthful. I'm actually being truthful. Like
you don't know. If it's something people can find value in, then they're definitely decent. Here we go. What do we got?
All right. So
with a Metallica t-shirt too.
Yeah. Which Metallica t-shirt do you have on, sir? Because this is. Oh, that's one of the old Creeping Death ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Not that I know about Metallica or anything. Oops. Outed my knowledge of it, my encyclopedia knowledge of Metallica. What do we got? Of Aripa? What is that? The Heptameron of Aripa.
1734.
Okay. That's pretty old.
Now, this book is not that old. This is a copy.
Yeah. Of course. Well, I had a copy of the Magus back in the day, which was an interesting grimoire.
I have that. I brought that too. Yeah.
Oh, the Magus is great. You can show all the Kabbalistic images in it. It's full of Kabbalah.
Yeah.
It's really funny. It's got other stuff too, but it's full of Kabbalah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I love it. Yeah, they always tie it to geometry. They're like hard on the Pythagoras, which is why
Platonic solids.
Yeah, see, Plato's such a breakthrough because he gets you out of the Pythagorean geometric trap of Gnosticism. Yeah, and people don't understand that. It's hard to understand to some extent.
Here is the Enochian language, the language of the angels and the angels' names.
Oh yeah. Right.
Of course, we know them all.
Yeah.
Enochian, right. Enochian, however you want to fucking, Enoch.
Yeah, the Enochian language. What were you saying earlier, Jesse? I didn't hear you.
I've said, of course, we know all the angels' names. Of course, like we've written them down in the book, so we just know them now. Like
that's funny.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole thing.
Sure. Yeah, okay, cool. If you're
dabbling in this knowledge, I mean, I like the way James Lindsay talks about it in Negation of the Real or Negation of Reality, one of the two. There's a great video because he talks. It's like, this stuff they always refer to some past thing, and they get into the, in the 1700s we rediscovered something, and that's cool too. Yeah, they've always got these circles and overlapping, arcs and all this weird stuff.
Funny little symbols.
But they're stuck in Pythagoras. They're just stuck in the mathematical, sort of mapping, and that leads to Gnosticism because it builds a closed world, because geometry is a closed world, because you want perfect symmetry, and then it's Gödel's theorem all the way down, right? It can either be consistent or it can be complete. It can't be both.
Gödel would be a good turtle name.
Well, that's what I did to Vanderclown one day. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was we were on the Discord one day, and I said, Paul, the confusion, the whole confusion in this whole world is basically people think it's turtles all the way down, but in fact it's Gödels all the way down. And I knew Vanderclown would get it, and he near on fell on the floor when I said that to him. So he got it right away. But yeah, a lot of people don't understand. I mean that seriously. Like, it's not turtles all the way down; it's Gödels all the way down. It's Gödel's incomplete.
Who invented the phrase "turtles all the way down"? Where did that come from?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Here's a little Jewish mysticism.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, Kabbalah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Do you sleep with these books, or they like hidden in a library somewhere?
They're hidden in a library. Yeah, sleep with the books. Oh God, no.
People do, man. They surround themselves in these. I'm like,
I just think it's good to know stuff, but not do it.
Yeah.
I want to know that there's like a snake out there that can bite me, called a copperhead, or a rattlesnake, and that it has venom. I just want to know what's in the dark.
Detecting the patterns, navigating patterns.
Navigating patterns.
Here's some Norse stuff here.
Oh, there we go.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's Jesuit.
Oh, the International Guild of Occult Sciences.
Yes, occult sciences.
Yeah.
Very familiar.
Anyway.
That's
it's the crazy Jesuits who talked about the turtles all the way down. It's Emmanuel de Vega in mid 1500s.
I got this book.
John D. There we
Peterson. Go. Joseph Peterson.
Is
there a connection?
I don't know. We should find out. Peterson's a Gnostic too, the Jordan guy. So there you go.
Oh yeah, I remember this weird little spell, and every time I see it, it freaks me out. There it is.
Why do you want to freak out my audience again? That's wild. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to freak out.
It looks like some sort of utopian art from the 1900s. It
looks like a Sith holocron, like some evil shit. Just like, damn, I don't want to fucking touch that.
Do we have any Stargate fans in the room?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, you got to be careful with this stuff. You don't want to engage with it because things can happen. And they're not, I mean, I was on there's a Discord that I'm part of. I don't even know how I got invited to it. Interesting. They're all kids, right? They're all like in their early 20s or whatever. They were talking about some of the stuff they saw as a result of their engagement with, what I would call sort of Gnostic, Gnostic magical practice or something. And wow, those were some scary stories. And they were like, no, this is no joke, man. We went into the woods, the four of us, and blah, blah, blah. And it was like, what the hell? And the funny part is, even with the bad experiences, they're like, yeah, I'm still trying. It's like, what? That wasn't enough of a message to you? It's like, really? And it wasn't. Like, they're so stuck in the fantasy of forbidden knowledge, and that knowledge, which is power, knowledge is power, right? It's this whole postmodern bullshit. I have a video on that, by the way. Knowledge is not power. Hint. They're just so enamored with it that they're risking insanity, literal insanity, to try and escape in the Rousseauian fashion the whole constraint of their body. And it's all denial of creation. You were born into a creation at a point in time under a certain set of circumstances, and you owe whatever you have around you, no matter how little or how much it is, to a bunch of people that you're never going to meet because they were dead before you were born. It just is what it is. And you need to submit to that fact because it already happened to you. And people, even Peterson, I would argue, he doesn't have that sense. which is too bad. Which is too bad.
Yeah,
it's one
you
of
know
the
what?
things in his message for sure.
All of that stuff, and I think you guys have heard my plateau argument or my plateau, like the Greeks and their paradoxes were used to demonstrate that humanity's on this plateau of consciousness, and the paradoxes are the abyss, the cliffside, and it's kind of navigational points for human philosophy where we can't go any further. We just fall off a cliff. I think a lot of this stuff, the Gnostic stuff is, as I said, the attempt to scaffold out or to build an airship and travel out into the abyss in these weird floating islands of archaic knowledge and bring it back. But the trouble with that is every time you try to bring something back, you can't really apply it to reality. And all the stuff you learn out there is only applicable to people who want to build their own airship and go out there and find out that they've got to come back to the plateau anyway. So can you apply that knowledge to the plateau of consciousness where we are on solid ground? We're not in paradoxes all the time and having to take 15 years to really be a good religious person or whatever, getting to the cheese pizza of the matter, the simplicity of it. So what is the point of going outside the plateau? What can we explore? Should we start digging into the plateau? Is that a bad idea? Let's not do that. We should. What's on the surface of the plateau? Right. We can live on the plateau. Our feet are made to walk on the plateau. We can breathe the air here in the plateau, and the sun is up there, the ground is down there, and then there's water and air in between, and birds and trees, and we can.
No, that's well said, Niram. Yeah, that's well said. Yeah, I agree, and I think that's the problem is that people, look, the problem with knowledge in general, or even just information or truth, or true even, right? The problem with all of that is lots of things are informed, lots of things are, constitute knowledge, lots of things constitute truth, and lots of things constitute true. Okay, you can be true to Satan. That's not good though. You can, the truth of the matter is that elections get stolen all the time in countries, even large countries with otherwise really good elections. Like, these things happen. The problem is that the fact that something is true or the fact that you have knowledge doesn't necessarily point to the good. It doesn't let you embody cooperation in the world. Even if it's intersubjectively true, and most true things aren't. Like, if I fall in love with somebody, that's true to me. Is it true to them? Is it true to you? Like, I don't know. But at a certain point it's not, because if people don't know me, like, so truth doesn't solve a problem. Knowledge doesn't solve a problem. Information doesn't solve a problem. Being true doesn't solve a problem. If I'm true to the spirit of justice, that doesn't necessarily solve a problem. I mean, you can care about things.
It could be said that it's a prerequisite to solve a problem.
Well, I don't think it is necessarily, right? Because a lot of solving a problem is not knowing about it. Like, I don't need to know what you're hurting about to know that you're hurting and to care for you or comfort you. Like, it's just not required. It's just not required. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying it's not required. Like, you can just sit with somebody in silence. I mean, this is why. So what is this, call to empathy, for example, right? Like, I have a big war against empathy because I think empathy is evil, basically. I think the whole concept is evil. You cannot empathize with people. That isn't true. And there's only one exception to that, and that is mother to child. Like, women are designed to empathize in general, but you can only empathize with something lesser than yourself, like a child. You can't empathize with something as complex as yourself. That's absurd, because they're a different person, right? So why is that important to people? Because they're using knowledge to solve a problem. Like, oh, if I had knowledge of you in that way, in that emotional way, that would give me empathy. We would be connected. We'd be intimate, and that would solve some kind of a problem. Well, I'm here to tell you that's not true. That doesn't work. Even if it's possible, it doesn't work, Because when I'm depressed, I don't want you to empathize with my depression. What I want you to do is sympathize with my depression and say, oh, I understand that you're depressed and that's bad. I'm sitting in a hole. I don't want you jumping in that hole. I want you giving me a hand out of that hole. But the whole empathy thing is based on knowledge is good and knowledge is power. And it's like, you don't need to know my depression to help me not be depressed. You may not be able to help me not be depressed. That's different. But the fact that you know why I'm depressed and how I'm depressed is not going to make you better able to make me undepressed. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry. It's just not necessary.
Yeah, some people, when you get sad, will get sad too. And yeah, that doesn't, then you're both sad. You're both in the hole. Yeah.
People leave psychologists. People leave psychologists that are depressed themselves. I think that's why I think people don't do psychology sometimes. It's because they're worried that the person on the other end may be just as messed up as they are. And so whatever wisdom, guidance, counseling they're given is like, does it actually come from a true place, not a place of truth?
Yeah, you want to get therapy from somebody that got themselves out of the hole, not if they're still in the hole.
Street knowledge versus book knowledge. I wanted to bring in the idea of compassion too, because compassion is not based. It is based on a type of knowledge, but it's an embodied knowledge. It's based upon patterns and experience. It's not purely bottom up or top down. It is middle out in a little bit, but maybe I'm stretching the paragraph here too much. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So where does compassion fit into this? Empathy, sympathy, compassion? Like what does...
Well, look, I mean, I have a problem with compassion too, right? Because compassion is one of these, it's going to save the world. If I ask for compassion, that is an error. It's already bad. It's automatically corrupted. It's automatically corrupted. So why are people asking for compassion or proposing compassion as a solution? Because the problem they're trying to solve, which is the same problem they're trying to solve with empathy, is intimacy. They're trying to solve an intimacy problem. They're saying, we're all spread out. If only we were more intimate, everything would be
Tony Robbins.
That's true. That's actually true. That is correct. The problem is, how do we be intimate? We be intimate by looking up at the emanation and orienting towards the emanation with others and submitting to that process and the messiness of it. Because I'm going to walk towards it and Rebel Mountain Niram is going to walk towards it and we're going to bump into each other because he's from the stupid Rebel Mountains. And we need to be able to resolve that. But again, I know I can drive up to West Virginia right now. Right now. It takes a little while, but I could. And I could go with Niram to his bar and everything would go great. And I would be awesome. And people would be curious, right? And we'd share a cheese pizza and ecumenism, right? So I know that. I know that. I also know that we have deep disagreements about things, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine between us, and I tease him and he teases me back and it's all good. Like, it's not a problem. We don't need to agree that much. We can just agree that Niram's awesome and he's a wonderful human being and he's kind and thoughtful and he's a good leader and he does it, and I meant to say this earlier, Niram, so I apologize. I didn't say it when it occurred to me, but look, the stuff you did, organizing people around town hall, around your protest, which was an excellent protest, was good work. Thanks. And I really appreciate that you did that. It doesn't affect me. You're in West Virginia, but it does affect me. Because you're embodying the good. And the more people embody the good in the world, the better off we all are. And this is why we need the struggle towards the good. This whole emergence and God's going to make the good emerge thing is a bunch of garbage. Sorry, it's not sufficient. You got to take responsibility. You stand between heaven and earth, between the material and the ethereal. And God calls you to help him out and knit these things together into reality. And if you're not being responsible about it, the people who will be responsible about it will all be Hitler. I promise you that. That's one thing I know. I will state that over and over, unequivocally. They will be the live in a pod, eat the bugs, and own nothing, and be happy people, right? In the WEF. And that's why I'm of two minds about Peterson battling them back. Because on the one hand, I don't want to legitimize them. On the other hand, someone's got to fight back. And that's the problem. And I think just before I go, all right, Anselman, there's been a theological error that wants God to be as vulnerable to suffering as we are, as if that solved everything. And I like that comment. I think that's really insightful. Anselman's always really insightful. So yeah, and this is why I prefer Anselman over Jacob or Nate Heil, by the way, just in case we're keeping score.
Yeah, I remember a scene in the Viking television show when they invaded England, and they invaded that monastery, and everybody was really freaked out that they worshipped a dead god. And one of the Viking characters took his axe and chopped the crucifix in half. He's like, "What's the dead god gonna do? This is ridiculous. I don't understand." And what's funny is that guy that did that eventually became a Christian.
That's funny.
It was the Rollo character. He eventually, became the father of the Normans of Normandy, which was French for the Northmen. I didn't know.
That's the problem, right? Is that the Christians go, yeah, but it all worked out in the end, and therefore we're just going to sit back and remain hidden, recede from the culture, and wait for God to fix it all. And it's like
we're not meant to receive from the culture. We're meant to create.
Another
culture,
interesting theme in that show was between Ragnar and Athelstan, and so Ragnar was a pagan.
Show. The first 4 seasons are gold, and then once he dies, Ragnar, is it Ragnar? Yeah, once he dies, the show's over.
Athelstan, yeah. Well, what happened was he died, and he buried him at a waterfall, and he was crying, and he said, I don't know, my friend, if our gods are gonna let us see each other again and like have a drink, and like can Valhalla and heaven build a bridge, and can we be friends after we're dead? It bothered this guy so much, and I thought that was a very heavy drive for that character.
That's good, right?
Bridge
that's people looking up. That's people looking up and going, you know what? We want intimacy in the thing that comes after, right? So it's a long time frame and not short. Emergence is good time frame. It's this long time frame. And also they're looking at a place they can be together. And that's what you have to do. That's why emergence is not the way to go, because it won't get you together for any length of time. And it's too easily strayed into evil.
To use a music metaphor, if you have too many melodies in one song, it's hard to distinguish what's the main melody. The same thing if you have too many harmonies, it's hard to pick out what is the most important.
Right.
So you have to have a good balance, or a good structure, or a good telos to the song that builds up, okay, melody, counter melody, second melody, change of harmony, and all these things have to be in a sequence, in synthesis together, essentially.
Right.
And that's what I think Christianity did up until maybe the medieval period. My argument's always going to be up until the 18th century, because I'm a romantic in some ways. Anyway, it's my disagreement. We can fight over it. But
we will.
Music. Oh, okay. Of course I'm wrong. This is the thing.
Well, I have the thing you're saying about music is
from, and then I think Christianity was good up until a certain point, and then after that certain point, everything starts corrupting, because that was the decline of the last era of the Christian age.
It's when they stopped eating all the mushrooms. They should have kept that part.
No. I like Anthony. He's too shy for an appearance. He's never done it.
Come on. You got a crazy Australian, you got a crazy South Carolinian, and a pirate. Like, what's to fear?
I know. In this big crowd, you're not gonna. Here's a disruptor for us.
Woo! What's up?
Hey guys.
I was wondering if we were supposed to see you. Hey, your lighting looks great, Elizabeth.
Oh, my lighting? What do you mean?
Yeah,
you look like you're in the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a microphone somewhere. Maybe I should use it.
No, you sound great. You're perfect.
Don't be like Jesse. He sets up a new microphone, and
I know. Look how cool he is. He's like boomy shroomy with his lighting, and now we've got Jesse.
It's gonna get better.
I've always had these lights before I got on the internet. Well, with my face, talking on the internet. I love green light. When I learned in like middle school or high school, somewhere in between, I learned that green is the best for human eyesight. You can really pick up on things very easily. Blue light slowly makes you go colorblind. But green is one of the safer colors. Red is the safest, but you can't see. So green, I felt like, is in the middle of red and blue, and I'm like, green. I'm green.
Like the Wizard of Oz. You're the Wizard of Oz, right? That's it.
I have light filters for my little lights up here. Maybe I should.
Yeah.
Maybe I should.
Come on.
Totally do it. Absolutely.
Hey, Mark, how come you didn't get more conversation going with your emergence thing? I thought it was brilliant. And you know why?
Well, no, we've been talking about emergence the entire time.
CW's all excited. He's like, CW's all excited. Elizabeth, look at this. And then he's like, she was the Thunder in Thunder Bay. Wow.
I know, I caused so much trouble. You have no idea.
Right.
I was constantly.
I love it.
I missed all this. What trouble was
doing I was just doing what I do, and I just caused a lot of trouble. It was great.
With who?
Yeah.
Tell us.
Oh,
everybody.
Hither and everywhere, because I just say what I think, you know, and Peugeot was going on about something, and no, he was wrong, and I had to, you know, I just had to say what I thought, and people were shocked.
Did you see his
could
video?
Not bear it. They thought I was rude. Imagine me being rude.
No, it's not rude to speak your mind.
Go into it.
Is that his fan club? Because he has that crazy fan club around him the whole time. I was like, man, I'd like to talk to this guy, but he's got this crazy fan club.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Peugeot.
Yeah. I can't hang out with people that don't want to just like chill, like it's a campfire. If it's like,
well, Elizabeth, did you see his video on the end of desacralization in art? Because I found that fascinating.
Yeah, I did actually. I thought it was interesting. I like Jonathan, as you know, right?
I don't think I agree with it, though. I don't think I agree with it, but it's
I'm not so sure either. But it's really interesting. It was quite thought-provoking.
You guys are just too attached to your Western art.
Well, yeah, you know.
No. Are you Greek now? Is that you claiming some Russian? What's going on, Ethan?
No, I'm just goading you guys. I'm entirely attached to Western art.
It says in an Iron Maiden singlet.
Right. Yeah.
Is that what those are called? We call them muscle shirts. You call them singlets on the other side of the equator.
Whatever. They're dorky. That's what they are. So.
Oh, they're totally cool. No, they're not. They're totally cool.
I guess a singlet's what you wrestle in.
Wife beaters all the time. Aussies wear wife beaters constantly.
Yeah.
I saw this guy the other day. He was like, yeah, I'm chasing this guy down the street. He was on TV because he was chasing the guy down the street. He wasn't dressed. He had a wife beater on in his underwear, and he was chasing some guy down the street because he said,
we need more of that, Mark. We need some disruption. We're never going to get people out of this emergence level.
No,
a little bit, Mark. A little bit, please.
We've got a little bit. We've got Jacob and Nate Heil, and everyone's pissed off.
I know what's going on. I want to know what the story. I find you characters are also fascinating.
Now we have a podcast. The podcast, guys, has begun. This is the podcast here.
I want to hear. Come on, let it go. Let it go. Come on, Mark. Just speak the truth. We can all handle it.
Nate Heil is the spirit of anarchy. He says, I'm a Christian anarchist, which is an impossible situation. I've talked to him about it before. I pointed it out to him. I said, all right, render unto Caesar. And he had some like translation excuse. And I said, all right, how do you account for Jesus submitting to Rome physically? Right. Like, there's no translation there, buddy.
Right.
And he didn't have an answer. And I'm like, okay, the reason why you don't have an answer is quite simple. You're wrong.
You're right on that, Mark. You're totally right on that one.
And these people, they want to be right so much. And it's like, well, that's fantastic. If you're right. If you're not right, it doesn't work. Okay?
Yeah.
Like when somebody stumps you with an easy question, you should figure it out real quick. Like if somebody says, like, what about this? And you can't answer it. I'm sorry, but the person that needs the mirror is you. You can't be upset at the other person. You can't go on and say, well, it's a theological argument, and that's why when Jesus says render unto Caesar.
I think, he did. I think he submitted to it because he didn't build it. It's like our free will expressed.
Exactly.
I never really thought about it that way, but that was his argument when he said, give Caesar his Caesars. His face is on the money. Like, well, give him his own money. If you don't like it, leave. He doesn't say that, but that's what I.
Yeah.
If you want to go into theology too, you got to say, God, the God of the Bible did not want kingship, essentially.
Right.
The whole kingship debate, and that's what Jesus is doing, is reversing the pattern of the line of David.
It's left up to the people, which is fine. But look, you can't sit there. Look, you're claiming to be an anarchist. Okay. Historically, anarchists kill people. That's what they do. You bring in the anarchists to start the revolution. Historically, that pattern has never not played out that way ever. So if you want to identify as an anarchist, that's fine. But you're not a good person. Sorry. You're just not a good person. I'm sorry. There's no way to be a good person and be an anarchist. That's why they bombed people worldwide. The most killings ever in this country were done by anarchists. Okay? No. And Nate plays this stupid game along with some of these other people who claim this Christian anarchy bullshit. They play this stupid game where they say, I'm an anarchist, and they describe being a pacifist. And I'm like, no, anarchists are not pacifists. That's not what anarchists are. There's nothing in anarchy that talks about pacifism. Nothing.
Maybe they meant pacifiers. Maybe that's what they meant.
Well, and look, you can make the pacifism argument all day long, but the Bible's pretty clear about that too. You're still not a Christian if you're a pacifist. Sorry. And it's just these people's way of getting around the problem of having to do something.
I like the spelling in the little letters better, that pronunciation. That looks good.
Anarchy, yeah.
Without a chief ruler. It's like, it might as well be Antichrist.
Right.
Well, and the actual definition is interesting too, right? Because you eschew all authority. Not earthly authority. Like this is the bigger reason why you can't be a Christian anarchist, because you won't submit to God if you're an anarchist. Like anarchists don't believe in structure and hierarchy. They don't. That's the thing they're against. So they are all by design godless. Every single one of them. And this is the funny part is Nate doesn't know any anarchists. I do. I've talked to many of them. A few of them I converted by convincing them that if anarchy were the way, I would rule the world. And when they realized my argument was technically correct, no, I'm not joking. It took 4.5 hours for one guy. He hasn't been an anarchist since he realized, oh no, you're right. You would be in charge. And I'm like, oh yeah, you're damn right I would. I'd get all y'all behind me and you'd be screwed because I'd do what I wanted. I'd be like, oh, the rule is you can do what you want. Well, I'm going to do what I want. But the problem is, I can gather people together and then I get my will and it's carried out by others. It's a very dangerous thing. You don't want to go down that road. You do not want to go down that road. And that's the problem, is that they don't understand that. Like anarchy is not a good situation because you don't believe in hierarchy, but hierarchy is inevitable to Peterson's point.
It'll happen.
Can't get around it. It'll happen. Right.
This is why democracy and tyranny are two sides of the same coin. When you flatten everything and give everyone equal authority, a tyrant's going to come in and take advantage of it.
Right. Well, and that is my objection. So Nate did shots across the bow to me and said I was like anti-truth or something, basically implied that. And that just ticked me off. And now I'm like, oh, you're done. You're done. You're now an enemy. And that's the end of that. And I basically told him, I said, gloves are off. I like what Chris says here, right? So this is from Chris. Pet cow. Nate is a Marxist disguised as an anarchist and a Buddhist disguised as a Christian. I can confirm that is an accurate way to talk about Nate Heil.
Wow.
Well, the whole thing.
Jacob went after him on his stream today. I didn't see it. He went after him on Twitter, and I dogpiled on that. I'm like, yes, absolutely. So yeah, like if I have to pick the lesser of two evils, it's definitely Jacob.
What's kind of like saying
to that.
It's kind of like saying you're for equality, and then but you actually want equity. It's kind of it's a
right. Well, and the equality doctrine is dangerous. However, I have to point out, like I don't appreciate this. Here's Chris Wood. If you choose not to have a government, one will be chosen for you. This sounds like you're ripping me off, man. I mean, I'm just saying.
You ripped me up with that originally. I was the one that put that.
We
in your
just
head.
are all having.
Oh, you did not.
Great minds think alike, but fools
Didn't you rip it
rarely
off from
differ.
Peterson? Didn't you take it from Peterson?
Ethan's trying to take credit for my religion.
No, we tied it to the Miranda rights they read to you when you get arrested. You have a right to an attorney. If you can't afford one will be provided to you.
It is tied to the Miranda rights. Yes, it is.
But you know, Mark, you made a really strong statement about emergence, correlating it with evil, abundant evil. And I thought that was such a brilliant point, because we tend to see evil like the spirits, the egregores, right? Like something up here, sort of. And I love the fact that the evil can come from the emergence. But the way you said it so clearly and strongly, I think that was brilliant. I've never thought about it quite like that. I always think of it more in a, I hate to use the word spiritual, but that's what I'm thinking, right? And I think it's so, I think what you said is on the mark. It's because if you don't, if you're just coming from the bottom, like, whoa, it'll work for a while. What you said, it'll work for a while. It can work for a long while, and then you're in the hands of you're in the hands of chance, right?
Well, then you're constrained by things you can't see, because you can only see, like, emergence. You think of emergence as you're on a flat plane and then something's not flat anymore. It's like, well, that's fine, but the thing you're missing is you don't see what's below the flat plane. So even though you see an emergence and now you know there's a landscape, we'll say, right? You know there's a bump or whatever. You still can't see what's driving that bump. And what that means is that if you get the thing in your head, like, well, I did this. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And that's a problem. That's a big, big problem, because that thing can Manifest something without you understanding it. I mean, this is why mob rule is a thing. This is why Tim Pool talks about this. He's in Occupy Wall Street. They're marching through the streets, and the leaders have a plan of where to march. And then there's a photographer, just a regular, like, news guy taking news footage, gets off to the side, and the group starts following the photographer, just emergently. It happens emergently. There's your emergence. And the leaders are literally yelling at everybody and waving them on and trying to corral them. And they can't do it. And Tim talks about that. You think you built this crowd. You think you made this. You think you control this. You think you influence this. But you don't, because you didn't see what was underneath the surface. And that's why when groups get together, they tend to go bad. And this is why it's important, proper protest. And this idea that protest is a positive statement of testimony of your experience. In other words, you're speaking your positive, and it doesn't necessarily have to be positive, but you're speaking your experience, your participation to others. You're saying, this was what happened to me, right?
Right, because the other is all the mirror neurons gone berserk, right? So you get anybody together and you're constantly reflecting each other. Like it's that basic understanding of how an exemplar works, right? So you get one person and they're just mirroring each other. So one goes off and they're just all mirroring. So there's no, it's totally out of control.
It doesn't always happen. You don't know when it's going to happen and when it's not going to happen. So sometimes you get a bad apple in the barrel and it doesn't matter. And sometimes you've got a bad apple and it does matter. Anselman, have a great night. I'm glad you found it enjoyable. That's actually really encouraging. I never know how well these things are going. So I think the part of the problem too, though, Elizabeth, that you sort of alluded to in my mind, is that when you have a group and it's being driven from below, from this emergence, it's so hard to tell that what your role was with it, that you're not aware of what's going on underneath that surface, and you're not paying attention to it because you can't, because it's beneath what you see. And then when you get the idea that, look, it's moving towards the good, it's doing what I want, it's doing the good thing, and then you're not paying attention to how big it is, whether or not it's fractioning, whether or not that fractioning will matter, right? So So we have a pretty tight group, right? And I've gotten criticized by Grim Grizz, for example. Well, you threw somebody out. Yeah, I threw them out because they were going to drive a wedge between my team. Like, I'm here to protect my community. Like, you guys are all part of my community. A bunch of other people are too, right? Hopefully everybody watching is to some extent. I'm not going to let that bad apple destroy what we built, right? And I'm not saying I built it. I didn't build it. I didn't build it. Did I facilitate it? Yeah, I've done a lot of facilitation. You know who else did facilitation? Ethan. You know who else did facilitation? My buddy Michelle. You know who else did facilitation? Sally Joe. Like, there's a bunch of people who did facilitation. Why are we here on Friday evenings at 7 p.m. Eastern? Because of Jesse. It wasn't my choice. Jesse was like, man, I wish you could jump in on one of your streams. And I'm like, yeah, let's make that happen. This is not some sort of bizarre tyranny, right? It's a community that's moving in a direction. But I'll tell you, if Jesse starts to go off the rails, or Boomy Shroomy here just, embraces the full Rebel Mountains, bang, they're gonna get hit with something, right? I can't punish Ethan because apparently he has magical powers, but
I'm already off the rails.
We're
off the rails enough to be here.
Yeah. You need to be off the rails just enough to be here. But keeping that spirit intact, it's not just my job. It's not just my responsibility, right? It's the responsibility of the whole community. And part of that is about feedback. Like, if somebody said, like, look, man, what you did with David was not cool, and we need to let him back on the stream or whatever, then I'd have to think about that, right? And like I said, Ethan could even override me on that, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't speak to this tyranny, right? And I think really part of the problem is these people are 3 years old. They're just they're using models that a standard 3-year-old child would use to model the world. And then they're confused when the world doesn't work out, and then they cry expecting mommy to come and help them. And then when mommy doesn't come and help them, they scream, there's no intimacy in the world. You all need more compassion and empathy. I want compassion. I want empathy. It's like, nice. I want a pony. It's disappointment all around, kid. Like, get used to disappointment. You want this, I want that. No one's getting what they want. Instead, let's cooperate towards a higher good, towards something up above that we can put our eyes up to and submit to get along. Because you have to submit to something bigger than you and bigger than the other person in order to get along. That's what a relationship is. Whether it's a community relationship or a personal relationship with somebody you're closer to, or it's a family relationship, that's what it is.
It's archy.
What do you mean, Ethan?
It's archy, not antarchy. It's archy.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we usually say hierarchy, but I mean, it's just
this is just archy.
Yeah,
what's structure? What's archy mean? Oh, does it mean structure?
It means structure, or
a bridge.
Higher
structure.
Yeah, architecture. Just archy though.
Oh, right, architecture. Hey, that's
just archy.
If you think of the word arch, they all, they have similar origins. The words.
Wow.
This is the artichoke pizza argument now.
Oh. Archy. It's from archia
or artichoke chicken.
And it means to root.
That came out random.
What's it mean?
That was funny.
How about the Ark of Covenant?
Archia. In Latin, it's archia, or it's archian to rule from the Greek. So
which means what?
Means to rule.
Ah.
To rule.
Well, how about the Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the thing that rules.
3 things together.
Mine says it's a first principle in early Greek philosophy. That's kind of same idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Something that was in the beginning, origin, right?
Yep.
First principle in early Greek. Anyway, that's interesting. Did anybody see Bishop Maximus with John Vervaeke this week?
Yes,
I did.
He needs to keep talking to him. I don't know if it'll do anything.
He needs to go after him more. He missed a bunch of stuff. Do you want to hear my notes, Elizabeth? I have them.
Well, yeah, I agree. He didn't. He has a lot. Yeah, but it's going to take time. It's like these live streams, right? That's why I love these live streams.
It doesn't take any time. All he has to do is fix the mistakes. So Socrates John says this. Socrates thinks the best way to live is dialectic into dialogos. And my comment is that is completely egoic and doesn't mention others. And he's forcing people into his frame.
That's like literally what Maximus said. That's like literally what Maximus said why he didn't want to be a Neoplatonist. Like word for word.
Right. Well, and again,
didn't have it all figured out.
No, well, look, he did 3 good things. That's it. 3. One was he said, I know nothing. Right. He denigrated knowledge. And this is the first thing John says in After Socrates. He says, well, of course, Plato was kidding. No, John, Plato was not kidding. Plato was right. Plato meant it. And I know he meant it. How do you know, Mark? How do you know? What do you think you know? How could you possibly know? Because he lived it out. His whole project, his whole cynical, skeptical project. Where does the hermeneutics of suspicion come from, John? From Socrates. That's where it comes from, buddy. That's the evil you keep pointing out. Socrates. Sorry, it's the spirit of Socrates without the spirit of Jesus or something, right? That whole project is all about telling people you think you know this, but you don't. And here are the questions to prove it. That's his whole project, is destroying other people's knowledge. So yeah, he believed I know nothing. He believed knowledge did not have that much value in the world. That is definitely what he believed because he lived that out. But also he's forcing people into his frame. I think arguing with people is okay. And then my note is Socrates is the Hegelian dialectic. It's what he is. Because it's in a dialectic, what you're doing is you're doing thesis and antithesis, and dialogos technically then is synthesis. So Hegel didn't invent anything new. Hegel just talked about Socrates. But the spirit of Socrates is not good because it's not generative. I mean, the fact that you can take 2 opposites and slam them together and come up with something isn't good in and of itself, and it isn't necessarily generative. And that's the but questioning is good, and the fact that he questioned is good. Now, I would argue any 3-year-old can do that. I literally make that argument all the time. Any 3-year-old can do what Socrates did.
They do it all the time.
Why? Right? Whatever. It's fine. And then the third thing that Socrates did that was good, right, was he drank the damn hemlock. He struck by his principles. Principles are important. Those are the 3 things he did good. Everything else he did was not good. Period.
He could have fought them and got struck down by a sword.
He could have left. He could have left it. They wanted him to leave the city. That's all they cared about. Athens is not going to put you to death. Athens put very few people to death. The only time they put you to death was basically if they couldn't get rid of you. If you refused to leave Athens, they would put you to death. If you left Athens, it was fine. Everything was fine. And then the other thing they talked about, like John was saying, well, I want a group to act like Socrates, right? And I was like, the group can act like Socrates if only you'd submit to the group rather than dead philosophers, because that's what John Vervaeke tells you to submit to, is dead philosophers and dead authors. That's what he says. He says it all the time in the practices. And I'm like, well, and it's all a seance because he wants to resurrect these guys. The spirit of the other should be in the room in Lectio. The spirit of the author should emerge in philosophical fellowship.
It's worth
adding cool, here. That they exiled people. I kind of wish we would do that again. That would be interesting.
Yeah, me too.
It's like, here's a boat. You got to go out on the ocean, or here you got to go live in the desert, or I don't know, something in the woods.
So there's this YouTube channel, I forgot what it was called, but this guy goes to third world countries and he just kind of takes a camera and documents everything. And he went to a slum in Nigeria, and he basically toured the whole slum with they had an elder, and this was the elder's son, and he's probably like 25 years old or something like that. And he just shows them the life. They actually live on top of ironically, I think it's like an estuary. It's like where the water.
Yeah.
Have you seen it, Mark?
No, but I.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's like where the water.
On estuaries.
Or it's I can't remember. It's where a river goes into a bigger body of water, and they kind of live on stakes, big poles that are stuck into the water, and they build all their huts and stuff off of it.
That's cool.
And, yeah, and so the guy asked him, "What do you you guys have? How do you police things? How do you maintain order? Do you not like? How do you enforce the law? What do you do with people that are bad? He said, what we do is because everyone gets around on canoes. You know, he says we take them, we put them on the front of the canoe, we take them through the whole city or the slum, whatever he called it, and then we exile them. They're not allowed to come back. And they don't have any police. I mean, they don't have police. It's just like when somebody commits a crime, they report them to the authority. It's not a law enforcement authority. It's just an authority, of the community. They put them on the front of a canoe. They don't punish him. They do punish him. That's his punishment. They don't inflict any physical punishment or anything like that. Goes around.
Well, it's domicide. It's domicide, and domicide is effective. Like you're losing your home. But see, that's the other. So my other comment in 53 minutes in that video that John talked about, he focuses on the symbol reaching down the deep, calling to the deep, and that's all self-referential solipsism. And this is where Bishop Maximus didn't push back. You know, he's pulling things down from above. And I looked up the deep calling the deep thing. That is not a positive thing in the Bible. It's not. Like it is framed very negatively. And I think in the same way, the other thing that's very negative is this idea of estuary. I've seen people that live on and near estuaries. What do you think the poorest parts of the South are? They're all in the estuaries. You think New Orleans is a wealthy city? No. That's literally the estuary, guy. This is not a good thing. There's a struggle. There's a fight.
It's hard to build roads in swamps.
You're right. It's hard to build anything in swamps. It's hard to have anything in swamps.
Wow.
You know?
And crocodiles and shit live there. And alligators are there, right?
And bull sharks, and you eat clams, which are not wonderful, right? And you eat snails, and you eat bullfrogs, and like what? And all that stuff is fine, right? But you're eking out an existence,
right?
And it is not like the best life, which is not to say they shouldn't do estuary or any of that, but you got to understand what you're getting into, and you got to understand where you're going, and you've got to understand where you want to go after that, because just meeting people where they're at is not going to help. This is the empathy problem all over again.
Yeah.
I'm depressed. Are you going to jump in the pit and be depressed with me? Thanks. Now we've got 2 depressed people instead of 1, and no one can help me out. I'd rather have somebody not depressed help me out. Thank you very much. I'd rather have somebody come down even from a reprehensible evil city and help me out than be stuck in the estuary. The estuary is the place where you're stuck.
The blind can't lead the blind. That's just the thing.
Right. And if you're going into the place of blindness on purpose and you don't have eyes to see, and I would argue these estuary people do not have eyes to see. What they have eyes for is their Christianity, and that's good. But they're not accounting for the fact that other people don't have that. And so effectively, when they're yapping at people, it's jargon. Because those people.
So are we in a truck?
Yeah. Sorry.
We need to make.
Have we built the frame? And do we have the engine yet? And what kind of wheels? I want fat wheels on this thing. You know, with our
trucks, not cars.
Every time I heard the word frame, I always thought of a picture frame. I never thought of a chassis.
Yeah, chassis. Yeah, because we got to go somewhere. We don't want to just sit there and look at the picture all day. Like we're going to go somewhere in this thing together.
You don't see the frame of your car, right? But unless you've done a frame off resto or been part of one, which I have. So I know all about car frames. Yeah, you don't see the frame. That's why people don't think frame when they think car. But your car has a frame.
Frame. It's the
but
frame.
You know, your discussion you were having, I heard a little bit of the compassion, empathy thing. It wasn't ever about that. It was works of mercy. It was actually doing something. You were actually, it's the same thing as leadership. All of these things take enormous amounts of work and effort. They're hard to do, right?
But a directionality matters. This is what people don't.
Well, exactly. But
you can give me compassion, but it's not appropriate for me to ask for it. Like you can forgive me, but I shouldn't be asking for forgiveness. Like then it's corrupted.
I don't believe in this compassion. I don't know if compassion is Christian. I'm not sure. I think it's mercy. I'm not for compassion. I'm certainly not for empathy. And
it's the fruit of the spirit.
Fruit of the
spirit, though.
What do you mean?
It's a fruit of the spirit. Literally, go read the scripture. Compassion is there.
Is that the word?
Gentleness.
Well, do we know what it means? Do we know what it means?
A lot of this is people taking credit for things that aren't people. Like if compassion comes down from above, if it's an emanation, then it's not something that I can give to you and you can give to me because it's not human. Right? And that's part of the problem. When people are asking for compassion or empathy or whatever, they're trying to draw intimacy to themselves from other people.
Vampire.
They're
being a vampire.
Energy vampire, like Colin.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes. Directionality matters. You can't just say, look, well, that's why leadership works, right? You can't say, oh, I want you to be a leader. That doesn't work. Like you can't say, I'm going to take leadership. That also doesn't work. Leadership.
So, Mark, you're the energy vampire slayer.
Equity is being a vampire. The whole desire for equity is a vampiric nature. I'm going to take your place, lower you down, take your energy to build me up to where I think I should be in this pseudo hierarchy.
Not even though, Jesse. I'm just going to bring you down so that I'm not so low. Because if we're all down, and this is the problem. Like literally, it's one of these things, right? Ethan, that's very self-serving. It's one of these things where they don't account for lowest common denominator.
Oh, sorry.
It's possible that equality is only possible if you look at the lowest common denominator. And they never consider that when they're thinking about these. They think everyone's going to be drawn up. It's like, no, or lifted up or raised up. It's like, no.
Drawn up into a straw.
We could all be drawn down to the lowest common denominator.
Yeah.
What was this quote, Ethan? But the fruit of the
I
spirit.
just did a word search for fruit of the spirit, and that's what came up.
Long suffering, gentleness, goodness, and faith.
It came up.
Where's the compassion there?
Where's compassion and where's the fruit coming from?
That's the long suffering energy vampirism, isn't it?
I couldn't find anything else. When I typed in fruit of the spirit, I just got Galatians 5:22.
It's almost says glaciers, but it doesn't.
So, do you remember? Was it from somewhere else, Jesse?
Maybe we could
look up. I wanted to look up the Greek
word. Maybe it was
word.
a translation. Yeah,
King James.
I don't even know what it means. Does anybody know what compassion means? Honestly,
it means I think it does. Like in the ultimate form, it's an energy vampire. I don't know if you guys have seen that vampire show. What We Do in the Shadows. There's this character Colin, and he just talks and talks and talks, and then people start falling asleep and becomes energized by just being so long-winded about things. And I can imagine a lot of people in here. We just are like, boop, like stop, like what are you doing? You're sucking all the energy out of the room. We can't tolerate it.
Compassion is a deep awareness for the suffering of another, accompanied by the wish to relieve it. Right. And then sympathetic consciousness of others' distress together with the desire to alleviate it.
Yeah.
That's
recognize compassion.
Well, yeah. Well, you can
recognize
it. Right. Like
that's
you can recognize anything. This is one of those problems.
But Christ never did that. I don't understand. Christ
he
never
was just
did
like,
that. He was
listen, guys, I'm going to show you what you're like.
Yeah.
And I'm going to show you that you can walk on water if you believe in it, but then you're going to fall. I'm going to have to grab you. And then I'm going to be like, everybody else in the boat, get out here on the water. No, you're truly the Son of God. We can't do that.
You decide understanding of what compassion is.
In the Bible,
understanding of what it is.
In the Bible, what they're talking about, the Hebrew and the Greek words, sometimes translated as compassion, also bear a broader meaning, such as to show pity, to love, and to show mercy. And
mercy.
I think
I like mercy.
That's it. Is mercy? It's probably all supposed to be mercy.
I think it is mercy. Christ says, I don't want sacrifice, I want mercy. He says it twice.
And
I'm going to listen to that. And mercy means actually it's acts of mercy always. That was the understanding.
Yeah.
It wasn't kind of feeling sorry for somebody.
Hold on. Here's a better reference. Compassion is not frequently used with a human subject. It is found, however, in a mother's attitude towards her son. And that's the interesting part to me, is that makes more sense, because that's where I said compassion is valid, is mother towards son, towards young son in particular. And then, of course, Peterson goes on about, oh, you get too much compassion as your son gets older, or your daughter gets older, and then you're the devouring mother. Yeah,
that's not true for a mother and a child. If you're like that with your child, you're hopeless. Like, honestly, you want to be like Christ. I'm sorry, but you do. You want to see exactly the potential in the child and the image of God in the child, and have total trust, because then the children, they actually rise to your faith, right? They rise to your faith and your image of them.
That may be what you want, but that's not what's happening. That's the real.
This compassion and this mother, I don't know. I don't even buy into that. I mean,
and also Jesus said, you don't have to do this whole getting nailed to a cross thing too later on. I'm doing it for you guys. You don't have to do that.
My point was
miss
that we
out on
misunderstand
that point about the compassion point.
We understand what it is. That's what my point is. We misunderstand what it is. It's an principle of embodiment, and that's why I was pointing to it, the fruit of the Spirit, because the fruit of the Spirit is embodying the principles, right? And the principles are spelled out in the Scripture.
Yeah, I don't know if we should be like. The compassion. I don't know if we can do it. Should do
that word, the word, and the term and the function have all been corrupted.
Yeah.
Right, exactly, Jesse. That's exactly the point. That's why I'm vehement about it, because I think
if we gotta call the one thing, what's the one thing that you think Jesus did? If we had to put a name on it, if it's not compassion,
incarnation.
Mercy.
Incarnation.
Mercy. He changed their lives. He changed their bodies, for heaven's sakes, continually. He's constantly healing their bodies.
So the dying on the cross is the incarnation of, like, allowing it to happen when you could stop it. Is it?
I don't know. I mean, look, I think that's just exemplification.
Or are we getting into the weeds here? Maybe.
No, I think it's a good point, but that's exemplification. He's saying you have to submit to Rome. That's why you can't be a Christian anarchist. You have to submit to Rome. You have no choice. You submit to Rome the way I submitted to Rome. And I think, compassion is best understood as mercy. And that squares the circle on a bunch of stuff. It makes
it's what you guys built.
Thank you very much. I mean, the medieval people, everywhere you go, you see, I've told you already, they understood that it was mercy. There was none of this other nonsense going on, or difficulties understanding empathy, They were simply doing what they needed to do. And the point I always thought about Christ was, I think the whole point about Christ is your point almost, Mark, that if we deal with emergence all the time, then guess what? You get tremendous evil, and people are going to freaking crucify you. So you better notice that that's the truth.
Right.
Period. That's what Christ is saying. It's not about Christ. To me, it's not so much about him on the cross as the fact that everybody was out to destroy him. Like, everybody was just, and I think that's the point that's being made as well. Never mind this. I don't really know this other stuff, this Protestant idea of the crucifixion. I don't quite understand that.
Yeah, but it's like if everybody was themselves, people would try to crucify you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's Mark's point. That's how we started this whole conversation today, right? Was this whole idea of emergence, and if you're if you're going to be a mirror reflection, of all of the nonsense around you, well, then there you have it. And anybody good is obviously going to be scapegoated, right? He was the supreme scapegoat.
Right. And you're emerging what's in yourself too, right? Because their self-transcendence is all about your self-emerging.
You're making yourself into a monster, let's be honest.
Right. Well, what if what emerges from you are your worst fears and desires? What if what emerges from you is your what if what emerges from you is your jealousy and your hatred? What if what emerges from you is your trauma? What about, nobody thinks about this. It's like, guy, this transformation process is not like some good. It's just
okay. So the scrying mirror, the scrying glass, that's what that is. it's like they're looking in the, what's that quote? Looking through a glass darkly or a mirror.
Yeah.
Yep. Like people literally doing that and making out shapes and
well,
symbols.
I don't think they are. I don't think they're trying to.
Well, I know, but it's the emergence thing. They're expecting something to emerge out of interacting with this scrying mirror.
They want something to come up magically without them submitting to anything, without them considering that what comes out might be bad and not good.
Yeah.
They want to do it by themselves on their own. That's why all of Vervaeke's practices are fundamentally individualistic. You can say, oh, you do them in a group. Yeah, but that doesn't make them group practices. The thing that makes it group practices is the nature of the interaction relationships in the group. So when we turn John Vervaeke's group Lectio Divina practice, which is a private practice, into a group practice, it's got a whole different flavor and a whole bunch of different stuff happens. And you'll notice, and look, I'm not bitter about this or anything, but he never talks about the practices that we came up with on his server. He never did participant observation on the practices that came up on his server. He just kind of ignored all that stuff, and he's all aware of it all, right? But he never, he said, oh, this is good, I like it, but he never talked about it. He never said, oh, the guys on my Discord server came up with this. He never did any of that. Which, and again, I'm not mad, I don't care, but also, why don't you like group practices, John? Why do you like circling? Circling, the description of circling from Guy Sengstock and the description of a seance are identical. And philosophical fellowship, identical. And private group Lectio Divina, identical. They're all seances.
Well, that's the only place you have to go. It's not like it's not rocket science to figure this one out, right?
Leads to that, right? You're stuck in the individualism, which means you're stuck in the Gnosticism because there's no higher anything. You're the highest thing. You're watching emergence. Oh, look at the emergence. Oh, the emergence is so cool. Look, emergence. Woo! And then it's like, well, isn't this great? And then it comes crashing down and crushes a bunch of people. Is that what you want? I don't want that. I want to be able to step back and look up.
Sounds terrible.
Go, is this in alignment with the true, the good, and the beautiful? Or is it just in alignment with the true? Because there's lots of true things that aren't good. Like Satan's true, but he's not good. Like, little things, little things, right? What about the beautiful? Because what if it's ugly? What if it's true and ugly and good? Is that?
It sounds like a spaghetti Western soap opera. I love it.
Gosh.
I'd watch it. Is what I'm trying to say.
The bad and the ugly. Yeah. Well.
Yeah, that's one heck of a movie.
The true, the good, and the beautiful, though. That's the Western soap opera.
It is the opposite. Like, people don't understand in modern times. No. They knew this stuff. They studied Plato. They were aware of the transcendentals. They were deliberately playing off them on purpose. You watch classic Star Trek. Classic Star Trek, it's moral plays. It's a Western in space, and it's moral plays. You watch old Westerns. I've seen many of them. Series.
The Enterprise is a horse.
The old Westerns themselves are moral plays. That's what they are. They're set in the frontier, in the vast, wide open frontier of the United States, and they're idealized, for sure. But they're not wrong.
I think it's earlier. You could even go back to the 17th century British ship trades, the Master
Sure.
So well, if you think of outer space as a sea, the sea of outer space, and everyone, they're on the ship, so everybody who's the captain of the ship.
That pattern plays out. It's just the genius of Roddenberry, who was in 3 plane crashes, by the way, all of which he survived, which I find very interesting. Yeah. He knew what he was doing. He's ripping off the Western, making it sci-fi, but he's keeping the Western. And the Western is from an older pattern, to your point, Jesse. Like, it's all the same pattern. It's the go out and explore.
Well, he admits that he ripped off the Master and Commander author, Handelblon. Like, he admitted that. Yeah.
No, of course. They all did. Like, it's not a big deal. They knew what they were doing, though. There's a pattern here to be found. That's why we have to navigate the patterns. Like, there are patterns that have been recurring, and people are treating them like, oh, no, this is nothing. We can just swap out the hero for some jerk, and it'll be fine. Or we can make the hero female because it'll be okay. Or we can just have a hero in a movie that doesn't do anything. It's just like automatically okay and a Mary Sue. We can do that. No, you can't. You can try. It'll kind of sort of work in some ways, but it ain't gonna work, guys. Your logic isn't gonna work because there is an order.
Ray Skywalker leading? Who's she leading? She's not leading anyone in those movies. She's not a leader.
Right.
She's
or
just
herself.
Individuals.
Exactly. The whole movie
on her own.
is just
right. It's two individuals not cooperating, and then badness manifests, evil manifests. It's like, well, yeah, of course evil manifests. And like, oh, we're going to kind of almost sort of cooperate because we have the same proximal goal in the moment. We're going to emerge a commonality and kill Snoke.
Wow, emergent cooperation, like that's brilliant. Right. This whole idea of false cooperation. Nobody this is brilliant.
Look at this. Look at this emergence. You can look at it. You can all look at it. We're all looking at the same emergence. Isn't that great? Can we cooperate around this? No, we can't cooperate around this. We have to look up. We have to cooperate around our community, guys. That's what we have.
Like if you see a car wreck, a lot of people here will stop.
When I look down, no, you can't see the community down. The community's above you. It's the thing that you're submitted to that allows you to be here and not go, Rebel Mountain, you're out of here. I hate that rebel spirit you've got. Or Ethan, you freak. You get that long hair, and it's just annoying, and I don't like it. You cooperate anyway. Jesse's an Australian. Like, you can't get any worse. Like, there's nothing else to say.
We're from the land of down under.
Exactly. Right? So there's all these reasons why I could come up with to not cooperate with all y'all. It's not hard, right? And there's plenty of disagreements that we actually have that are real disagreements. But again, I can drive to West Virginia right now. I could go see Niram, and we'll go to the bar together, and we'll have a cheese pizza, damn it, and it'll be fine. Everything will be fine.
And some purple gin.
What is purple gin?
You drink purple gin.
I'll get it. I'll go get it.
Is there purple gin? Oh, dear.
Hold my beer while I go get purple gin.
It's not going to look purple. He's got green lights going on.
We should all get together and have purple gin. And where are the Rebel Mountains? I don't even know.
The Appalachians. That's renamed them the Rebel Mountains. And Niram says he's floating that idea over there, and everybody likes it. So maybe it'll catch on.
I don't know where the Appalachians are, Mark. Tell me. Oh, look.
I need a flashlight. I forgot this light is.
I was gonna say it's not gonna look purple, dude. The Appalachians are along the East Coast. They're the mountain range that goes from Maine to Georgia.
Oh.
Off the coast.
Maine to Georgia.
The East Coast in the United States is between the mountains and the. That's purple.
Nice.
What is gin made from?
Juniper berries.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hold on.
You know what else is made from
bunch of plants and herbs. Butterfly pea blossoms. A bunch of herbs and flowers.
You know what else is made from juniper berries? By the way, just so you know,
cool.
Chemotherapy drugs, and they're terrible. So you can drink that stuff if you want.
That's beautiful. Boomy Shroomy, that is beautiful stuff.
Is that something they put in the barrel or they don't age it in barrels, obviously? But is it kind of like a tea thing where they put the herb?
Yeah, it's like a tea, an alcohol tea. That's what gin is. Yes.
Yeah, but they put other things in it to make it medicinal, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's really
better about drinking
medicinal as fuck. Yeah.
Drink gin, you won't get cancer. That's my theory. Yeah.
Bitters, right?
There's a lot of infusions you can do with like vodka. And I actually know all about this. This is funny. I don't drink, but I know all about alcohol and how to manipulate it chemically. So, and what it tastes like, which is just ironic. I have friends that are really into that.
Hey Mark, have you done a YouTube on your emergence as evil? Like, have you ever done that?
He will.
No.
Evil and emergence. I just think it's so important because
I have something about emergence on my list. I've got
because honestly, people are always thinking it's something other than what it actually is, and it's really on the ground. So
Mark, that's what you do. You get the live streams, you feed the live streams through a dictation program, You can do this. You get all your live stream videos,
No,
program, get an AI to filter it down.
No. I could do that very easily. I know all this computer stuff. No. I need to find better formulations. Not the ones I've already got. I need better formulations. So that's what I'm going to do. Although I looked at some of the AI stuff today, and there's some interesting possibilities there. But I don't know what I'm going to do yet. But there's some interesting stuff. Apparently, you can make TikTok videos and stuff with this AI garbage. So who knows?
Hey, Mark, have any of you guys actually read Ian McGilchrist's first book, The Master and His Emissary?
No,
I have.
Ah, okay.
I've read parts of it. That's about the right and the left brain.
Yeah, I just think it's really, I just think his thinking ties in very nicely with what Mark is saying, actually, right? Like this whole idea of the left hemisphere and it being stuck, it gets stuck within itself. It's positive feedback, right? And so it just reminds me so much of what Mark's talking about.
Overly logical. So your left brain is wired in series, like Christmas tree lights. If you take one bulb out, the whole thing goes out to that point.
Right.
And the right side of your brain is wired in parallel, where if you take a bulb out, none of them go out, because they have more wiring. So it's more chaotic in the right side of your brain, but that's where your creativity lies. And then in the left side, language and math.
Robots have to think literally. Robots have to think literally. They cannot abstract. I actually wanted to bring this up like 2 hours ago. I just finished Isaac Asimov's Caves of Steel. This is a good book to read if you want to know what's going on right now. Asimov's Caves of Steel. It's about a robot in emergence and a whole city that's gone hyper city, and they can't break out. They don't want to go to the stars anymore. They're all insular, and they all of a sudden they make a robot that basically replicates a human, but he can't abstract. He can't solve the crime because he has to think literally, and there's only a human that can solve the crime because he has to abstract. So that's a really quick summary.
Well, but that's part of the problem with emergence as such, is that, and I've heard kids do this, a bunch of them actually recently, in the past like 2 months. That we'll get these guys and they're like, oh yeah, did you know that you can run a simulation of the thing in the thing, right? So like you can run Conway's Game of Life in Conway's Game of Life. And I'm like, yeah, but you're just making things smaller, right? It's the reciprocal narrowing that Vervaeke talks about. And they're like, no, it can break out and be bigger. And I'm like, no, it literally can't. Like, where you're getting, right? So there's that need for certainty, which requires a closed world, a closed system, right? And then in a closed system, which you would create with one side of your brain, right? Like in a closed system, you get certainty. It gets very high. It doesn't get to 100%, but they like to think that it does. And then you're trapped and you need to change. Like, you could be better than you are, as Peterson says, right? Like you could be more than you are today. Well, in order to do that, you need to break that closed system because you've bounded yourself. And it's like, well, that's why they want self-transcendence, because then they control it. They're playing God, literally, right? But you can't have that, because even if that were possible, and I think it's literally impossible, it doesn't work. So you need that larger frame. Right. Yeah. Right. It's automatic.
But McGilchrist says it's really clear that if you're stuck in your left hemisphere, which is probably our entire society, you don't know what you don't know because of this positive feedback that you were talking about.
That's what George Bush said.
You don't know.
He said there are known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns.
No, that was George Bush. No, that wasn't Bush. That was Cheney. But yeah, he got a lot of crap for that too. But he was right, and that's the problem, is that when you're dealing with emergence within a closed system, you think it's certain and that you have control and that it's inside of you. Oh, is it Rumsfeld, Chris? I thought it was Cheney. Maybe it was Rumsfeld. I mean, and they're not accounting for all that. And then again, you get what we saw. Right, which is the crowd follows the photographer, because the leaders think they built the group, they're controlling the group, they're the leaders of the group, everybody agrees they're the leaders of the group, and yet the group is not following them anymore. and it's just that's it. It's gone. And this is why emergence is dangerous, because we see it as something that comes up within the frame we've already created. And then we realize, it's not there. It's bigger than us.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite wrong. I think the right hemisphere is the female part, and the left hemisphere is the male part.
Yeah, he doesn't go that far. I actually asked him because I'm part of his. He has a Q&A, and he doesn't agree with that. I kind of wondered about that. He won't delineate it like that.
I think one's feminine and one is masculine.
Right hand is usually associated with masculinity, and the left hand is usually associated with femininity.
He actually explicitly says that he doesn't associate them with genders.
Yeah. He said that clearly. Right. But it's really interesting. It's very interesting, this whole world of the right hemisphere. He just believes what he does is he traces out the characteristics of the left hemisphere, and then he talks about the culture, to your point as well, Mark, right? And builds a really fine case that we are stuck to exactly what Mark is saying, only in a different way. Yeah, we're stuck in the left hemisphere. We're stuck in emergence. We're stuck. It's like being like Boomy Shroomy was saying, we're in the swamp of emergence, man. It's a
swamp of sadness.
Right.
Well, since the Industrial Revolution. It's the Industrial Revolution. It's all robots, machines. It is. We try to think too much like machines.
No.
And we do not think like.
No. That's recent.
We're not rational.
Trying to think like machines is recent. It's 1970s. This is why I keep pointing to this, Jesse. Like this is to your point, right? AI, the current AI tech is based on a 1970s model of the brain, dude. The stuff they're using today is based on a 1970s. This is why, and I laughed. I talked to some people on Clubhouse. This is probably about a year ago now. And they're like, no, AI this and AI, they're all AI freaks on there anyway. Like AI this and AI that, AI is wonderful. And I'm like, you do understand that the current cog-sci model has 4 types of memory and you have none. And they all went, what? And I was like, you're not paying attention to cog-sci. You keep telling me that you're modeling the brain, and you're not using the model of the brain that the cog-sci people have. You're not using it. You're not even close anymore. You were in the 70s, but it's been updated since then. And that's why I keep saying there's a parallel between, we'll say, the meaning crisis in the computer industry, which means this stuff doesn't work. Like, it's really bad. I've been to a bunch of websites too that are broken. Like, the stuff is broken left, right, and center. And there's a reason for that. And it's the emergence, and it's the collapse, and it's the over control. All of that stuff happened in the computer industry. And as a result, everything's broken. And it's going to continue to be broken. Like, it's going to get worse, not better. Your software is not going to work very soon. My laptop crashed last night. It just crashed out of the blue. It wasn't even in use. I wasn't doing anything on it. I was on
Microsoft just have to keep updating daily?
Huh?
Like, Microsoft is basically just in a continual update stage now. Like, it never settles.
Well, so it's emergence, right? So the new release methodology for software, the actual release methodology, and I used to be a release engineer, among other things. I'm a software engineer, release engineer, systems engineer, right? And a software engineer, or software architect, actually. When you are constantly doing releases, they have a thing called continuous release. You might as well call it continuous emergent garbage, because mathematically, and this is the thing that bothers me, I'm the math idiot, and these guys are like, oh no, continuous release is good. I'm like, mathematically, you'll have more bugs. It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed to create more bugs. The more releases you have, the more bugs you're going to have. There's no way around that relationship.
Of course, that's common sense.
It's obvious, and they don't believe it.
Oh my gosh,
that's a great point.
People, I've gone into this before. They're like, Agile is a 2-week release cycle process. I'm like, who the hell would even want to do that? Releases should be expensive and rare so that you get them right. So
like cars,
release to the customer, it works.
Yeah, like marriage. Yeah.
Like marriage, like all these things. Right. If you're stuck in the emergence is good, you're going to get stuck in the quantity problem. You're going to be like, you know what? If we can just release more quickly, and release more software and more changes, then that's good. No, it's not. It's really bad for software, but it's not good for anything. It's like, well, if I just have more girlfriends, I can run through more girlfriends and then I'll find a wife. Really? Is that how that works? No, you got to stick by them. It's like I was talking about earlier with the finding your person. People actually talk like this. Oh, I'm going to find my person. You don't have a person, you lunatic. You have to grow together towards a higher goal. Like, it's not like, oh, I'm going to meet somebody and then they're going to fit to me perfectly. That's not how the world works. What are you, a lunatic?
That's not.
Hell
a lot of
yeah.
people are crazy.
It's hell yeah, man. Being in a relationship is hell sometimes.
It's true. It is hell. That's the
that sounds sad. No. It can be good.
Well, it can be really good, but it does sandpaper you a bit. It does sandpaper you a bit. That's for sure.
I don't know.
It keeps you alive. It keeps you alive.
For sure. Like, honestly, there's nothing else, right? There is nothing else but relationship. That's it.
Right. That's the world. The world is relationship. It is the marriage of the ethereal and the material. It is the knitting of heaven and earth. That's what reality is. You can say there's a component of reality that's material and there's a component of reality that's ethereal. But actual reality is when we knit it together. And this is so obvious to me because you make decisions in the world. And when you make those decisions, the things you didn't decide in favor of aren't real. We know this. Do this. And we're so confused about reality. And I'm like, reality has to involve your judgment and your decision and your discernment. It has to, because if you decide to crush this can, the reality of the state of the can is wrapped up in my decision. If I crush it, reality is the can is crushed. And if I don't crush it, the reality is the can is not crushed. And there's other options too. There's different, I could squish it, at least in theory, right? I could just crinkle it. Right, I could tear it apart. There's lots of options.
You could build a pyramid out of it.
I could build a pyramid, but that's the problem. Reality, that means, that has to mean, and it can't mean anything else, that reality is partially wrapped up in my decision. Not entirely. I think it can. Okay.
What's the good axiom of love, though? The good axiom of love is to see things in their proper context.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Love is attention. It's attention. That's exactly it. That's what McGilchrist says. It's brilliant. Attention is love.
Well, attention is bigger
harmonize than too. You have to harmonize with the other person. You have to be in right relationship. Right. If you're in too dissonant,
it's all right.
The frequency, the music, the vibration, the love, energy, boom, sure. Is you have to find that equilibrium. That
I think it's like playing music. It's you got to be playing music. Some people try to do a different song. It's like you got to play the same song together. Otherwise, no bueno.
All the love songs have perfect fourth.
But Beethoven's cool too. You know, sometimes you have to have Beethoven.
Drama.
Sometimes you got to play a song. Do a solo. That's true.
The drama is where you know you're alive. The drama is how you know your relationship is alive.
Yeah.
If you have no drama, you don't have any relationship because
you're
growing together and there's exactly, and that's the anti-empathy, right?
Yeah, but you're growing together towards a higher goal, which is you're submitted to the relationship. Otherwise, you can't grow together. You can just bounce into each other until one wins or they both fly apart, and that's no good. Or the song ends, right? Well, and that's or worse yet, the music ends. But the playing doesn't.
Yeah.
Right. And then that's all just cacophony. And that's like the relationship before the divorce is finalized.
That's when you drive the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry.
I knew that was going to come up at some point. Going to yell free bird. One of those two things is going to happen. Free bird. Free bird. Inevitable when you talk about music, you're going to get one or both of those things.
Yeah.
So every time. Guys, who's Anselman? He always makes these great comments. Who is he? Do you know who he is, guys?
Other than a guy on the internet?
He needs to come on.
But
he
do
won't
you know
come
Come
him?
on, Josh.
He's too shy. No, but he's been with
Come on.
VanderClown forever. Like he's been with VanderClown like
Oh, okay.
ages and 4 or 5
Come on,
years.
Josh.
Yeah.
Come
There's
on.
room for 10.
Oh yeah, I was calling Josh Jesse the other time.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
But
Why were you
it kind
doing
of
that?
works because you can't really tell just it's kind of the same
J
sound.
names. These crazy people with J names. Ugh. They're
Yeah,
so
no
We're pretty
kidding.
common, though.
oh.
We're pretty common.
Yeah, well, anyway, yeah. So your topics are good. Keep on going, Mark.
What do you want me to go on about here?
Well, I
We need
think
a
you should.
Nurem bingo card. Yeah. Rebel Mountains bingo card. What we need to do, Nurem, is we need to start selling Rebel Mountains merchandise. That's what we need to do.
Down.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Here we
down.
go.
Let's do it.
Perfect
do it.
meeting begins.
Boomy
Yeah.
Shroomy, Boomy
Let's get
Shroomy
some
stuff.
Rebel
Let's
Mountains
build a brand,
coffee
guys.
cups and mugs and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
and
because
get
I
some
can
But
make
don't-
mugs. I have a mug machine and a shirt
Great.
machine.
Just let's get the brand together. What's
I was gonna do an Etsy store during the lockdown, but I ended up getting another job. But I have all the stuff to do it.
Let's
Start
do it.
for it.
Why aren't we doing this?
We need
Let's do it.
merchandise. We need
Why
merchandise.
not?
I'll support you.
Why not?
Honestly,
Why not?
I
Why
think
not?
it's important. You have to have something visual, right? You have to have something concrete. You know,
Need
it's
it.
all
We
in the
need a
glass.
website person too. That's the next project.
What do you need, Mark?
Website
I
person.
know.
We got a website up, and the person who was gonna run it for us left. So I was like, no, I need this done. I can't do this. I got too much other stuff going on.
Yeah,
What's the
website
symbol
would
of the
be
Rebel
cool.
Mountains? What's the symbol of the
Slayer.
Rebel Mountains?
The Slayer.
No, what
have
what
like-
Yeah,
is it?
the Slayer.
What
The
no,
Doom
no, no.
Slayer.
Like David
That's the
holding
symbol.
Goliath's head,
Dude,
like
Yeah.
the Albion sort of thing.
Or a
like holding
demon,
the-
a big old horn demon. He's holding a,
No
a
horn
headless
demon.
horn
No,
demon.
no,
He's
no.
just holding his head with a
We're
sword.
trying to manifest the good here. We're not trying to manifest.
No,
That's how you do it. You got to kill all the demons, Mark. You got to kill them all.
Yeah.
No mercy. Hold no quarter. And then you can
the
you
rebel
can grow
have
a
the
garden
demons
out of their
surrounded?
guts. Okay.
Is it the
Or
rebels
something.
have the demons surrounded, and that's what they're doing? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's
Yeah, but-
more of a fortress. The mountains are more of a fortress,
Yeah.
staving off the armies of hell. Yeah, that's
Perfect.
No.
Perfect.
There we go. I like it. I like it.
All
Right
right.
The
on.
thing is, those that
Chad,
can
speak in my
cooperate though
language.
can bring the mountains down.
Look at this
Gargoyle.
gargoyle. Chad,
You
speak in
need
my
to have
language.
you need to have a ring fort at the tops of this
Gargoyle.
mountain in
Gargoyle.
Ireland. In Ireland, where I went, they always have these ring forts at the top, and they're circles, right? What
Ooh,
have you
yeah.
got there?
A gargoyle.
Gargoyle.
Oh,
It
oh,
sits.
gargoyles.
See, it sits on the table.
Yeah.
The feet
They
hang
guard
down.
buildings. They're
It's
like
awesome.
guardians. Yep.
And he's
Is
got
he
a
on the
laptop. He's got a freaking laptop. Gargoyle with a freaking laptop. He's typing.
Isn't that the perfect image of the internet?
And no, it's the perfect gargoyle. Like I have
Wow, it is a perfect
another gargoyle.
gargoyle.
But he's in the shed somewhere. I gotta find him.
Wow.
No, what happened was I was with my mother. We were in Ridgeway, South Carolina. It's a beautiful place, by the way. It's a gorgeous little town. It's great, and it's got the world's smallest police station and stuff like that. It's a cute little old style Southern town. And I forget why we were there. There's events there every once in a while. So we're just wandering around town, and she goes, "Oh, I'm gonna go into this little shop. They have one of those little shops that's got random stuff in it." So I'm like, all right, well, she's like, "Do you want to come with me?" And I was like, "Not really, Mom, but this is boring." But so I walk in there, and this thing is like sitting there on a shelf, and I'm like, "Oh, we're buying that." I love gargoyles. I'm like, "Yep, that's my gargoyle. That is a computer gargoyle. That is perfect." So yeah, and that's to stave off the gargoyle, and it works because I'm not, even though I've got 4 screens and is that 5? I have 5 screens, 2 computers, five monitors in this one room. I don't stay stuck on the computer, right? I like today I was outside earlier. So yeah.
Oh wow. So the
turtles,
gargoyle's
Mark?
doing its job.
I've got my 12 acres of my pond, so I don't stay stuck.
Do you have power turtles? Did I see that?
Yeah. Did you see the turtles today? Yeah, I posted them on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, get part of my Twitter thing. Get on my Twitter thing, because every once in a while I'll post pictures of and then Ethan hadn't seen my property. I'm like, what, are you kidding me? You're on Discord with me and you haven't seen the property? Because I put the property on all the time, right? I'll shove the phone in my pocket and go for a walk on Discord, and I'll be talking to people, and the camera will be showing the property and stuff. So yeah, you get to see the pond, and yeah.
You need to do some shorts and call them Safari Time with Mark.
Safari Time. Oh, you know what? I can show turtles. They're not the turtles I have today, but I can show you turtles. Give me
not girdles.
Not girdles, turtles. Yeah, this is an older picture. They look a lot bigger than they are. Let me grab them. Give me a sec here.
Do you feed turtles? Do they just like magically exist?
No, they just exist. I have a pond. It's an acre or so of water. It's just under an acre of water out of my 12 acres. So an acre out of my 12 acres is water.
Whoa.
And
do you have a boat?
I have a kayak.
Yeah, good enough. You can traverse the water.
There we go. Hold on.
Wow.
Boom. There's a bunch of turtles in the pond.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on a safari already, dude. That doesn't even look like
cool.
Story time. Story time. That's what we're gonna do more of.
Oh, you guys and your damn stories. So this is the far side of the pond. That was taken from the dam. So I was walking across the dam, and I had the camera, and I took a. Oh yeah, well that's what the pond is formed with a dam, man. So I took a picture with the Nikon. So this is the high end camera that I have, and that's how that picture came to be. So they're all sitting on a log. You can't really see the log very well. They're all sitting on a log that's kind of laying in the pond. That part of the pond is pretty shallow.
Call it Jesus turtle. That could be the name of the
turtles. Do the turtles come to you?
No. They were across the pond. No. You go. So I went outside today, and the minute they saw me, even though I was like 14 or 16 feet away, they all jumped off the log.
Wow.
But today they were up front.
What is the name of your kingdom?
I don't have a name for it, although I should, huh?
You gotta have a name.
Really. Yeah, you need a name for your place.
Michelangelo, Leonardo.
You need to take a lot of time to think about it, and then let me know later sometime.
No,
How many turtles are there? Enough for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Okay.
Oh shoot, it's not working. Why isn't it working? Hold on, I gotta kill it.
Yeah, you need a name for your place, Mark. Everybody needs a name for their place.
So it's if you want to be snooty about it, it's called the Pond at Cherokee. That's
if you want to be, is that the name of the whole kingdom or just the pond?
Yes. No. That's the name of the whole kingdom in this case.
The Pond of Cherokee.
The Pond at Cherokee.
The Pond at Cherokee.
It's missing a word.
No, very good. Why doesn't this show up? It's not showing up.
I think you could be as bold as to say Cherokee Pond.
Cherokee Pond. All right, here we go.
As in that is the feature of Cherokee, that pond.
This is my buddy. He's the blue heron. He comes to visit sometimes. It's a huge bird. He is big.
Oh, they're beautiful.
Yeah, this is a Nikon shot again. Yeah, he is gorgeous. He's really pretty.
Oh, I love great blue herons. They're stunningly beautiful.
Yeah, no.
And ancient, right? They feel so ancient. They come from long ago, those birds. Whoa.
I didn't get an answer to my question, though. Do you bring turtles?
What's your question?
Did you bring the turtles, or do the turtles come with you? Like, do the turtles come with the place, or did you bring the turtles? They were just there before you. The turtles.
He planted the turtles there.
The turtles are eternal.
No, Jesse. I have 12 acres of land, so you'll have to convert that to hectares. Understand?
Jesse, you need to go visit Mark.
It's a huge lot. It's just I live in the woods. I keep talking about this, right? I'm 6 miles away from an IMAX movie theater, right? I'm 6 miles away from total civilization.
Defined from civilization is to the nearest movie theater.
Well, yeah, in this case it is, but also grocery stores and like there's a Chipotle and a Walmart and all that. It's within.
You can't Uber to your property for sure.
Right, but the interesting thing is, You go under this bridge. And then you're in the woods. Like there's nothing. I mean, it's not totally devoid, but like there ain't nothing out here in Elgin. There's nothing at all. And so if you go the wrong way out of my house, like you take a left out of my driveway, it's very possible that you won't reach a gas station anytime soon. Like that is a possibility. You'll probably hit Ridgeway and be okay. But if you don't hit Ridgeway, you're screwed. You're screwed.
You got to write that down. That's a song title. If you don't hit Ridgeway,
you don't hit Ridgeway.
Come on. No, but write it down. And but I like if you don't hit Ridgeway. That's good. That's Mark. What are you doing out there? Do you have a garden? Do you have vegetables?
I'm not a write it down kind of.
Do you have vegetables? I want to know if you're growing food for yourself, because in case we need some.
If you want to hit Ridgeway, you're screwed.
That's good.
If you don't hit Ridgeway, you're screwed.
Screwed.
You're good. We need music. Here we go. Come on, guys. Jesse and you guys could do a song. We need a song.
I'm down.
Okay, you two guys, come on. We've got so much talent here.
Hold on. I got
songs are everything. I used to do that in teaching. We sang all the time. I never had a discipline problem. It elevates your mood, right? So I always started with a song, and the kids were always full of life. It was great.
That is my window.
Oh,
beautiful.
Stunningly beautiful, lovely.
From my window, from my house. So when I look out the window that's on the other side of that door, that's what you see.
Beautiful.
A romantic painting.
Yeah, look at the colors.
It's a beauty.
Yeah, so that's my pond. Yeah, I take the kayak out occasionally. This is obviously not in the winter. It's a lot clearer now. But yeah, that's the pond. That's where I live. That's what I look at every day when I go in the kitchen or hang out in the living room. I just look out the window. Yep. And so the turtles today, you see that log in the front? The turtles were on that log this morning. That's where they were hanging out. Yeah, that's not in the picture, but in today's tweet, that's where they were. Look at this. So Ethan, Mark, I'm literally eating dinner off the stovetop right now. You should be proud. And the reason why that's funny is because my friend Kira, and Kira lives down here now. She used to live in California, but I actually caused her to move. So she lives down the street from me.
Caused her to move.
Did. No, it's a true story.
Cool.
She was saying she was reading something recently, and she realized if women didn't make the house a home, men would literally eat off the stove, and the whole house would collapse. And I'm like, yeah, they would. They absolutely would. And here's Ethan admitting that he's eating off the stove and destroying his own house. But his wife will be back soon. She's got to keep it reasonable because she, there's family on the way. So she's got to hold the family together. So she'll make up for his transgressions. But yeah,
like in-laws are coming to visit.
No. Storks are coming to visit, I think.
Oh, that's great! Awesome. Very good news.
Yeah. So he's eating off the stovetop. Oh dear. Oh well.
So the turtles are called Michelangelo, Leonardo, Raphael. No one's getting the reference.
What are we doing?
Pizza time.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Cheese pizza. Radical man.
That's where you got that from. That's right. They're like cheese pizza.
Yeah, and it's the only pizza they can all agree on.
It's true, actually.
You've been stealing from TMT this whole time?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Mark, you're definitely I don't want to say it.
I think I mentioned it once, but if I didn't, yeah, absolutely. Can confirm.
Had it all solved all along. Unbelievable. Look at this. Ethan, if you eat off the stove top, it's less dishes. Yes, but you destroy the world. You literally unravel the world, Ethan. Is it worth you not doing dishes to destroy the world for the rest of us, sir? Is that your justification? Yeah, I'm lazy. I'm going to destroy the world. What are you, an emergence is good person?
Get some paper plates.
I thought he was on our side, and now we find out he's not. He's on the other side.
He's on
I've been
emergence.
to the paper plate side. I mean, that's a good compromise.
No, paper plates is bad. Paper plates.
Oh
gosh.
Very funny. Okay. So what do you think?
What do we think about what? What do you need knowledge for, Elizabeth? Let's
I have no need of knowledge whatsoever. I'm reading Ian McGilchrist's
I think we need to sing a song.
Ethan is choking on the stupid food now. Good. That'll teach you emergence first, bastard. Emergence first, hippie bastard with the long hair. There we go. All right.
Such a great insult, right? Like you emergent. What are we gonna put?
You emergent motherfucker. You gotta call them like you see them. You know, you just gotta say it out loud.
That is so... Can you imagine that Thunder Bay? Really, Shrewy had been there with me. Oh God.
Oh, dude! Whoa! It would be like World War IV.
What did you challenge Peugeot on? And we never finished that thread. What did you?
So boring compared to the emergent motherfucker.
What was it?
Well, because I have this really strange idea. I think that everything's relationship. So even with God, to me, it's like this. Like it's not like God zaps you or something. It's this. You struggle with God. You're moving towards each other. So I was trying to say that because he said something about grace. And I said, no, Jonathan, it's more like, it's the relationship. But anyway, but I said it in a harsh kind of Italian voice because I go to Italy a lot, in southern Italy, and they're really harsh. Like they just, especially the dialect, like it's like, yeah, it's horrible. It's part Arabic, part Greek, and part Italian. And so that's what I sound like most of the time when I come back from Italy. So people aren't used to it, but I have to be like that because I travel by myself. So I have to be like the Sicilians when I go there, especially with this blonde hair, right? So that's the way I was speaking, and people were just aghast at my rudeness because I used this Italian voice.
Well, you need to come visit West Virginia sometime because that's how everybody is.
No, the problem with
not the ladies, probably not the ladies.
Yeah, they are. What are you talking about? Yes, they are.
He was surrounded by sycophants, and that was really the problem.
I know everybody fawns over Peugeot. I don't think he's just like the rest of us. I agree.
No, I wanted to, and part of it's my fault, but I really wanted to dig in with him on a bunch of stuff and say, no, you're doing this wrong and you're doing that. You can do this better, right? And I didn't really get a chance to do that. Well, look, hold on though. We got to deal with this. Ron says, what's wrong with eating off the stove? Dude, I just went over this. It destroys the world. You're destroying the world, the whole world. You're actually destroying the whole world. You are taking the natural order and you're chucking it out because you're an lazy individual.
Why don't you eat with your hands?
Yeah, why don't you?
You're not even supposed to be in a house. You're supposed to be out hunting, guys. Like that's the problem. Like Mark, you need to remember.
Guys. Well, hey, hang on a second here.
In the food, just stick your mouth in the food and just chomp on it. Why don't you do that? Right? Because you're destroying the world. You're destroying the world.
You can eat steak anywhere, right?
That's such a great clip of Mark saying this. Like, just make a clip of it. Why don't we make funny clips? Like everybody's too serious. This is Boomy's fault.
We're getting there.
We need to get like a whole bunch of funny things.
I made everybody funny. I don't apologize at all.
Ethan didn't get a chance to talk to Peugeot once, which is Ethan's own damn
I know,
fault.
but I took Ethan's picture with Vervaeke, talking to Vervaeke, so he should be humbly grateful to me. I thought that was very kind of me to remember to snap a picture.
Niram, you're making him worse. Dude, Niram is a genius. Eat with hands, even less
dishes. Eat with your hands.
You made him worse. How did you do that?
Because you can lick it all off your hands, right? And why don't you eat everything like nachos, right?
Yeah.
For the same reason I don't come on this stream naked. That's why you don't eat off the damn stove. Look at this.
Right.
I got that. I got this. I put on this shirt. I did up the board. I've got my dragon up. I don't always have my dragon up. right? Like that's why you don't eat off the stove. Look at all this work that I put into this stream for you people. And then what do? You go and eat off the stove like it's nothing.
Now you're eating with your hands.
This is terrible. You're
What's on the
destroying
board?
our entire world.
Yeah, what's on the board? I never can see what's on the board. It's too far away. What you need to do is do a whiteboard on your screen and draw stuff. That would be cool.
Dude, really?
I know. Look at
that would be terrible.
Come on, Mark. You call yourself a technologist. Come on.
I could do all the tech. That's not the issue. I just can't draw. There's no point in me having a whiteboard because I can't draw. Like I'm just terrible at drawing.
Well, you could draw funny things, and it would be you could explain stuff with the drawings.
I've always been terrible at drawing, so yeah, I can't draw. I can't.
Oh, I suck at it. But
I can sing.
It's fun.
I can sing, but I can't.
Oh, you
draw.
can sing. I can sing a little bit too.
We can all sing a song right here and right now.
Maybe
Do you all row your boat?
Row, 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 merrily down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
We're good.
We did it.
We're the best.
There was just a little bit of latency.
No, it's
Yeah,
perfect.
there was. My fault.
It's
There you go.
It's because I'm getting too old. My voice is
You're supposed to have 4 voices start at 4 different times. That was perfect.
Oh, wow.
Excellent.
But I
Because
might
we're rowing a boat.
It's a fugue.
gently down the stream. I wonder what that song. But we really do need. We need music. I think music's missing from this whole affair. I think if we had music, there'd be a leader would emerge. That's for sure.
We have to have a right relationship to the right music, because if I just go on and start playing some metal church, then that's not going to cut it. It'll make me happy, but it's not going to cut it. The metal church is actually that way. If you haven't heard metal church, it's freaking fantastic. Especially their first album, is just transcendent. Just a transcendent album. Yeah, where's my?
What's it called? What's it called, Mark?
Metal church.
It's called Metal Church.
A few.
And if you're cool, then you get a card that said Metal Church, signed by the band.
Love it.
You bought a Metal Church T-shirt, and they sent you this without you even realizing it for Christmas. And I was just like, this is awesome. I went to see them.
The things you learn. The things you learn. It's just amazing.
It's a nice little.
Did anyone listen to my album?
Mm-hmm.
To your what?
Did anyone listen to my last album?
Yeah.
You have an album, bro? I didn't know you had like albums.
Come on, I've got 2. Cool. The first one's okay. The first one I'm going to rework actually. But...
Oh my gosh. The talent here is astounding.
Oh,
very cool.
Ethan took off. First he comes in, and then he just takes off. He doesn't care.
That's what happens when you eat from your stovetop.
I've eaten
Metal Church. What is with this? This guy is you can't have him here. And he's like, please don't look it up.
I prefer that you do raise your pinky. I think it adds to an effect, and also, it doesn't get stuff on your pinky. It keeps it dry.
Are you like this?
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
Barely so.
Only going to drink tea. If you don't drink tea that way.
Drink moonshine, you have to raise your pinky.
I object. So Ethan is a lover of this type of music, okay? And I think, that Iron Maiden is a great band, right? But they're not as good as Metal Church. And Metal Church has great religious themes in it. I mean, absolutely great. Even like their second album, fantastic stuff. Fantastic.
I've never even heard of it. I thought you meant like a metal church.
Nope. No. It's really funny. They are really good. Like they're like Metallica's Metallica, and Ride the Lightning is the greatest album of all time. There's no question about that. The greatest metal album of all time is Ride the Lightning. And they never got close to that, even with Puppets, which is another great album. But Metal Church, for consistency, oh yeah, it's solid stuff. I mean, even though their first album is great, like, because you can go into like Anthrax, right? Fistful of Metal, great album, wonderful hardcore music. The rest of Anthrax is different though, and they get worse as they go on to some extent. And so there's a change. but Metal Church is consistent, very consistent. And it's very, very good. And it's very high level. So like the whole song Metal Church too is great. It's just great. It's great. It's fantastic stuff. It's very religious in nature too. They're always talking about that. Like they have one about Edgar Allan Poe too. They've got a Poe song.
Oh.
They've got great, deep philosophical music. It's really fantastic, even though it's very high speed. It's very fast metal. It's good stuff.
Okay, where's Jesse's music?
Classic Jigs, yeah.
He hasn't given us a link to his music yet, I think, is the problem. He has to post
all right.
Yes, I have. I'll do it again. Gosh.
Did you? When did you do this? Did I just miss it? Did I not put it in my browser?
3 times in these live streams. I'll do it again. All right.
Do it again. Do it again. It's not on my browser for some reason, so that's my bad. It's my bad.
How do you want me to share it? In the chat? Spotify?
Just share it in the big chat. It'll send it to everybody. Everybody wants to participate. Right?
Thank you.
Everybody?
Thank you.
Everybody should participate. I remember you talking about it, and I thought I put it up in one of the browser windows to look at later, and then obviously I didn't because I suck. So, all right, Troglodyte Ethan is back. Tell us about your experience destroying the world by eating at the stove, Ethan, please.
So my wife actually is here, but when she saw that I was doing this, she's like, okay, I'm just going to go in the room tonight. And I came back in here, and she went into the kitchen, and I think I messed something up. I think I might have messed the pan up. Actually, I might have to go. Hold on.
Uh-oh. He might have gotten himself in trouble. That's not good.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we've had a lot of arguments in our house about the stove top.
I bet. Mine's glass. I got one of those newer glass electric stoves. It's pretty cool. I'm actually a
serious business. It's a serious business when you transgress, man.
Good. Is the pan okay? Will there be macaroni in it tomorrow?
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, maybe.
Don't say macaroni. Come on. Now I want to go back to the store and get some mac and cheese.
Fettuccine.
I'm getting hungry. Oh dear. Where's the food?
I ate before I came on here because usually I get hungry in the middle of this. I'm eating chips. And I was like, I ate a bunch before I got up on here.
I didn't have dinner today, so I didn't have.
We should have food.
We should.
We got blue ones left.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. I had an elk burger.
So.
Oh, that's not enough for me. Mark, can't you arrange that food on your live stream? Come on. I'm sure we can figure this out.
We could eat a dinner here. We could all separately cook a dinner and then eat it at the same time.
Good idea.
We did that on the Discord server.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We had a whole ritual Friday night dinner. It was actually Fridays too. Friday evening dinner. We'd all eat dinner together.
Good Friday and fish.
Oh, that's cool.
It worked really well, actually. Yeah. Well, I miss Awakening from the Meaning Crisis in the old days. We had some stuff going, and then just
nice.
People were emerging.
Have you checked in with it?
Wow.
How are they doing now?
You've got a situation. You've got a story to go with this one.
You know how they're doing now, Ethan? How they're doing now is the Mark of Wisdom server almost always has more people on it than their server. That's how they're doing. So when it's you and me and Manuel and Sally Joe, we have 4 people and they maybe have 3, usually 2. The server's basically dead. And that's too bad because I spent a lot of time building that community and moving it over there. But
it was never yours.
They ruined it. They ruined it.
That was
wow.
It sucks to put so much work into something and then it's taken away because it was never yours. But now you're putting it directly into something that's yours, so it can't be taken away.
I don't know that it was never mine. Part of the problem was I took the community that I built on the John Vervaeke meditation live stream and voluntarily brought it over because Brett seemed like a reasonably good actor, and then what emerged from his poor leadership was bad. And that's when you don't have strong leadership, when you don't have a strong container, you end up with badness left, right, and center. And that's really the issue, is that all this badness, kind of happens. Why did you?
Yeah, it's kind of weird what happened. I was just thinking the opposite happened in the Bridges server. The guy that started it ended up leaving, and he did make the whole thing. He made the whole thing happen, and then he left because it got something emerged out of it that wasn't the original idea or intention.
Yeah, well, the thing became corrupted. That's basically what happened.
He could have bought it though, but I can see why that would be like a waste of, or a lot of energy, but not a waste particularly, but a big drain. Or would it? You could just go delete, goodbye, all these people. It's over because I like this thing that was going on and now it stopped.
Right, but what he did was he transferred the responsibility for the community back into the community. But of course, that doesn't always work, right? In fact, it doesn't often work. And so what ended up happening is the community blew up. That's all. And it's not entirely gone. Like the server's still there. The Awakening server's still there. It's just that the community is gone. The ethos is gone, right? The ability to cohere is no longer there. And so you've lost something very important in that process.
So why does that happen, guys? What?
The linchpins. The linchpins fall apart, and then there's just a few things holding the structure together.
Yeah.
And then
there's still a structure there, right? But when you don't submit to something from above, you end up in a mess. You have to be ready, willing, and able to submit. And that submission has to work. Like you can't, even a bad leader is better than no leader. And people don't appreciate that. It's like, look, you can have something imperfect, right? The perfect is the enemy of the good. Or you can have nothing. It's up to you. Or the worst state is, so you can have something good that's not perfect. Or you can have nothing. Or you can continue to emerge and emerge and emerge and emerge and emerge. But the odds that that's going to be good each time are very low. And it's going to hurt people. And just constant churn for the sake of churn is no good. I mean, that's one of the problems with Protestants church hopping, is that they're, you're not building long-lasting churches by church hopping. So you can say, oh, my church been for 25 years. It's like, well, let's score that up against the Catholics, shall we? It's not even a challenge, or the Orthodox. Those churches don't go away in 25 years. What are you, high? And so
I think they're trying to do the Cheers thing. I think that the Protestants are trying to be like, which one of these churches is like Cheers? And then we can all do it. But I don't know if they figured out which one's Cheers is.
Emergence is good. It's a very Protestant attitude, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that they don't believe being is good, but like really,
is it though? I don't know.
It's a problem.
I think they're trying to try, because like we talked about before, America, the whole rebellious spirit. It got, the computers and the automobiles and the airplanes and the spaceships and all that stuff. So like that's good, right? Or is that bad? Should we be Amish?
You ready? You ready for this? Here's a good segue. You're gonna love this. It's not a segue, but it'll look like a segue. I saw a video. I think it was today. I can't remember because whenever I have these stupid afternoon sleepy things, it's a problem. It was either yesterday or today. I saw this video, and the video was amazing. It was about bread. And the guy was making the case that what we have in the United States is not bread. If you go to France, right, he was doing comparisons with the number of bakeries to the population and all this stuff. Like they go and get fresh bread. And what he said was, people go to the bakery and they say hi and they talk. And so it's kind of like the place that you meet together instead of the bar, we'll say, is the bakery. And I was like, that is fascinating. He said, we don't have that in the U.S. It's like, no, we don't. We only have the bar. Like, that's all we got left.
We have a bakery. I go and get fresh baked bread. And I had that conversation.
Every few days?
I get bread sometimes. There's another place in town that bakes a lot of restaurants bake bread and sell it, like loaves of bread. Maybe it's a thing here.
Right.
I don't know. As long as I remember, they've been doing that. But anyway,
you can't even get sliced bread in France. It's like very hard.
Well, yeah, you got to slice it. When you buy that bread, it's good. It's really good.
But it's only good. Like the problem with baked bread is it's only good for like 3 days. So you gotta get
you got to go get more and go talk to him. Right. You know, like you got any more bread?
Make your own.
They used to go in France. I mean,
sourdough is easy.
Jesse, no, go and be
but they dedicated their life to make that bread really good.
Make your own. He's Australian. And he's more American than I want him to be.
We can't get spaceships if we all make our own bread. That's my argument. Like, do we need to be Amish or do we need to be Enterprise or what? Where are we? What are we doing?
We can't make spaceships if we all make our own bread. That's perfect. That's a good metaphor for everything. But you see, that's the cooperation. What do we have in common? Baked bread that we have to get fresh every day, right? Yeah, you got to go get that baguette. You got to go get
you used to have a butcher as well.
Non-uniform bread. It's all different. Right.
Milk delivery.
Good point.
We don't have milk delivery, but we do have salad delivery. There's this place that has a garden, and they come around and deliver salads. But we don't have milk. We should have milk.
No more milk delivery. Yeah, that's all gone from the U.S.
Where's the milkman?
I know. There's no one to make bastard children anymore. It's no good.
Oh yeah, they all got killed by the husbands. You're right. Yeah. The milkmen are all dead.
They
couldn't, breed any more milkmen because they all got, selected out of into extinction.
What was that crazy thing? Was that you?
That looked like some bread.
It's a spaceship bread.
Oh, dude,
it's a
that's
personal
the solution. If we all make enough bread, we can make a starship out of it.
It's a personal starship, and it's not even big enough for you to fit on. So it's not helping. You're not helping. You're making it worse.
What is this? A center for ants?
Then you get it. Do you want ants? You get ants.
Zoolander is the most prophetic movie of the 2000s. There you go. If you want to go know what 2020 was going to be like, you just go back to 2000. Watch Zoolander. You're like, we became this. We became the social media hyper obsessed celebrities of our own lives. Throwing petrol on ourselves, literally. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. How does the idea of emergence keeps us individuals, right? Because we can just emerge into something better and transcend ourselves, right? So that's got us trapped, right? That's one of the stucknesses. And the belief that that's possible, which is so absurd to me. Every time I run into it, and I run into it all the time, I'm always deeply amazed. Think, what is your thinking process on that? And then the other one is this idea that we're important somehow. And it's like, no, the important thing about us is not us. The important thing about us is whether or not we go to the airport to be together, right? And to listen to music together and share our knowledge on a 6.5-hour drive up to Thunder Bay, which apparently for Vanderclay was like 8 hours. I don't know what route they took. It really was only 6.5 hours. I don't get it. Anyway, it is this coming together. Yeah, it is this coming together on a live stream, right? It is changing the time of a live stream or doing it every Friday so that crazy Australians can join, right? It is this giving up our time at the bar to come and be ecumenical cheese pizza.
Yeah.
Right. It is all of that.
I think he needs to take us to the bar. I think he should take us to the bar, set us on the bar so we can participate.
Dude, I almost turned it on when I was there. I'll do it next time.
He's done it before.
I've done it before.
What you should do is you start the live streams both driving to the bar. That's what we do. You both start the live streams driving to the bar, and then you meet at the bar. That's a perfect live stream.
Ooh.
We can all come in. We can all come in, and then eventually Mark and Nero meet at the bar.
They just built a whole bunch of new hotel rooms here, because because
That's
people
what
are
we'll
doing
do.
the trail riding.
We'll do a conference one of these days. We'll all be there. We'll all be at different hotels. We'll all stream on the stream, and then we'll come together, and then we'll be on one camera. It'll be hysterical.
It's a perfect idea. Yeah,
That's beautiful.
I'll do that.
All
one
right.
of these days, we'll get that.
I'll try.
It'll be the.
We've eventually got to go across to Canada, so
we have to have our music, though, guys. Don't forget our songs. Who's gonna take responsibility for that? Jesse and
the artist. We got Jesse, the famous musician.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got albums.
Do you have a name though, Jesse? Do you have a stage name?
I did. I have it early. Got a couple. But
what's
is it
the
gone
new one?
now?
The new one is Open Futures, but that's I'll be continuing that series.
I thought that was just the name of the album. That's the name of the band?
It will be. I'm turning it into a brand. I've been slowly crafting my Excel document of marketing. Go, okay, if the people like this style of music, what is it? How do I do it again? Because I have a bunch of other songs that me and Aaron, the singer, never released. So it's like, okay, how we continue. He's got 3 kids now, so he can't be as passionate about it as I am.
3 kids. Oh my goodness.
Got 3 kids.
Did he ruin his life with that? My goodness.
He runs a really cool leather business. He makes leather products. But yeah.
Wow.
Oh, does he? Oh,
excellent.
Yeah, he makes really cool.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Wow.
Does he make costumes? I need a leather costume from Blake 7. That's what I need. I always told myself I'd try one of these days.
Wow. Yeah, we all need costumes. That's true too.
I just need my leather Avon costume from Blake 7. That would just make me happy.
This is getting to be quite an enterprise.
Yeah, I need to get a Captain Kirk shirt.
There we go. You definitely need that, sir.
Gotta get that.
Oh.
The old school gold one. Yeah.
Yes, we'll all be different Gnostic versions of our highest value. It'll be great.
Okay, fine. I get to get Neo's leather coat. If we all go Gnostics, I got to Matrix.
There we go. Neo's leather coat is good. I like it. Ethan, what you got? What are you going to dress up as? Come on.
Oh God.
The Northman.
Ethan's not talking to us anymore. Fine. You got to pick a Gnostic character, Ethan. We got Captain Kirk. I'm Avon from Blake 7. We've got Jesse's Neo. Who are you going to be?
I'm just going to be the mushroom.
Oh, there we go. You're the Gnostic mushroom.
He's going to be. Yeah. So you're going to dress as a mushroom and talk like this the whole time.
There we go.
Like Terrence.
I love it. All right, Elizabeth.
What are you going to do? I don't know all these movies, so I'm just going to be a banshee.
Okay,
excellent.
That's cool.
Excellent. All right.
Yeah,
good.
I've always wanted to be that's the way I was talking to Jonathan Pajot, and nobody understood. They shriek. They shriek. They're in Ireland. If you go to Ireland someday, you'll hear them at nighttime. These.
Oh yeah, I want to get to Ireland.
You should go. Oh, why don't we all go to Ireland? We should have an.
I'm down. Trip. That's where my people are from. A lot of the Rebel Mountains people are from Ireland, which would explain a lot.
I'll tell you why I don't go to Ireland, because that's all the money I.
Well, it's not very
That's
expensive.
why I don't go to Ireland.
I always find the cheapest places to stay. Right?
Oh, she's good at that.
Yeah, and then off I go.
First, I need to be able to afford a flight. That would be good. Actually, first I need to be able to
take a boat.
Get to the airport to get a flight.
Let's take a boat. Let's take a sailboat. No, we're gonna sail across the sea.
Yeah.
What are you? No, we're not rowing a boat.
I would
get
a
sailboat.
No, I'd sail. I'd sail across the Atlantic. No problem. I'm leaving.
I'll do it.
Let's sail. Okay.
I'll do it.
How are we going
to trying to learn about sailboats.
Imagine
I'm going to get one eventually.
No, my buddy's got a 26-foot catamaran. I can steal that from North Carolina. We'll sail up the coast, and then we'll sail it across the Atlantic.
Okay, you have to pick me up. We'll have to meet me somewhere.
Oh, we'll have to send it down the St. Lawrence to get you, right?
Okay. Well, I'll come up a little bit. I'll go over to Quebec, where those there French.
No, not Quebec. Jeez, no, drive over to Nova Scotia somewhere. We can pick you up.
All right, I'll come over there. Okay, that's the deal. What about Jesse? He's gonna have to have his own. He's gonna have to do a solo.
He's gonna have to drill through the earth and come out into the mountains.
He's on his own. There's no sailing off Australia.
I'm gonna go through the hollow earth down here.
Yeah.
Defeat King Kong, and then
like Dante did. That's exactly what Dante did.
King Kong would be like.
And Jesse will pop out of one of our coal mines. I'll go down and meet you halfway.
That's right. That's right.
We got maps. We got all these like miners that have gone down halfway.
Hiram will drive
in the troll people.
And he'll have to defeat a Balrog too. No,
I'm down.
King Kong would be cool.
I'll shoot that thing in the fucking face. I don't care.
King Kong would give you a fist bump. He'd be like helping you on your way, and then he'd say, "Watch out for the Balrog." You know, those greedy coal miners up there in the Rebel Mountains dug too deep.
The dwarves.
They dug too deep. That's for sure. I've been in some of those mines. They're scary, man.
There's dinosaurs. There's all sorts of things down there.
Yeah.
The mines. Oh my gosh. Sure. Yeah.
Kong's gonna help you away from the dinosaurs. Your movies are terrible. Kong lives with the dinosaurs. They're friends. He can get you past it. He'd be cool with it.
Yeah, he can get you past. Kong is your
I know the movies. Come on, give me that.
All right.
Kong, I already
told you. Gotta watch out for those slee stacks, bro.
Slee stacks. Slee stack. I love slee stacks.
You gotta watch out for them.
Dude, I rewatched that recently, like a couple of years ago. It was epic.
I did too last year.
It was epic. I love slee stacks. Slee stacks. Yeah, I used to do this all the time to my buddy. I'd be like, slee stack. I'd post it on Facebook and stuff. Everyone's just like, slee stack.
Yeah. They're so slow. Yeah. It was crazy because a family filmed that and wrote it together.
Yeah. Well, the whole Land of the Lost thing was great.
It was great. It was good stuff.
The original, series was just fantastic. It was so goofy and fun, and it was just great. Yeah, rewatching it was a real joy. Yeah, I'm rewatching Andromeda now, which is just Andromeda's great. Like what a great sci-fi show that is.
The whole Magog thing is just right on the nose, but very interesting.
Parasitic, baby. It's parasitic. Emergence is good.
Yeah.
That's what they do, right? They implant the eggs in you, and then the eggs burst out of you like aliens.
Yeah.
And emergence is good.
Like, and that's why they invented Nova bombs, because of that.
Aliens.
That's bad news.
Yeah.
It's Genesis 3.
Genesis 3, yeah.
Alien.
Never read it. What happens in Genesis 3?
Is that the giants?
No, Genesis 3 is when the snake seduces Eve.
Oh, back there.
That's what does that have to do with emergence? Snakes.
Where'd that snake come from?
But that's that's where knowledge is the highest value. That's why the Gnosticism is there. That's why it's Gnosticism. It's agreeing with the snake.
It's actually a great meat.
Oh yeah. It's the tree of knowledge. Let's eat the fruit. Let's eat the knowledge fruit, and then we'll have the knowledge. It's like, well, that's why Gnosticism is definitionally wrong. It's right there in the Bible, you muppets. Did you not read the damn book? Somebody went through a lot of trouble to make that book.
Right. So do we try to like throw up the fruit, but it's bad, let's get it out, or do we build spaceships? What do we do?
Neither.
Is it okay to go to space?
We commune together. What emerged after the snake? Well, this is a good question. I don't know what emerged after the snake.
SpaceX.
I mean, a bunch of bad stuff, clothing and all this shame and all this bad, right? Adam and Eve living in shame.
Self-consciousness, right? Self-consciousness.
No, you know what? What it did is it was a spirit of exploration, because clothes enable you to go to different climates and environments and outside the perfect environment of a garden wall. It's like we have to equip ourselves with clothes and then later on spacesuits with this new endeavor. After we ate the fruit, we're like, this is our mission now. We got to know what is out there, what's going on. And the clothes enable us to embark on this adventure. Or or not. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know. I don't know. I think the Gnosticism comes from the snake. That's where the Gnosticism comes from.
The snake.
And it just keeps us spread out and not able to transcend because knowledge kind of weighs you down. And
like the stars. The stars are spread out. They're never going to be together in one thing. They're spinning away from each other further and further.
An opportunity.
Maybe that's what's going on with us.
There's something about the stars. They are up there, right?
They're up there.
I mean, they're there, man.
What are they?
Well, I don't know, but they're beautiful. You know, you go out at nighttime and you can see all the different, you know, the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. They're pretty amazing. Watch them move across the sky. I think we need to spend more time. We need to do a stargazing live stream too.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just for Jesse. I'm gonna post the. I have a short video. I think it's 10 minutes of me. What I did was I had one of my other cameras. I mounted it on the kayak and kayaked around the pond. So I've got a short 10-minute video of that, and then I got a few videos of the drone flying over the properity. So maybe I'll grab some of those videos and post them on my personal channel, just my name, and we'll put up
story time, man. Story time.
I'm not good with stories. Stories require framing. Like that's my problem.
That's a story. You've already been telling stories.
We've already got a frame, and now we're building the engine, and we got to decide if we want fat tires or skinny. Are we getting smoothies on the rims? Are we getting rims? You know, this is where we're at now. We've got a frame. It's happening. Where we get? Then we got to figure out where to go with the truck and navigate the road.
You need to tell us where to go with the truck. We got to get to the.
Tell us. Why is it a truck? We got to get to the pizza place. That's where we're going with the truck.
To get the ecumenical cheese pizza. We should do a little cartoon about ecumenical cheese pizza.
Yes.
Building a car to go get the ecumenical cheese pizza. we need our cartoonist. My cartoonist hasn't answered me on Discord recently, so he's probably busy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it sounds like 2 trips to me because there's one on the sailboat and one on the track. So this is good. Maybe we need a third one.
A mouse motor or a rat motor? No, I don't think either. I think you need a regular motor. Although
a 454 V8 motor.
No, I just saw a good video on the Wankel rotary engine. Although there's a new rotary engine.
I can't put something in a vehicle and drive it if it's called a Wankel. I can't do that. It's a really cool engine though.
There's a new rotary engine out there that isn't.
We need to rename it.
A Wankel, but it is a rotary engine.
I cannot get in something with that name.
Did you see the one cylinder, one stroke motor? Because that looked really interesting. It's been released. Like they have one. I'm like, oh, cool. I want one.
All right.
You can't have a one stroke. That's impossible.
No, it's not. No, it's not at all, actually.
How does that work?
Because you use the back end of the piston cycle to do a bunch of things.
It's like a gun. Like a gun.
You use the same valve format that you use in a Wankel. Because a Wankel is technically a no-stroke engine because it turns. So there's no
That's what she said.
But it's got 3 chambers. And that's how it makes the same 4-stroke cycle is out of the 3 chambers.
I have to look that up.
Yeah. Well, Wankels are
I wouldn't look up Wankel and stroke in the same Google search, bro.
Yeah. Don't look that up. No, but they've got a ton of people out there have done Wankel engines with a glass thing, so you can watch the cycle. It's really cool because you can compress the 4 cycles into the 3 chambers pretty easily. But you can do the same with a single stroke engine.
We lost Jesse.
I don't know. Yeah, I know.
In Australia.
Something happened in Australia. It fell off.
Yeah, the wallabies have to turn the internet packets.
Oh,
down before they get sent. Otherwise, the Australian internet goes down.
So. Rocco's fell asleep on the job.
That happens because the kangaroo internet network, the packets are upside down. The wallabies turn the packets around. When they fail to do that, connections drop. It happens all the time.
You got him back. The wallabies.
I've got wallabies in the Columbia Zoo, by the way, and kangaroos. So I've seen this process. The wallaby internet, very important concept. People don't know this technology. That's why I'm a computer expert.
It's critical. I mean, it's a critical part of Australian animal husbandry.
Exactly. See, Niram understands.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta take those packets and you gotta flip them over, and then you can send them. And then they're right side up when they reach North America.
I'm trying to share a meme, and I have to navigate technology.
There's the meme.
Here we go.
The get confused. I'm trying to share a meme, and the wallabies are keeping the meme upside down, and I gotta make it right side up before I can send it on the internet.
It's probably the context is already over, but I think I figured it out.
It's never over.
That's the meme.
Context is never over. You seem like someone with high openness to experience.
Nice. I like it. Says the snake.
I saw something really disturbing when I was playing Cyberpunk 2077. There was this lady banging a snake, and it was called the Gamora Show.
Excuse me?
And I was like,
pretty obnoxious.
That's very evil-like, I guess, in that picture.
Yeah,
it reminded me of
evil.
Well, as someone with high openness to experience.
Right. Don't bang snakes. It's bad.
All those things, knowledge, experience, they're interchangeable. I mean,
of course.
I don't know about that. No, experience is participatory. It's when you focus on the experience to the exclusion of
bad boys.
Right. Well, okay, yeah, that's what I mean. We were talking to somebody a couple of weeks ago on the Vervaeke. You were there, and his whole ethic was experience. It's like, what's your purpose? Like, what's the goal that you're trying to do? He's like, I want to get people to have good. I want them to have. I don't even know if he said good experience, but he just said good experience. He was trying to get people to experience for the sake of experiencing.
Which is emergence. That's emergence is good, right? That's all emergence is good. Experience, just experience. Yeah, but what if it's a bad trick? Like that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Why do girls like bad boys?
I don't know. Why are you going?
That's a stream on its own.
Because
man.
The snake.
That's another 4 hours.
The snake. It's the snake. Why did she listen to the snake? The bad thing. The bad guy. It was what is that about? But that's another string. You're right.
All I'm gonna say is drama. Drama attracts things.
Okay.
Yes. Well, yeah. Well, and also, you want somebody who can survive, because that means they can protect.
That too.
Right.
Well, that's what drama stories are about, right? Drama stories are just high octane adventure stories.
And also, Jesus said, "Be as kind as a dove, as wise as a serpent." That's weird, right? Isn't that weird? What does that mean?
Depends if you mean serpent by time.
Like was wise as a serpent, because a serpent.
Snake. No, serpents aren't snakes. Snakes aren't serpents.
What? What is that?
No, serpents are sea creatures. Serpents are sea creatures.
Float along the chaotic waters.
Isn't it a sea snake? So it's a water snake?
I'm almost sure that serpents are sea creatures.
Okay.
Yeah, but is this just a splitting a hair type of thing? Or is this
a truth thing?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I do think it's a mistranslation, because I'm pretty sure that there's a huge difference between serpents and snakes.
That's not true.
What does it mean, though? Come on, guys.
What does it mean?
The dictionary, the dictionary says that synonyms, but I don't think that's actually true.
I think you're right, Mark. I think
a snake is on land, a serpent's in water. So a serpent is just arguably
if I see it in the water or on the land, I'm calling it a snake and I'm running away.
Yeah, a serpent that's in the water is just more shape-shifty, more fluid, and more ambiguous than a serpent, a snake that's on land.
Or did Jesus say that because he knows serpents are wiser than snakes because they're in the water?
What does it mean, though? It is strange, though. I never thought of that before. What does it mean to be like a serpent?
How did this turn into navigating biblical hour? Jeez
Nobody who started us on the snake?
Navigating parables.
Nehemiah started all this.
I messed it up.
I'm just gonna kick all the Christians off.
Consult your books, Nehemiah. Consult your books.
It's just fascinating.
Look at your Freemason books and come back to us.
Jargon is not welcome here. Crazy Christian. No one can understand what you're saying except other crazy Christians.
Well, no, nobody understands. There's no such thing as a crazy Christian.
No, there are. I can introduce you to Nate Heil's a crazy Christian. I'm a Christian anarchist. It's like, yeah, no, you're a crazy person. That's what you are.
There's this thing called the law of non-contradiction. So you can't be an anarchist and a Christian at the same time.
There you go.
What's the difference? Wait.
What's the same respect?
What's the difference between a snake and a serpent? There is no difference between a snake and a serpent. The suborder of snakes is called serpentes, which is why we call them serpents. I think there is a translation issue, because I'm sure that serpents are actually water creatures and snakes are actually not, and they might be a subgroup or whatever. But I think the reference to serpent, particularly in the Bible, is actually tied up with the not with the snake, but with the water creature.
Well, some snakes are canines. So some cats are canines and some dogs are canines. And some dogs are wolves. This is where you're going to get into etymology of.
Yeah.
Wait, what cat is a canine?
A saber-toothed tiger.
Tiger. It's a tiger.
Tiger.
It's a lion.
Okay, I guess I don't know what a canine is. I thought that was just the Latin name for a dog.
So dying. What's a canine?
I could be wrong, but maybe
It's not as quite as dangerous as a K10.
Oh, jeez.
No, his canine is pointed tooth.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, all cats have pointed teeth.
Yeah.
Great. It's great to know that sometimes I get things right.
The important thing with the whole tree and stuff is to remember is that it's anything in insubordination. That's what it is. Anything removed from its context or taken to be good in and of itself.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, whether it's knowledge, experience, emergence, literally anything that's in subordination to God that's the story. You know, it can't be out of context, right? Can't be out of place.
Apples have seeds. Apples have seeds, right? So you're taking the thing that produces seeds and consuming it for yourself.
Oh yeah,
instead of carrying on its cycle of.
This was actually an interesting point.
What about apple pie?
That I've been thinking about lately, which is relevant to emergence. One of the problems with emergence is you'll hear people talk about the seed, and the seed contains all the information to make a tree. And I couldn't figure out why, I knew that wasn't right. So that is wrong. It does not. And I can prove this pretty easily. You take the seed out to space, nothing that you do to the seed is going to grow a tree. It's never going to happen. So
you can't have that.
All of the information is not in the seed. That is wrong. The information that you need, if you are in the right conditions to grow a tree, is there. The tree needs gravity or it won't grow. That's information. The tree needs sunlight or it won't grow. That's information. The tree needs a change in the sunlight, so it needs night and day. That's information. The tree needs water, the tree needs soil, and the tree needs moisture. Otherwise, the tree doesn't grow. That seed does not contain those things. Those things come from the outside. And so these emergence people will often do that. And even the crazy Christians, Paul Vanderklay talks about that too. It's like
so does Pajot. Pajot talks about that.
That's why they're Gnostic, is because they're eliminating material cause from the thing. Like the seed requires material cause, or which is probably easier for us to understand, is material constraint or just constraint. A seed cannot exist in outer space. Like it cannot fulfill its formal cause in outer space. It needs that material cause. That's why you can't get rid, like there's always 4 causes. You have to have that material cause. You need the efficient cause too, the person that plants it. But like you can't remove that. That's why it's Gnostic. Like the ex nihilo, that's the only thing that doesn't have material cause. That's the uncreated creator. Anytime that you try to get rid of material, that's what Gnosticism is. You're trying to create something out of nothing, and you can't.
That's true. That's well said, Ethan. That's exactly right. Wow. You better talk to Pajot. You better straighten him out in the mustard seed thing.
The mustard seed, yeah. No,
he talks about it all the time. Like
tell him about mustard gas.
Like this is why Christianity is so important. It's like, well, what does the world look like without Gnosticism? It's like, it's Christianity. Like you don't know, like that's the only thing. That's what it is without.
What fights Gnosticism? Yeah.
Because Christianity fills the whole world. It's like it is the constraint. It's everything.
Yeah.
And when you remove the constraints, when you're trying to chase this unconstrainedness, like there's goodness in the constraints. When you try to eliminate the constraints are bad. It all turns into Gnosticism.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. The seed needs the material constraint, the material cause.
Right. Cause. Yeah. Well. Yeah. All the constraints. There's a ton of constraints, and people don't realize that. They think the seed can just self-transcend. Like the seed's just there and it's got all the information it needs, and then it just grows into a tree. And it's like, no, the water comes from the outside, the sunlight comes from the outside, the earth is outside, all these things, the conditions for the seed to germinate are outside of the seed. It doesn't.
We can only be right here.
Wow. That's good.
It's the plateau all over again, and the airships going into the abyss to the floating islands.
And it's a misunderstanding that you can just become a tree, like that. This is all inside you somehow, and it's all available to you. That tree needs cultivation. That cultivation can come from nature, but it's better if it comes from a person. I mean, this is what I was saying about gardens. Like gardens are work. You have to trim the plants. You want good roses, you have to cut them. You can't just wait for them to spring up and look good. That doesn't actually happen.
Have you ever seen that Ridley Scott show, the Raised by Wolves, with the atheist androids raising?
Oh my goodness!
I hate it.
Yeah, wasn't it? But that chick turned into a tree. She turned into a tree, right?
Yeah. No, that's just. But that's all. That was one of the problems with that show, at least with the first season, the one that I saw.
Yeah.
It was all like, we can emerge, we can emerge, we can emerge.
It was an Adult Swim sci-fi extravaganza.
But it didn't work. Like the story didn't hold together. They kept trying to make the story hold together, and they couldn't do it. Like
at the end, they had that dude floating in an upside down crucifix, and he's bleeding out of his face.
And it's interesting, right?
They're trying to do some weird shit.
Symbolism just happens, right? Because what happens is she becomes a devouring mother, and she floats up above in a cross and just zaps everything. And it's like, do you guys not understand what you're symbolizing here? Because you clearly don't.
They did. No, they did. All along, you can see traces of it. Especially if you read up how it finishes, how like the last season was, and where she gets to. She becomes the big mother, and it goes into some pretty dark Gnostics.
Yeah,
right. But I don't. I think they were trying. I think Gnosticism is inevitable when you're trying to make individualism work. When you're trying to rebel against structure and constraint, I think Gnosticism emerges. It's gonna happen because emergence is real. It's just that it's not formed, it's not structured, and it doesn't work. And then you end up with secret knowledge and forbidden knowledge and knowledge is power and spells and all this crazy stuff. Like you will end up there inevitably. I think James Lindsay's right about that. Just a problem with Gnosticism is you don't need any help to get there. Any 3-year-old can come into Gnosticism all by themselves. You don't need any intelligence. And I think those people, they are coming to Gnosticism on their own and then finding someone like Hegel or Karl Marx or whatever and going, well, that guy's really smart because everybody says so, which I assure you they're not really smart. And then they think they're smart. And now it's just worse, right? Like now it's like, oh, Gnosticism works because I came to it and Hegel came to it. And now we're both super smart and therefore, and it's feeding your ego. And then you're doing more of it because it worked. It's like, well, not really, but glad you think so.
Yeah, it looks like it works, though. It's very tricky. It's very elusive, right? It's hard to see.
Yeah, but see, they're no fun to be around.
Right.
That's it. That's
true too. That is so true.
Yeah.
They don't have any cheese pizza.
They don't. No, not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. What good is being a wizard?
That's how I always tell. That's my marker on things. Are these people fun to be around? If they're not, like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing, but it sounds like it sucks, and I'm gonna go.
It's disassociation. Yeah. Ultimately, they want to pursue wizardry for disassociation. They're trying to escape whatever the struggle is internally or externally. It's probably both.
Yeah.
They just want to disassociate from it. And so they go to a means of power that helps them disassociate.
Yeah, but it has this feel of energy draining, right?
Of course. It
gets that horrible feel and just think, oh my God, get me out of here.
Well, I don't think that's what they're going for, Jesse. I think they're trying to become individuals as a way of getting away from constraint. And the rest of it's happening as a result. And then they're rebelling against that and looking for intimacy, which is why they go, I want compassion. I want empathy. This is what's going to solve the world. It's like, no, it's not going to solve the world. It's an attempt for you to solve your problem that you created by being an individual. It's not going to solve the world. It's going to make everything worse. But then that turns you into a parasite. Like now you're a parasite.
Yeah. The scary thing is like we're in a materialist culture and materialism is breaking down and people are starting to see past materialism. And I think, oh, just because I'm seeing past this materialism, everything is good. They're becoming re-enchanted and they don't understand. They think enchantment is good.
We're reaching the end of materialism, right? Materialism doesn't describe the world. And then they're going like, oh, this doesn't describe the world. What do? I know. Let's go to John Vervaeke. He's got this whole thing about participatory knowledge, which is non-material fundamentally. He's got this whole non-naturalist reductionist system where he understands that ideas are part of reality. Sure, E equals MC squared is real.
She's a Barbie girl in a Barbie world is pretty deep then.
That's very materialistic.
It is.
Isn't naturalism a form of materialism though? Can't you be a naturalist and still
No. Material. This is the problem. The people, the non-reductionist physicalist, that's what John claims to be, a non-reductionist physicalist. They think that means they're out of the materialism. But I think it doesn't. I think that the materialism doesn't have to say there's nothing non-material as part of reality. All the materialism has to do to be materialism, to cause the problems Ethan's talking about, is to say material is primary in the world. In other words, that could look very non-material. You could say, well, if only we had certain rules to the Twitter platform, then it wouldn't be a dumpster fire of people making fun of each other.
Whittling a stick materialism.
The material world is going to determine our behavior. That's materialism. The material world is not going to determine your behavior. You're going to manifest your behavior in the material where you can. And so if it's not Twitter, it'll be something else. And it's not like, oh, we have all these people on Twitter. If we put new rules on, they'll behave. No, they won't. They'll leave and they'll go somewhere else and do the same bad behavior because the material doesn't constrain us in the way we think. And this is why the political framing doesn't work. And this is why the economic framing doesn't. This is why things like universal basic income can't work. It's a non-starter from minute one because material doesn't have that effect on us. It doesn't give us the good, the true, and the beautiful.
So, yes. Okay. So the thing is materialism. A lot of times when we hear material, we think of physical stuff, things that you can touch. That's not what it means. I'm kind of thumbing through some etymology here with materialism is, so if you're familiar with Plato, and this is what's very enchanting about Vervaeke is he brings back Plato, and Plato's been kind of absent from our Geist, our culture for a while. We haven't been thinking about it. So there are these ideals, right? And then there are instantiations of these ideals, and that is what material is. So if I have an idea, I express that idea with words. So I've heard people get in arguments with Mark before because he'll say, oh, well, you're just totally caught up in propositions or something like that, or words, like you're focusing way too much on words, and he accuses, I don't know if he accuses them. He says, that's material. You're being a materialist. Like, I'm not being a materialist. Words are not material. It's like, yes, they are. They're material because they're expressing higher ideals. Like, words are not ideas. They're expressing ideas. I think of things in a triangle. So you have the idea up here, and then it's expressed in terms of words or propositions or what have you. You have the ideal, and then you have its expression. And what materialism is confusing the expression of the ideal for the ideal itself. So you don't really believe in ideals. You don't believe in the higher thing that condescends and comes into, that's incarnated into like trying to think of the correct of good language here.
Reality.
The ideal incarnates into reality. It realizes, like, so you see. That's what it is you're confusing the instantiations, the particulars, the expressions of the ideal with reality itself. You think that the expressions are the primary cause of everything. That's what material is.
Yeah, so the parts are confused. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So earlier there was a kid on here, and he was very frustrated with these propositions that were handed to him that came from a Christian tradition. He says these propositions mean nothing to him, and he's right, because propositions alone mean nothing. Like, they come from a higher ideal. Like, the propositions, like, I'm going to give you this I think something that what he brought up was he actually invoked Dante. Like, people that commit this certain sin end up in this circle of hell in Inferno. And he's like, that means nothing to me. And it does mean nothing to him. And what I wanted to say to him, what I was trying to say to him, I mean, I don't think he saw it. I mean, whatever. I was like, okay, the reality of the fact that, like, okay, let's say what's a sin, Elizabeth? Like,
gluttony.
Okay, so there's a proper place in hell and the Inferno for gluttonous people, and we just say, okay, gluttonous people, what were they doing? What was their what were they suffering?
Their punishment?
Yeah, what was their punishment?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember right now.
Okay, so they're assigned a certain punishment, right? And that's just a proposition. But you have to go to the place where this proposition came from, because somebody's expressing a higher truth by a means of words and propositions. You have to go where that came from. You have to experience where that proposition came from. So if you confuse, you have to understand that the propositions come from somewhere. They descend from somewhere. They're condescending. And materialism is just looking at that bottom part, not looking up and say, oh, here's the propositions, and you take the propositions as reality. Like, the propositions are your faith. Your faith isn't the higher ideal. Your faith is the propositions. That's what materialism is. It's confusing that bottom part, the part that expresses up the ideal as reality, the causal force of reality. That's what materialism is.
Right.
Yep.
It doesn't
exactly.
And I'm looking this up in material. It's linked to mother, which is very interesting.
Yeah, mater.
Because mother comes from the ground, like is the bottom. Right. Father is up here, and mother is down there. Like Mother Earth, Yep. It comes from the ground up. It's what expresses, like that. That is just ancient. Like, the feminine comes from the bottom and expresses the ideal, and the ideal is masculine, and the communion of the two is creation. That's what creation is, or
right.
I mean,
Right.
or at least the realization of creation. You could put it that way.
Reality. The realization
Yes,
of creation
exactly.
is
The
reality.
communion of those two things, mother, material. You need both of them, and we confuse it. We're looking down, and we think that the material is the only thing that exists. We think we think reality is material, and that's
right.
It's
And that's the determining factor, right? It's like, oh yeah, and also we when you look across or down, and so it's across and down or just down, right? When you eyes down, the problem is that we see these chaotic emergences from the flat plane of of the material, right? And we think that we have control over that because we're above it, right? We fail to see whether or not it's good or bad because we're not looking up where the virtues and values are. And then at the same time, when we're looking down at that and we think we control it because we can't see below it, we can just see it coming up from the plane. We have all these mistaken impressions of how the world actually is. And we're focused on those mistaken impressions. We're focused on the illusion in front of us. And we're focused on material not as constraint, but only as something we can manipulate to build with. And then people get the idea that, oh, material is a bunch of building blocks, right?
Yeah, you're presupposing an ideal.
Not a bunch of building blocks. That's not what it is. So what ends up happening is we think that we can organize material any way we want. Any way we want. It's arbitrary because we have control over it. It's like, no, material also contains constraint. It also contains constraint. You can build a brick house. You can't build a 4-story brick house, right? Because after that, it becomes unstable. You can't build a skyscraper out of bricks. You need concrete to do that. The material you use matters because the material has constraints built in. And we're not seeing the constraints because we're not orienting it towards the stuff that's above, towards the ideal. We're not orienting it to that. So we're not seeing the constraints. We're just seeing stuff from the bottom, go, stuff from the bottom, I can build with it. Yeah, but you can't build anything you want with any emergence. You can't just take random material and build stuff. You're not gonna build a car out of popsicle sticks.
No, you have to use carbon steel. People don't understand this.
This is why
1060 or 1070 carbon steel is perfect for a car frame. That's what you got to use.
This is why a violin concerto sounds different than a piano concerto, and they're not interchangeable. And the person writing the music doesn't write the same way. He doesn't write he writes differently for a piano than he does for a violin because they have different constraints, and not one is better than the other. They're just different, and they're good in so much that they serve the telos that the composer is trying to do. And if you have this weird, like what you were saying, Mark, that it's just we can do anything we want. Oh well, I can take a violin sonata and I can just transpose it to the piano, and it's going to sound exactly the same. No, it won't.
A hammer is not a drill.
Right. The very nature of the instrument, the constraint, the material constraint, has a causal effect on the end result of the creation.
But when you're looking down and you're only seeing things emerge from below, you're not recognizing constraint at all because the constraint comes from above. And that means you can't recognize good from evil or good from bad or right from wrong.
Right.
You can't, because you need to reference and orient that thing from below with the thing from above. That's what gives you ethics.
Yes, and insubordination. That's the thing, is this insubordination. That's Genesis 3, is the separation. The separation, that's not a real word, but whatever the right word is. the severing of these two things, is whatever it is. It's like, it's not like that this is inherently bad. It's that this is not inherently good. They have to be properly ordinated, properly ordinated. So when they're insubordinate, there's a separation there. You have everything there, like hierarchy is inevitable, right? Just like what you said, everything has its proper place. This is justice. This is what Plato was talking about, that he was, exploring and stuff like that. I mean, this is just very primordial stuff. Like, this is just
it's basic understanding, the order of the universe and the fractal order of everything. So everything falls into place. It's all, constraint is very much to me like context, right? It's all context. It's looking at it from all different ways so that you can actually see what you're looking at. It's actually forming a relationship with, right? It's the relationship with, the context is that, which is constraints necessarily. So otherwise we end up manipulating what we think is matter and ending up in a disaster. To
underline what you just said, what we think is matter. Jordan Peterson said something like along these lines. He was talking to people that were materialistically minded. He says, well, the world isn't made up of matter, or if it is made up of matter, there's something that you fundamentally don't understand about matter, which I think that's the thing. It's like, I think that's actually what it is. Like, it's not like, oh, we only see matter. It's like, we don't even see matter all the way. Like, there's something, like, we're seeing less than matter. Like, there's something much more, like, much more depth to matter that we don't understand.
McGilchrist was saying that today at the beginning of his first book. He was saying it's not an ontological primary, right? Matter is not an ontological primary.
And then we're getting back into Genesis 1. This is, you think, like, if we were about to go extinct and we're going to condense all of our wisdom into like one little thing, it would be something like Genesis 1, the beginning of Genesis 1, 2, and 3, and 4. It would be something like that. Like the way, the way that we encounter the world, that's the creation myth, 1 and 2, and then like this whole thing of insubordination, that's Genesis 3. If Earth was going to explode and we had a limited amount of space and we could only put like 3 chapters worth of text or something like that, or whatever, it would be something like Genesis 1, 2, and 3 that we would want to give to our offspring.
That's language of creation. That's why Mathieu Peugeot did that, right? Because it's like, oh, and then you need that unlocks the rest of the Bible, according to him.
Yeah, right? And there's a reason it's at the beginning. That's a reason they call it Genesis.
And those patterns are important, right? It's interesting too, right? Because, and I went over this in my video, right, on Peterson's trip. Peterson gets into the Bible through Egypt. Why? Because it's the intersection of history and the Bible. And so he grabs the materialists and says, here's the intersection of this crazy mythos with the thing that you care about, materialists, which is this objective history garbage that doesn't really exist. But like, Egypt is the crossing point, and then you can bring them into wherever, right? Once they're in the symbol. It's very clever what he does, and why
he's sneaky. He's sneaky. That's the whole, like, this is
he's
that
wise as a serpent, excuse me, but he
exactly.
is.
No, there's some I've had some insights on this.
I just had to get that in, Boomy Shroomy, because Mark wouldn't let me before.
No, you're exactly right, because there's something very strange going on with Christ, and there's an inversion there with the serpent and the tree. Like Peugeot talks about this. He says that Christ nailed to the cross is the same thing as Christ nailed to the tree. It's the same thing. He's the same. He's playing the same role. He's flipping it.
Yeah, like
he's
the
tricking
thing.
people. Like there's a trickery.
There's a serpent around that. There's a serpent around the cross, right? Have you heard him talking about that? And serpent is change. I think that's how Mathieu refers to him. And serpent is change, and in that comes the light. Mm-hmm. So that's something to think about.
I have a painting. In act. And this is pretty common, a depiction of the crucifixion, and you look at his body, and it's it goes like this. Mm-hmm. That's not a coincidence, and he refers to himself as a serpent on the as what Moses had in the wilderness, with the serpent on the staff. Like it's the same thing. There's a trickery like that. It's tricking the world back into order, and that's what Peterson is doing. He's tricking people by doing that. That's the trick of Peterson. Like, and Mark is right on with that. Like he spotted it, and no one else did. Vanderklay.
Yeah, Mark, that is a brilliant observation about how he hooks people with the history of that story.
He uses the materialism to get you into symbolism without jargon. And like that's one of the reasons why I was getting a little nervous or upset or whatever when the Christian language comes out, because I'm like, no, we need the materialists.
But we needed Rumi Shroomy to say that, because now we have a whole other idea about this whole serpent.
No.
It's just become very rich, right? It's just become very rich.
Right, but I take very seriously Peugeot's comment to Os Guinness in episode 8 of Exodus, where he basically said, you can't say God coming down from above to these people. Yeah, you can't say that. Of course not. They're materialists. They're looking down. If you say there's something above them, they freak out.
Well, what about when Odin got crucified? Was there a snake around that tree when he threw his eye down the well to learn all the runes?
Always.
Yeah.
The Viking tree.
You got to remember that everything that we know about Odin is filtered through Christians, so we don't know what it was like.
Did they destroy all the old stuff? Like, why don't we know what
they didn't write anything down? They didn't have a written language. It was all written by Christian monks.
So you're saying that the Odin tree they got from Jesus?
We don't know. We don't know. All we know is that the people that wrote
the colors are probably there, though. Maybe, Ethan.
All we know is that it was interpreted by Christians because they didn't write it down, and so all the depictions we have are fundamentally through the Christian lens. That's all he's saying.
What about throwing his eyeball down the well and all that?
But again, we don't know because they didn't write it down.
Because that's kind of like eating the tree of knowledge, like throwing your eyeball down into hell to learn to free yourself. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Could be.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's what Peterson talks about in that program he has, Understanding Yourself. You have to, find out the hell, describe the hell that you want to move away from. That's throwing your eyeball down to hell.
Yeah, does he keep his eyeball down there? He's got an eye patch, right? So his eyeball's still down there, and that's what gives him his power, right?
Right, because that's what, when you recognize the inferno, then you know where you stand, and why it's a problem to be emerging continually, because that's where you're going to be. So you need to know that, right? You need to have gone through. Maybe that's you need to have gone through the hell of emergence, right? You do. You need to see what that means. That's what the vices are. That's what the vices are. It's everything out of place. It's food out of place, sex out of place. That's what it's
interesting, though. You have to have the ethic is primary. Dante starts with the Inferno, right? But there's a whole bunch of presuppositions that you have going into it. Like, that what these people, that these are, you already know that all these people are doing all of these bad sins. You still have an inkling of that first principle, the very first principle. So you can't derive the first principle from the ground up. You have to have it first.
Yeah, because and nobody talks about what happens to Dante when he gets out of the Inferno. He goes into the heavens. He goes to the different the different planets, Mercury and Venus and Mars. They're different levels of heaven. They're called the celestial spheres or something or whatever. Anyway, they get to Pluto, and it's called Imperia, and there's all these angels in a vortex of light, and they're all telepathic or something, and he can hear them singing, and it kind of alludes that this is God, maybe, but not quite. They won't come out and say it, because you can't say bad. So it kind of alludes to that Dante would have never been able to see this and go on this tour through the heavens. And you know what's interesting in that? They're going through the heavens, and there's a place where Abel is, and Abel is crying out for revenge against Cain and his children. And God put him in this place where he just hurt himself because God got sick of hearing Abel talk about revenge in heaven. And I was like, dude, that's heavy. Like, what? Like, that's crazy. And I just got really absorbed into that last part where Dante moved into heaven and got a tour of it with the angels. And nobody ever talks about that. He had to go through hell and purgatory in order to get to heaven and see it and explore it. And I think that's worth talking about.
But it's about attention, though, right? It's about attention. So and the idea that he has when he's in hell, Virgil guides him through hell. So it's the idea again of relationship, right? And community. It's actually about community. And interestingly enough, it's the feminine at the beginning of hell. It's the Madonna who sends Santa Lucia, who sends Beatrice down to get Virgil to help Dante.
It's a beautiful demonstration of hierarchy.
It's just but the whole thing, it shows you the unified all, right?
But if you look at something like Peterson, what does Peterson talk about? He talks about the idea of an emergent ethic. Let me say that again in case you missed it. Emergent ethic.
Just sounds.
No such thing as an emergent ethic. It doesn't even make any sense. Ethics can't have to do with an individual. There's no ethics on a desert island alone. It doesn't exist. Like, this is a foolish mistake on Peterson's part.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, Dante makes that point at the very beginning. He takes one or two canto, right? And he makes the point. It's the feminine directing Virgil to do what he needs to do so that he gains in his ability to pay attention, to notice what's going on. Absolutely. There's no way that.
But you can see that
he's already got a unified field there, right? He's already got the unity and the particulars together.
But there's the danger of the emergence, is that people are trying to resolve the hierarchy through emergence. They're trying to say what comes up from below is going to resolve ethics. It's not. Ethics.
So we should go down there and kill that stuff so it can't come up and hurt us.
No, you'll never. You'll run out of life because it'll never stop coming. You can't identify against. There is an infinite amount of things for you to identify against.
Yeah, and it's dangerous down there. It's extremely dangerous, right?
In
Inferno, Dante is constantly terrified, and Virgil's having to carry him and help him along and put his arm around his shoulder, and he's in constant danger down there and frightened and not able to actually move forward without Virgil.
We could put swords in the ground everywhere.
No.
And if they try to come up, it'll stab them.
No, you need the things from below. You just need them controlled and constrained by emanation.
All right.
You need both.
Fine.
Boom, if the portal is constantly open, if the portal is open, monsters will always come through.
Right.
If there's one thing we know about the underworld, is the underworld is full of monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't be surprised if you drive by a house in West Virginia and there's swords all over their yard.
Like, I agree in principle and practice. But we need to sharpen our swords, not make swords.
Right. That's why they tell you after the war is over, you put your sword back into a plow. You use your sword as a plow.
Yeah,
See
you
there?
turn it back into a plowshare. Yeah.
Right.
But there's an ancient sense in which a
kill all
sword
the
is.
demons.
Yeah, but a sword is a being. I hate to say it, but a sword is a being. Virgil is almost like a sword. He protects.
The He-Man heresy continues.
By the power of Grayskull.
I really think swords are important too. Just saying.
Well, they are, but also their authority. They're the gathering of authority. And they're the symbol of leadership, right? So the authority comes from having the sword, and the sword is given to the leader. And it doesn't have to be a leader. All leaders have swords. If you have a sword,
yeah, but the knights all have swords too. The medieval knights all had swords, and that was. I think you men nowadays need swords, in my humble opinion. I do. I think it's important.
Are leaders. They are in charge when the king's not there. They are leaders. The sword conveys authority so that they have some leadership. And with that leadership comes responsibility. Neron's got the sword. He's all set.
Let me see it. Let me see it.
Hold on.
Beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. Wow.
Can you own real swords in America?
Oh, yeah.
Is it real? Can you?
It's absolutely real.
Is it sharp?
Where'd you get that?
The tang is right there, and there's a hex nut that goes into it, so I can replace. Yeah, the tang goes all the way through. It's part of the sword.
Oh. Wow!
It's all attached. It's all one piece, all the way back to here, which is the pommel. This is called a pommel.
So you can buy any kind of sword, Jesse. You can't buy them sharpened.
Mark, this was made in North Carolina by a blacksmith named Dingus Trim.
Tell us what that little thing in that channel in the middle is.
It's called a blood groove, but really, but actually, that's a very important point. This type of sword is called an oak shot type 16, and it has a diamond cross section, like it looks like a diamond.
Yep.
But anyway, this sword that has the groove in the middle, it reduces weight, but also increases strength because it makes it like it's really thick, and so it has a higher angle. It can go down and make a thicker blade that's more resilient in combat, but it's lighter because of that.
Right.
Groove. But they call it a blood groove because it sounds cool, and I guess blood squirts out of that when you stab somebody.
When you're trying to puncture something, there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
that channel is going to relieve the pressure so that you can push it in easier. I remember when I was little, I asked my dad what that was. He said it's a blood, something to do with blood. I said, "What's that?" He's like, he wouldn't tell me. He's like, "Oh, that's inappropriate."
Yeah, it's called that, but it's mostly to do with the structural integrity when you're like actually sword fighting. So that it doesn't.
There's lots of advantages, but the important part here to notice about this, and it is important, it's the most important part.
Thank you, Shirumi. That was interesting and beautiful.
It's not a flat piece of metal like a razor blade. Why is it not a flat piece of metal? It's not a flat piece of metal because hierarchy is important. And it's the hierarchy system throughout the blade, throughout the sword, throughout the handle and the sword that makes the sword work. It doesn't work as well if it's just a flat piece of metal.
Right.
A flat piece of metal with a handle doesn't work as well. A blade without the blood groove doesn't work as well. These constraints on the blade make the blade stronger, more usable, and make it work in a way it can't work otherwise.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to say. The reason that it has a diamond cross section and the blood groove does not go all the way is because this sword was specifically designed to pierce plate metal. So the tip of it is like a spear, but this part where it's lighter, it's like a hybrid sword. That's why I liked it. Like you can use it for that and like quick movements, like a defensive sword. This was like a sword an archer would carry as their backup because it's not a long sword. It's called a bastard sword because it's kind of not a short sword either. It's in the middle. And I really like that about it. So that's why I had this one made like that. I thought it was super cool. Anyway, that's my sword.
It's a bastard sword because its identity is mixed.
Yeah, but it was made by a blacksmith. How wonderful that there was somebody
in North Carolina. Yeah,
you can buy those. They have Renaissance fairs. You can buy real swords that were made by the guy who's at the Renaissance fair.
And I like how he kind of modernized it with this hex. I can unscrew this, and take this all apart and clean under it or change the handle, change the cross, whatever I want. Because some people peen this, like they heat it up and hit it with a ball peen hammer and round it. And that sometimes, you know, isn't good because you might want to take it apart or do something. And sometimes that wears off and gets loose and shaky anyway because of use over time.
Submit to the sword. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop talking about swords.
How much use do these swords get in that part of the country?
Sorry, Ethan?
You said after use they wear out. I was like, how much use do these things get?
A lot.
It's a rebel. What do you think they're doing over there? They're fighting all the time. They're rebels.
Yeah, but it's an interesting thing. Instead of a, you know, like a gun or something like that, it's actually like this metal extension of your arm, right? Like it's quite, instead of the mechanization, it's fascinating.
You got to notice all the reverence in all the media for swords. It's amazing. It's everywhere, right? Honors associated in Japan with swords, right? The fighting always comes down to swords, right? Even when it could come down to guns. So if you want to look at something like Firefly, the series Firefly, the movie Serenity, like they screwed up because they didn't default to swords. They defaulted to guns for their anachronism, which was great, but it fell apart because people couldn't relate. You can relate to a sword.
You know, it's what's funny with you know, Star Wars, like hyper futuristic society. They're fighting with swords. Like despite all of their technology, they're past guns. They're back to swords.
They're swords.
Back to swords.
Back to swords.
The swords can deflect bullets. That's the only reason they could use swords. They had the magic that could deflect the bullets, the blaster bolts.
Well, but it's more significant than that. That the honor is still in the swords. There's no honor in shooting somebody.
Swords have names.
Warriors use swords. The Jedi and the
Well, if Tom Cruise would have been able to deflect the bullets in the Gatling gun in The Last Samurai, that would have been a whole other movie.
But the Jedi prefer not to use guns. They'll use the blasters, but it's a last resort sort of a situation. And you see that, right? Kenobi shoots Grievous or something, or one of the guys with a gun.
And gut shot.
And he's like, oh, so terrible. You know, it's like the worst thing ever. There's
such an uncivilized weapon.
It's exactly. There's a reason for that because it's not personable enough. Because to your point, Elizabeth, it is an extension of you, and that's why it's got a name, but it's also neoplatonically part of you. And that's the danger in the Neoplatonism is the dualism.
Well, that's why I bring up the round table a lot in King Arthur and the sword and the stone. And I don't know, for those of you familiar with my channel, you know, I came up with this catchphrase, you got to pull your dick out of the stone because, you know, a lot of people just kind of keep it stuck in there, man. You gotta not do that. You can't be walking around with this stone attached to your dick, just dragging between your legs. That's what a lot of men are doing, you know. But that was a whole other thing. But I thought the terminology was apt to bring up.
That's actually pretty good.
Because the sword is a phallic symbol, okay? And then what's he do? He's done with the sword. He throws it into the lake. The lake is a feminine symbol, you know.
Well, or he sheathes it.
Right.
Yeah.
So every sword must have a sheath, okay? And if it doesn't,
it's gonna rust.
You're cutting everybody. You're hurting everybody all the time.
Cheese,
you know, you don't.
Cheese would have fat or oil in them.
Right.
And they would put them in there.
So they don't rust. You don't want your sword to rust.
Yep. And if you didn't have a sheath, your sword would rust and it would lose.
I mean, the innuendo for days. But everybody gets it. We don't need to get too graphic about it, but that's why
it's fundamental to everything. I mean, the thing is sex has been reduced to physical stimulation, and we think that it's some idiosyncratic thing. Like it's like primordial. Like it's
everything.
It is literally
that show
everything.
Talks about we could use the symbolism of sex and the sexual act. Everything. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that people don't talk about it more. Quite honestly,
it's the union of two things.
Yeah,
like you're talking about material and ideals. Like it's the two coming together. That's what creation is.
Yeah, like what do you need? Like God figured all of this out. Like seriously, everybody knows about sex. Like really, I'm sorry, but you don't need to read the Bible to know about heaven and earth.
Mm-hmm. You take the seed, right? The acorn is nothing without
Not
the earth
everyone.
to grow in.
We're a de-sex culture. Everyone thinks we're sex positive. We are sex negative all the way down.
Yeah, so true, Jesse.
All the way. It's turtles all the way down there.
Well,
we don't understand what we're doing there.
Right.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, this is the problem I was talking about with Andrea with the bangs when I did my intimacy crisis talk with her.
Highly recommend.
Look, she asked me flat out. She said, "Why do you think people think Frodo and Sam are gay?" And I was like, "Well, it's very easy, because in order for them to have a connection, it's got to be physical. Therefore, it must be sexual. I mean, there's no such thing as a bond of friendship or a manservant. Like that doesn't exist in the material world."
What? You don't think people can be friends? That's ridiculous.
Oh, they don't.
People think that they can't be friends.
Friendship is it's disappeared.
They've reduced it, but this is what Jesse's talking about, right? The symbolism isn't there. This is what I'm trying to explain to people. You're not getting it. You can put the Bible in front of somebody and they can want to read it and they will get nothing out, zero out of it. No, really. Well, my aunt doesn't believe this, but I told her, I said, no, I'm trying to explain something to you. They do not understand poetry. They cannot read it. They can read it and they get nothing out of it. They're not able to use poetic language to connect anything in the world. And if poetic language doesn't connect things, it has no purpose. It's not functioning anymore. Yeah. That is the loss of the poetic information in the world. That's the loss of the navigation of the sorts of things that McGilchrist talks about that make potential. You can't connect to potential. You're going to collapse into nihilism, for sure. It may take years, but you're going to collapse into nihilism because you can't connect to potential through poetics. That's a big problem. That's why you can't use Christian jargon with these people, because it's not connecting. The Christians go, oh, Vervaeke, we already have language for this. And I'm sympathetic. The problem is Vervaeke, even though he grew up Christian, doesn't have the language.
Right.
Literally.
Right.
If we were to have if we started a dating show for God, who would be some of the contestants that he could,
I'm
maybe
not
date?
Participate in this question.
I made this argument a lot. I feel like there needs to be another, a feminine side to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Well, to Ethan's point about words and poetry, right? So in a poem, you're pointing to other words. You're pointing to other metaphorical symbols. You're equating things, but also you're bringing things up. You're heightening language with poetry. And that's what we've lost, is this spiritual connection between words and symbols. And so we're no longer able to have that romantic spiritual connection with each other as well as to the world, because everything has to be flattened out. I gotta run, but I guess one thing I wanted to leave on is, in the samurai culture, it was dishonorable to unsheath your sword if you did not intend to fight. So be careful. Swords go both ways. Once you unsheath your sword, once you show your intention to combat, you can't go back on that.
The sword was sacred.
There's a lesson for men.
If you're pulling your sword out for any reason other than its purpose, you're using it for vain. You're using it to vain ends.
Vain glory.
You're desacralizing it.
Yeah. Well said, Jesse.
Thank you for that.
See, man.
Always a pleasure to have you on the stream.
Shalom.
Yeah.
Take care. Peace.
Good night. Good day. Whatever it is over there.
Yeah, it's morning. It's morning for him.
Good morning.
What time is it? What's the time difference?
A lot.
There's 6 hours. They're probably 9 hours behind you guys.
It's got to be,
So this whole thing, like, creation is the union of two things, and like what Mark is saying, our closest like the only familiarity we have to the union of two things is physical sex that humans have with each other. We think that that's the first principle. We think the first principle is copulation of two physical persons or animals. And we fail to understand that that is not the first principle. The first principle is somewhere else. And the interaction between two human beings copulating is actually an expression of that first principle.
Yeah. So
and that's a misapprehension of primacy. Materialism is the primacy of material. It's wrong. Material is not primary, right? The ethereal is primary, not the material. That's why materialism doesn't say there's no ethereal stuff, right? It doesn't say there's no non-physical things. It just says what's primary are the physical things, and that's wrong. Oh, it's nice to see Anne. Oh, now we've
got our misfit.
Yo,
Chad.
How's it going?
Going good, man. How you doing?
Pretty good. What you all talking about?
Some sex. This is
your trick question. We were just talking about materialism. I don't know why Ethan's stuck on the dirty part of this, but
what is
if you laugh, the thing it's a trick question. It's actually a cosmic thing, not a kinky thing.
Okay. What's the question?
Well, we were just talking about how creation is a result of the union of two things, a higher ideal and a higher ideal coming together with pure potential, which is like Genesis 1 and 2, and how we can't really relate to that because every time we think about the union of two things, we just the union of two things culminating into creation. Every time we think of that as materialists, we just immediately default to human copulation, so sex.
Oh.
And we fail to understand that sex is actually human copulation is actually a participation in that first principle, and the first principle isn't human copulation.
Well said.
So we run into problems like what Mark was saying. There's like people think that Frodo and Sam, like, they're obviously gay because they don't understand that they just don't understand the relationships that they only understand relationships in material form. So there's no explanation for their relationship other than the fact that they're getting physical stimulation from each other.
Yeah. That's the way people are thinking about it, right? They're not understanding the expression, which is the sex, is different from where it emanates, because they don't believe in emanation. It's all emergence, right? So it leads right back to that.
It's all decontextualized, right? It's like it's floating in no man's land. Everything's floating in no man's land.
Sounds
Nothing's
like Gnosticism.
connected. Exactly. So we can't. Yeah, but we can't. Nothing's nested in anything else. It's just a horror show, and it really does fly all over the place.
But there's a chapter in this called No Man's Land talking about that.
Well, you can see where the emergence causes a problem, right? Because again, it's not constrained anymore by the emanation, and so you're frameless, and And what's framelessness? What's framelessness? It's postmodernism. Postmodernism just says your interpretation of Moby Dick and my interpretation of Moby Dick are equally valid. No, they're not. That is just wrong. It's false. It's completely 100% false.
Did you see that the video I put out today, where at the end it talked about a little bit about the alphabets? And
no, I haven't seen it yet.
There's this part in there where this lady talks about you could take a seed and put a seed in what is it? Like distilled water, and that has no minerals or anything in it, right? And you could dissect the seed down, and there will be none of these minerals in the actual seed. But once you put the seed in this water and the seed starts to germinate, the seed actually somehow minerals happen in the water after the fact. Isn't that weird? And I don't know. I was thinking about this emanation, emergence thing. Like there's this miracle that happens, and it's I don't know. It's weird. It's like when the non-material becomes material or something.
Mm-hmm. I don't know what. That's an interesting point you make. I don't actually know what a miracle is. I know what a miracle is to me. A miracle to me is actually, that's how I would describe a miracle. A miracle is when those two things, when I see those two things come together, when I see a bunch of chaos manifest itself in accordance to a higher ideal that comes from above. That's actually what is a miracle to me.
Yeah,
I'm so used to being a materialist and seeing complete dead things everywhere, and I see just random things seemingly come together and cooperate towards a higher ideal. That's what a miracle is to me. But
yeah, but even like the bad, there's miracles that happen in the bad. Even in that sense, I mean, like
miracles don't have a good or a bad, right? They just are things that basically aren't explainable through material.
It's incredible. I mean, we have like honestly, even the fact that we're all in different parts of the world having this conversation using this weird ass computer, basically a crystal ball. It's something.
I know, it's crazy cool.
I mean, we really explain it to but not much. I mean, at a certain point, you get to a point where it's like, well, how am I actually forming words? Because that seems to be a miracle.
Yep. Yeah. No, there's lots of miracles everywhere. That's why people are like, I don't believe in miracles. I'm like, you must be dead. How do you not see miracles all the time? You must be. Today was a miracle. It was like 74 degrees out. And like there were bumblebees everywhere and they were going crazy and flying around. And I was just like, this is a miracle. And I wake up and there's turtles on the out there on the log out front. It's like, wow, that's a miracle. Like, why were they there? They're not always there. There's no material reason why they should be on that log and not one of the others. I don't know what's going on. Something's going on though.
Yeah. I try to keep a real wide open aperture for miracles, and then try to actually not only just recognize them, but integrate them in some way that's useful. You know, it's kind of like the thing I think is ironic about
miracles.
So-called, so-called like nihilistic content. I think. I don't know. It's the irony about nihilistic content is that there's typically so much meaning in it that it's frightening.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I don't think it's really it's not a real accurate frame. Anyways, sorry I'm doing conversation.
No, that's interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah, there's something about, like even I mean, because Pajot was talking about that it was the postmodern. No, what was it he said? But all of this, I think, postmodernism and James Joyce made him really understand what he was seeing, and it was the same for me. I was reading like French and German existentialist authors, and that's what really made me start to figure things out. Right? It's almost like. And then Bishop Maximus, when he was talking to John Vervaeke, he said that going back, and he had this halt in his spiritual development, and he said it was going back. He decided finally to try to understand the Greeks, because he figured that since the church fathers were embedded within that world, that it might help him somehow see something that he had missed when he was reading the church fathers. And he said that. So he went back and he studied all of the Greek philosophy much more closely. And he said, indeed, when he went back and read the church fathers, it was again enlarging the context in a certain sense. So it's interesting how, I mean, I think it's a point well taken. We need to be a little, we're so we're so kind of, I don't know, narrow Christians in our Western world.
That's the closed world, Elizabeth. That's the closed world that we live in. We get certainty. Well, that's fine. You have certainty. When certainty, you can't have miracles by definition. In a certain world, there's no miracles. There's no potential. There's no expansion. There's no value added, right?
Yeah.
In a closed world, like if you're stuck in the materialist, if you're stuck in that closed world, if you're thinking material is only the thing that, if material is only the thing that primarily moves the world, and there's no prime mover in the world outside of the material, then you are stuck in a closed world where there is no potential, and therefore no miracle, and therefore no value can be added. And your interaction with the world is fundamentally narrowing every single time. You cannot feel it. New things.
You can definitely feel it. And I think that's what shows you, right? I mean, when you start looking at emergence only situations and people, you can feel it. Like Bhumi Shrimmi was saying, there's no energy there. It if you have your eyes somewhat open, you can notice what's going on around you. Chad, you must have experienced that.
Oh yeah, I mean, you see it all the time. But like even thinking about like some of the, like here's a good example of a kind of a postmodern nihilistic novelist. I was for a while there was listening to some Cormac McCarthy books, and there's like a couple of them they've been described by people as nihilistic, and I thought, I don't know, man, there's this ton of meaning packed into there, and there's, I mean, it's probably dark, but in some sense, if you reading between the lines of a lot of it, there's a lot of light in there, and and then beyond that, there's a ton of context, and it like brings context to my own situation, so it helps me see, kind of triangulate and either move away from a particular way of thinking or towards a better one, or even like maybe noticing some bad thinking in my own life, like, oh, that's kind of me or whatever. So I think, I don't know, I just think that it's people I don't think really are that strictly materialists. I think that they are actually just kind of frighteningly blind to things because it's fucking terrifying.
Right.
And like I don't think you can do it for long and be honest, but they try. I'm sure they try. I mean, but there's so much incongruence and self-deception involved. It takes a lot of energy to be a materialist. It's ridiculous.
Right. It's true. It's true. It's a strange thing because it seems energyless. I guess I don't know how that works, but it seems like it saps energy and it takes energy, right? It's like a monster. It's a monster. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, because you're seeing and not seeing all at the same time. So that's a lot of burnt up energy.
But if you don't like uncertainty, then you're going to tend towards materialism because it takes away uncertainty. It gives you certainty about the world.
Right? Everything's dead. You can predict 100%.
Yeah.
If it's just dead, if it's dead objective material, it's predictable. You can control for everything.
Yep.
Yeah, but again, if you try that, it doesn't work. That's why I'm saying.
Yeah, you can't live there. You can't live there.
Right. There's no objective material reality. When you try to live an objective material reality, you fail because it doesn't exist. And this is the
end. Do we want our tables to move? Do we want our table legs to get up and walk away out of our living room?
Right. Well, and this is the end of materialism. Materialism stops being able to predict the world, or once you realize it doesn't predict the world, then now you're scrambling, and now you're like, oh, we need philosophy. That'll solve it. Philosophy doesn't solve that problem at all.
Should my table be dead?
Your table should be dead.
Well, I was just going to stop in for a smoke and say hello. And
hello.
I'm going to go night-night.
All right.
Oh,
nice to see you, Chad.
Night night.
See you, man.
So cool. So much fun, right? People just drop in to say hello. It's beautiful.
I love it.
So beautiful.
How you feeling, Mark?
It is. I am at my wit's end, I think.
Oh.
It's almost
All right.
Time to go.
I'm tired. I need to go get my ecumenical cheese pizza. And yeah, no, it was a great
Cowabunga,
stream.
man.
I think yeah, you know, the only parting comment I wanted to make is, you know, Chad talked about triangulation. Triangulation is the process of orientation. If you're using a compass to orient, you're creating a triangle. You want to go here, right, straight to the mountain, and there's something in your way. So you create a point over here, right? And then you go to that point as a way to get back to this point to create the triangle. That's what orienteering actually is, right? And so triangles need to be oriented, pointed in the right direction. And that's really what it's all about, is that interaction with orientation. That's why it's navigating patterns. Navigating is all about orienting. So Boomy Shroomy, what's your parting words here?
Solo scriptura.
I think you mean sola mushroom.
That's my parting word.
Elizabeth, what you got for us?
This was great fun. I certainly enjoy it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you enjoy it. That's good. That gives me a reason to go on. What you got for us, Ethan, before we close it down?
If you want a lesson on Gnosticism, if reading Genesis isn't good enough for you, go watch Fantasia, The Sorcerer's Apprentice. I watched that again today. I could not believe how genius that cartoon is. The music's great too.
Makes it worse and worse and worse
genius.
and worse.
Like it's not. It's just Gnosticism. Like that's Gnosticism. That's what it is. That's all. Really, that's all you need to know. Like you don't need to go read.
Mickey Mouse should have just taken the broom and cleaned it up. If he would have just stopped.
Yep.
And not use magic.
It's just so rich and deep. Like he falls asleep. They depict a spirit coming out of him and going up and summoning like water and stuff on this cliff. It's perfect. It's just, that is everything that we're talking about. Go watch it. Like just look it up on YouTube. You can find it, you know, or whatever. Watch it on Disney Plus. Fantasia. Sorcerer's Apprentice. It's only like 8 minutes long. Seriously, go watch it.
It's great.
It's everything.
Yeah. No, that's good. Yeah. Watch out for the Gnosticism. Emergence is not good. And take responsibility for the reality you are knitting together when you hold together the ethereal heaven and the material earth, because you're responsible for that. You need to be aware of that. And
responsible. Yes.
Yeah. So all right, everybody. Well, we'll try it again next week. I think we'll be okay. And I want to thank everybody for joining. And I hope everybody enjoys and is enlightened by our fun little interactions in these live streams. And if there's something in particular you want me to address, let me know. I've got more notes and more videos, and I got to get on that because I've been slacking. So, yeah, have a lovely night, everyone. It's great to see you.
Night, everybody.
Night.